Prologue. Ruby, run. I gaped at my mother as she called out her last words to me. Run. My father was already dead in the bed next to her with a sword pierced through his heart. The guards were standing in front of me, waiting for my next move as I prepared to watch my mother die. At that moment, I could see the black pits of their eyes. I could sense the shadows that lurked in their souls, controlling their hearts. Devils. Deathbringers. Hatred swarmed my body. No, Mama, no. My mouth was dry as I screamed out for her, but it was no use. Within seconds, the guards had slit her throat, sending a thick coat of her own blood across her perfect, porcelain skin. Dead. Both dead. My eyes burned. White, feral anger built up inside me. My skin burned with the flames before I saw them. Pure emotion leaped from my hands. Pure abomination. I let the fire overtake me, let the flame become me as the hatred engulfed my body. I called out to the gods, pleading that someone would hear my despair. Help me, please. My voice was broken and unrecognizable. Weak. What I needed was help. I needed help. A scream left my body as I sent my final, desperate plea to the gods, the only hope I had left. My body instantly strengthened as one goddess in particular answered my call, dominating my very existence with one flash of light. Power and heat. It was Ophine, the goddess of fire. The guards who killed my parents stared at me in horror. They no longer saw Ruby Castile, the scared little girl from a forgettable village. They saw Ophine seeking her own vengeance. I felt her own feelings of hatred within me. They molded with mine. It was our hatred, our disgust, and most importantly, our power. The fury inside of me had a release, the flame. I controlled the power easily. Effortlessly. I wish I hadn't enjoyed watching them burn alive. Watching them fall at the mercy of the power. They died at my hands. My fire-filled, deadly hands. For now, Ruby was a distant memory. I was Ophine, goddess of fire. I was not afraid. I did not feel sorrow for my dead parents or for the innocent little girl that I was moments before. That weak girl was dead. The deepest parts of my soul, Ruby's soul, surrendered to the power. How had the goddess of fire chosen me? My knees hit the floor as the scene played out before me. I was reborn. I was angry. And I was filled with nothing but an insatiable need for revenge. Chapter 1. When if time and healing help your body forget the misery of pain, it never leaves you the same. Horror jolted my body awake. The sweat on my skin drew goosebumps to the surface as I peeled off my wool blanket, exposing myself to the morning air. My heart was racing as if I had just walked off a battlefield. Maybe I had. The same nightmare had been coming to me for the past 4 years, no matter how hard I tried to forget what happened. They seemed to be happening more often now, each time with more and more detail. My own punishment. My own personal hell. I shut my eyes and rubbed my face. Forget about it, I thought. It's in the past. My hands eventually quit shaking as I threw on my tan trousers and slicked my blonde hair into a ponytail. A few strands fell loose around my face, but I couldn't bring myself to fix them. This was as good as it was getting. I grabbed the knife from beside my bed and tucked it into my waist. The weight of it pressed against my body, like it belonged there all along. Without it, I felt naked. Unprepared. My eyes instinctively squinted against the blazing desert sun as I opened the flap to my tent, stepping outside. Dozens of men and women were already awake, preparing for another sweaty day in sundown. Sundown was what we called our little camp on the outskirts of When, at least a 3-day horse ride from the city. Tents and small wooden cottages lined the perimeter, encircling what we called the square. The square was where most of us spent our days. It consisted of dozens of wooden tables and benches made from old trees, scattered lazily across the area. Sometimes, everyone in the town would gather for a big fire or meeting. It was the center of our small, simple lives. Most men built cottages or went hunting. The women cooked, like me, or watched the children. I gratefully opted for the cooking. I cringed at the thought of being responsible for someone other than myself. It was a selfish thought, I knew that. But I could barely keep my own thoughts in order, let alone protect someone else. Nonetheless, the people here were very relaxed, and we all did our parts to pitch in. The wealthy, however, lived inside the city walls. The magnificent, angelic city walls. How people rose from rags to city life, I didn't know, but I didn't dwell on it too much. Something told me it wasn't as glamorous as everyone believed it to be. We lived out here in the desert heat. Miles and miles of thick forest and that towering stone wall separated us from the wealthy, but at least we had our peace. Well, we used to. Hey, Ruby, Jax yelled, jogging toward me with a loaf of bread in his hands. Jax Sylvan had been my best friend since I was 13, right after the accident happened. Besides a few of the women in the kitchen, Jax was the only real friend I made here in Sundown, and I was grateful for him. You ready for the Ring of Angels today? The Ring of Angels. I caught the warm loaf that he tossed at me and laughed. Like everyone who lived in Nevervain, Jax had become obsessed with the ring. The real Ring of Angels was the only entertainment source for the people living within the walls. Dozens of men and women volunteered themselves to spar for the entertainment of the wealthy. They were dressed in fancy uniforms that were supposed to represent Nevervain, and the sparring lasted anywhere from minutes to hours. In my opinion, it was like watching innocent animals slaughter each other. If you were lucky enough though, you became one of the king's champions, therefore one of Nevervain's favorite people. Outsiders were never invited to the real event. We were barred from entering the city. I suppose the king couldn't ruin the wealthy reputation he had by allowing us inside. How prestigious. But Jax had created his own spin-off of the real Ring of Angels, just like every young guy and girl who grew up here. It was our little Sundown fighting club. Am I ever ready? I grumbled after swallowing a bite of the bread. I can't believe you watch this stuff every day. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. What if we miss something good? You're gonna wish you were here to see it for yourself, Jax replied. His dark, curly hair was still a mess from the night before. White teeth gleamed against his slightly sunburnt skin as he smiled at me. I loved that smile. Even in the heat of the morning, it was contagious. He threw a broad, muscular arm around my shoulders and started walking us toward the crowd. Okay, I said, elbowing him in the rib. But this better be worth it. Neither of us mentioned anything about how this would be the last amateur fight we would see. I glanced around, taking in everything I could about this last morning in our dirty little town. It was nothing fancy, but it was home. This was it. My pulse quickened at the thought. Jax and I made our way over to the Sundown fighting ring. It was nothing special, a sandpit and a square perimeter of string and twigs. The city would have a giant fighting pit surrounded by thousands of stone seats. Part of me told myself. They had diamond floors and expensive wine at every event, too. I could only imagine. How could anyone actually enjoy watching this stuff? How could Jax actually enjoy watching this stuff? I rolled my eyes at the thought. Even if it wasn't the real thing, it still bothered me. The sound of fists hitting flesh only made my stomach twist. I hated it, as if we didn't have enough to worry about. Jax was a fan of the Ring of Angels for as long as I had known him. Every time the city announced a live match between the competitors, Jax was tuned in. It's what inspired him to start his minor league of fighting at Sundown. At first, it was just an excuse to brawl with the other guys. Over time, however, as popularity for the Ring of Angels grew, so did Jax's amateur ring. The square was surrounded by townspeople, mostly young men and women who were also fighters. I recognized a few of them from the kitchen but kept my head down. Making friends wasn't exactly my thing. Besides small talk with a couple of the other girls, I kept to myself. And to Jax. We found a spot in the back of the crowd, just in time for the sound of the referee's bell. The match had begun. Jax knew everybody that signed up to fight, and he had to approve every match that was scheduled. Today's match was between scrawny little Riley, Jax's younger brother, and Milo, who lived just a few tents down from me. They squared up on either corner of the ring, preparing for the match. The fights were almost always harmless here. Usually, they ended by tap-out or knockout. Worst-case scenario, a nose or two would get broken. Nothing serious. In the city, however, Ring of Angel matches always ended with one thing, death. I couldn't imagine what enticed people to sign up for such a thing. Yes, I'd admit, the fame and the prestige of being one of the king's champions must be nice. But at the risk of your own life. There was no way in hell that was worth it. Idiots. The fight that unfolded before me, however, was anything but intense. Riley was only 15, 2 years my junior. Riley clearly had not inherited Jax's muscular figure or strong build. Instead, Riley was tall, and he stood on his long, scrawny legs. He reminded me of a deer in the fields. Jax had been teaching him to spar almost every day for years now, but Riley had no chance. You're really letting him do this? I asked Jax. I've held him off as long as possible. I'm hoping a few punches to that loud mouth of his will scare him off. I laughed. Good luck with that. Come on, Riley, Jax yelled from the crowd as Riley took his first hit to the face. Ouch. I know it killed him to see Riley struggle this way. Jax would do anything to help his brother win a fight, but even daily training with Jax himself, the best fighter in Sundown, clearly wasn't enough. Riley took another hit to the stomach, staggering backward. He didn't even have time to stand up before he was hit again from the side. A hiss of breath escaped me. Another 10 seconds passed, and Riley had tapped out. That was quick. Jax mumbled something under his breath and slumped next to me in disappointment. As the crowd began to clear out, whispering amongst themselves. Relax, Jax. He'll get better eventually, I suggested, nudging him toward the square where the breakfast line was forming. Yeah, right, he responded. Who's gonna be here to train him? Jax didn't meet my eyes, but a pang of guilt shot through my stomach. Jax and I hadn't told anyone we were leaving town, not even Riley. Nobody would understand. They would only try to stop us. I knew Jax was hesitating, but neither of us would admit it. Riley has a lot of friends here. This is where he belongs. He'll be fine here without us, and you know it, I assured Jax. Perhaps I was trying to convince myself, too. Jax nodded but didn't take his eyes off of his brother as he trotted toward us, blood dripping from his mouth. Did you guys see that? Riley shouted. His left eye was already beginning to swell from the fight. I totally almost had him. Jax huffed and shoved Riley's head playfully. Did you forget everything I taught you, you idiot? I ignored the brothers as they bickered over what could have gone better in the match. The three of us slowly shuffled over to the square and sat down at our usual breakfast table. The heat of the wood nearly burned my skin through my trousers. I just want to fight in the Ring of Angels. The real Ring of Angels. Jax leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. Why would you want to do that, Riley? I responded, feeling my temper spike. For some reason, I felt just as protective of Riley as Jax did. You would risk your life to parade around like some stupid circus animal for the king. Ah hell yes. I wonder what they get to eat for breakfast. Probably steaks every day and all the chocolate they can think of. He licked his lips. Jax laughed beside me. Like you would even make it to breakfast, Riley. Your first opponent would snap you like a twig, Jax said, snapping his fingers for dramatic effect. We all laughed then, and I caught myself staring at the way Riley and Jax interacted with one another. It seemed safe, happy. They were close to one another, even though Jax always pretended to be annoyed by Riley. There was no way Jax would ever let anything happen to his brother, even if he didn't publicly denounce Riley's support for the Ring of Angels. Oh whatever, guys, Riley said after he caught his breath. Just don't be jealous when I'm in King Xavier's League of Champions, and you guys are still living in this dirt pile. He stood up and walked toward the kitchen. He was just a kid, barely 15. The only reason Jax and I understood how evil the king could be was because of the attack years ago. Riley would have been too young to remember, anyway. Thank the gods above for that. Jax turned to me, and I was shocked at the seriousness that suddenly lurked in his expression. He must have been thinking the same thing. You know he just looks up to us, Ruby. Give it a year or two, and he'll grow out of this little fighting phase. If he just knew what the king... No, he cut me off. Riley has no business knowing if the king is a murderer or not. That's between us and the crown, not Riley. It didn't matter how often Jax and I daydreamed about life within the city walls, a life without ambush. He didn't talk about it when Riley was around, and neither did I. Maybe that was another way of protecting him. If Riley were anything like this brother, though, we would have a hard time ever keeping him from the city if the chance ever arose. Riley believed what most of Nevervain believed, that the city was the protector for all of us. Following the king's rule had been the only way the human race survived without the gods' protection. What an idiotic idea. The thought of it made me sick to my stomach. People blindly followed the man who was to blame for the murder of my parents. If he volunteered for the fights, he would be slaughtered, I said. That's why we have to stick to our plan. The realization was harsh but true. Jax took an interest in fighting, yes. But Jax and I shared a common hatred for King Xavier. A common goal that neither of us spoke about. 4 years ago, when Jax took me in, he never asked any questions about my parents' death or how the guards had been killed. It was clear that unspeakable things had happened. There are no words for scenes like that. I was thankful for it because I wasn't even ready to answer those questions myself. Anytime I spoke about revenge on King Xavier of Nevervain, though, Jax understood. Vengeance was the only thing I needed. From that day forward, Jax helped me prepare for the day I would get what I desperately needed. He trained me in combat every day. For years, I had been getting stronger. Better. He taught me to hunt, to protect myself, and to channel my anger into my fighting. I never asked Jax how he became so talented at combat, but I suspected he had his own reasons to channel anger toward King Xavier. He never asked about my parents, and I never asked about his. Although I still remembered my parents, I never remembered Jax's. He and Riley were like Sundown's kids. We all took care of each other. Part of me wondered what had happened to them, though. When the rest of Sundown was cheering for the fights and bending their necks to get a look at the King's champions, Jax studied their moves, learning from their skills. We ate the rest of our breakfast in silence. I couldn't help but wonder what Riley would think if he knew about our plan. That was the thing about revenge. No matter how logical it was in your own mind, nobody else could ever truly understand. A small part of me knew that even Jax was just playing along. Later that day, after we had spent a few hours working, Jax and I went on a hunt to gather food for our journey. Jax was tense in the bushes next to me. He had hardly spoken since breakfast, but I could read everything he wanted to say on his face. He was nervous, and rightfully so. "You can talk to me, you know," I said quietly, breaking the silence. We had been sitting at our usual lookout spot for about an hour now, but neither of us attempted to lift a finger. Jax released a long puff of air, as if he had been holding his breath this entire time. "If anything happens to us while we're gone, it won't," I said quickly, cutting him off. It sounded harsher than I had meant for it to. "Jax, you know you don't have to come with me, right? I mean, you have Riley to think about here. The other fighters look up to you. You could stay here with them. And what am I supposed to do about you, little raven? Just sit here and wonder if you're dead or alive every day." Jax struggled to keep his voice steady. "You can't do this alone." I fought against the argument that immediately came to my mind. Yes, I could do this alone. I planned on doing this alone since the day of the attack, something Jax would never understand. I needed this, but he didn't. Part of me knew he would never let me go alone. I was his family, and he was mine. "You've helped me so much already, Jax. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to live with myself." "And you think I could?" "I didn't mean it like that," I sighed. "I'm just saying you have more to lose than I do. This conversation is done, Ruby. We're both going. That's final. You're crazy if you think I'm letting you go out there by yourself." I pulled Jax into an embrace, immediately feeling his tense muscles relax. "We're going to be fine, you know," I said. "It's a solid plan." I was grateful Jax couldn't see my face. He always told me I was a terrible liar. Any plan involving killing the king would not be so easy. After I had packed my bag with some extra food from the kitchen and tried to sleep for what was only about 10 minutes, I said a silent goodbye to my little slice of peace in Sundown and headed for our meeting spot. Past the perimeter of our little town, the horizon was broad. Desert filled half of the earth, while the other half slowly melted into a beautiful flow of rolling trees, the shadow forest. It was what separated us from the city. Staring at it from far away, it looked so beautiful. So quiet. I remembered a story my grandmother used to tell me when I was a child. The shadow forest, she said, was where the protectors of the city lived. The old gods and goddesses dwelled in the towering trees and wide rivers, willing to destroy any evil spirit who tried to pass through. However, when the evil spirits were crushed, their souls would forever dwindle there in the forest, never reaching peace for themselves. It was their own punishment for trying to enter the city. A chill ran down my spine at the memory. My grandma loved to tell me stories of magical creatures that used to dwell in Nevervain. But they were just that, stories. It was an essential part of history, but the magic hadn't existed around here for hundreds of years. The gods and goddesses had abandoned Nevervain altogether, and they never returned. Lucky for them, nobody truly knew why they left, but some legends say there was a dark force so vile, so malicious that they had no choice but to retreat back to the spirit realm. I couldn't help but wonder if it was all just a story. Spirits and magical forests all seemed like too much. "Hey stranger, you ready?" Jax's voice jolted me from my thoughts. I relaxed, relieved to have him in my presence. Jax had that effect on me. In fact, Jax had That effect on everyone. He was the type of person that could relax the entire room just by standing in it. He carried a large bag over his shoulder. This was it. "I'm ready if you are," I said, holding my hand out to my friend. It took everything in me to keep it from shaking. Jax smiled at me, the same smile that he used to flash me when we were 13. It made my heart ache. He grabbed my hand and turned toward the forest. We were in this together. As much as I didn't want Jax to be involved with my revenge plan, I was happy to have his company. They say every time you seek revenge, you lose a part of your soul to the darkness. I silently cursed the thought. Would Jax return to sundown as the same man I left with? Or would part of him be lost to the darkness? I felt like we had been walking for days, but the daunting moon had just reached the middle of the sky. My feet were beginning to blister from my leather boots, and my legs ached from trekking through the sand. "Let's camp here for the rest of the night," I suggested, throwing the heavy backpack off of my shoulder with a huff. Jax could have kept walking all night if it wasn't for me. Was he even tired? "Good idea, I'll set up the tent." We were a few yards away from the tree line's opening. I was silently grateful that we didn't have to walk through the forest tonight. That would be a feat for tomorrow. Something tightened in my chest as I gazed into the dark abyss. My eyes strained against the light of the moon, trying to see what was ahead of me. The wind softly blew from the empty desert behind me, causing the sturdy trees to creak ahead as the leaves rustled in response. For something that used to be filled with magical gods who protected the land, it sure seemed creepy. How reliable were those legends, anyway? An hour's long who snapped me out of my trance. Jax had the tent nearly set up, just a small tarp with 2 blankets underneath. I turned to see him standing outside of it, already looking at me. He wore that same look of longing that I had seen for the last 4 years. The look that I hoped I would stop seeing. I was no idiot. I saw what the other sundown girls saw in Jax. He was tall and muscular, not to mention that he was the best fighter in sundown. That had to be something. His face was nothing less than striking, and I knew that. I saw that. Part of me envied the other girls in sundown. Things weren't complicated for them. Any one of them would have no problems getting involved with Jax. He didn't care, though. He only had eyes for one broken, haunted girl. But I would never be good enough for Jax. He didn't see what I saw. He couldn't see the darkness that I knew ran deep within me. I could ruin Jax in an instant. I would never be the simple girl who served dinner and laughed at his jokes. Sometimes putting a simple smile on my face was too much of an effort. I would never be whole. Still, part of me wanted to give Jax anything he wanted. He deserved at least that. He deserved happiness. He was loyal, respectful, and good. He was somehow one of the most favored fighters around here, but he wouldn't hurt a fly if he didn't have to. It was amazing. I ignored the pang of warning that shot through my chest. Instead, I let my own feelings of guilt overcome me. Jax's eyes were blaring into mine, sending the message he could never say out loud. With a few swift steps on my aching feet, I closed the distance between us. I wish I could say that I felt something more, some sort of desire or longing. But I didn't. I don't think I'm even capable of emotions like that anymore. For Jax, though, I would pretend. I placed my hand on his chest, feeling his heart speed up. "Ruby," he whispered. I'm not sure if it was the way his voice cracked or the chill from the dark night, but I shivered. He grabbed my face with his hands and forced my head up to look at him. I could see the depth of his eyes, the moon reflecting off of the vastness within them. "I will never leave you, you know," he said, rubbing his thumb down my cheek. I closed my eyes in response, controlling my breaths. "I will never hurt you. Never betray you." Of course, I knew that. Jax might be the only person in this entire world who cared enough to protect me. One warm tear trailed down my face. I was not crying for myself or for the emotions that I could not fathom. I was crying for Jax, the only person who truly loved me. If things were different, maybe I could have made him happy. Without thinking, I slipped my hands up his chest to his neck and pulled his head down to mine, pressing my lips to his. His mouth was warm against mine, but he froze for a moment, not kissing me back. Suddenly, he relaxed under my touch and moved his mouth against mine in a hungry kiss. My heart rate sped up at the way his hands slid down my body, around my waist. This was Jax. I wanted this to make sense. I wanted it to somehow spark all of the feelings I know I should be feeling for him, but it didn't. Like someone who had just touched fire, I shoved myself away. I'm sorry, I stammered. What had I done? Embarrassment crept into my chest. No, it's fine, he replied, equally as flushed. I wish I didn't see the pain now swarming his dark eyes. We should get some sleep anyway. I nodded my head as I watched him enter the tent. Alone in the night, my body slouched in exhaustion. I touched my mouth where his lips had just been. Maybe after we returned, things would be different, and I could feel something for him. Something is definitely wrong with me. Jax and I just kissed, and the only thing I felt was guilt. Chapter 2. Eyes and Shine, Fighter. I woke up to see Jax standing over me, clearly more awake than I was. Time to practice. He bounced back and forth on the balls of his feet, radiating energy. I rolled off of my bedroll and rubbed my eyes. The bright sun beamed off our makeshift tent. Right now. A little early, don't you think? Can't have you getting rusty. Come on, I grunted at the sound of his cheery voice. Leave it to Jax to be awake and energized at the crack of dawn. Always prepared, just in case. My stomach filled with guilt when I remembered what had happened just hours before. Jax had a way of ignoring the messy stuff and making everything seem normal. It was one of the reasons everyone felt so comfortable around him. Even me. Okay fine, but you should know I've been waiting to kick your ass for a while now, I said. Jax tossed his head back and laughed. Oh, I'm ready. He backed up a few steps, giving me room to stand up. My arms shook, allowing my tired limbs from the night to fill with blood. I pulled my fists to my chest and watched him do the same. Adrenaline fueled my muscles, and my body snapped to life. I shifted my weight from side to side. Jax always waited for me to make the first move. He said it would teach me to be on the offense instead of defense. Hesitating means fear, he would say. Fear will get you killed. I jolted my left fist out, which Jax easily deflected. I did the same thing again, letting my body get the feel of the movements. After we had both warmed up from the easy jabs, I swung my right leg toward Jax's feet. He was fast. He hopped over my foot, immediately returning a jab to my stomach. I stumbled back at the impact. Protect yourself, little raven, he said. He was clearly amused at his small win. My body was full of the familiar feeling, the need for the fight. I ducked. My body and jabbed my fist into Jax's ribs. He reeled back with a hiss, then quickly returned a punch toward my face. I was ready this time. I ducked under his attempt and used the free second to force another bash to his torso. My muscles moved without my permission. They knew what to do. Focused in, I threw my body into Jax's waist, tackling him. He grunted against the impact. We rolled through the dirt until I stuck my heel into the ground and pinned his chest down. Jax needed a lot more than my body weight to stay pinned, though. With a tiny twist of his shoulders, he flipped me to the ground. I gasped under the weight of him, struggling. Jax was strong. It was his most significant advantage. I grasped at his shirt, trying to shove him off of my upper body. Jax grabbed my wrists and pinned them to the dirt behind my head, grinning with victory. Too easy, he bragged, bringing his face inches from mine. I squirmed beneath his weight, but the attempt was useless. Maybe if you weren't a giant, I joked. My body relaxed underneath him. Jax released his grip from me and stood up. I wouldn't say I was a sore loser, but Jax knew he would always win against me. It wasn't even a question. I would do anything to see his arrogance wiped from his face. Not too bad, little raven. Little raven. I smiled at the nickname. Once, when Jax and I were 15, a black raven flew from the shadow forest and landed at sundown. It was unusual to have birds far from the forest, but it was even weirder that it stayed for almost 4 days. It sat on the same wooden perch above the kitchen house, just sitting there. Jax claims the raven was there watching me. He swore he caught its head moving, following me everywhere I went for those 4 days. I didn't notice. When the bird left on the 5th day, Jax thought it had been some sort of message for me. Some sort of gift or omen from the shadow forest. He's called me Little Raven ever since. I just thought he was superstitious. I took Jax's outstretched hand and stood up, brushing the dirt from my clothes. You're getting pretty good. That whole tackling thing will take any opponent off guard. Just make sure you're bigger next time. Getting good, I said, mocking him. I guess you put up a pretty good fight considering I am champion of sundown, Jax replied, flipping his imaginary hair over his shoulder and flexing his bicep arrogantly. Oh whatever, I gave him a soft shove, walking toward the tree line. Technically, Jax was the champion of sundown. It was a self-proclaimed title without the king, but everyone in the village knew that Jax would win any match. Even against me. I looked around, catching my breath. The forest was different this morning, more peaceful. The darkness that radiated from it last night was now a fresh, inviting glow. The green trees glowed against the brown sand, clearly identifying the entrance to the forest. Birds sang in the distance, no longer silenced by the moon. I took a deep breath, appreciating the fresh scent of pine and the crisp sound of a nearby stream. "I'm going to wash up," I yelled over my shoulder. "Be useful and cook one of the rabbits, will you?" Jax laughed and turned toward our tent. "Yes, ma'am." His muscles tightened under his filthy white t-shirt as he walked away from me. Once again, my mind wandered to the warm memory of his lips against mine. "You're only going to hurt him, Ruby," I thought to myself. There was no use trying to force something that wasn't there. No matter how much I wanted it, I couldn't be that girl for him. Not now. I stepped into the tree line of the shadow forest. The beaming sun that warmed my skin seconds before was replaced with refreshing shade provided by towering trees above me. My once black boots crunched over the crowded forest floor. I shoved aside leaves and branches, making my way to the sound of the stream. The buzz of life in this place was shocking, like a scene from my dreams. I reached the stream and cupped the running water in my hands. The water was so clear, I could see my flushed face looking back at me. It trickled across the black rocks lying a few feet below. There was something so calming about the streams here in Nevervain. I threw a handful on my face, letting the chill run down my neck. The cool water washed away the dirt from the morning sparring session. It also washed away the guilt that I felt since the kiss, the mess that had been muffling my thoughts. This was not the time to be distracted by a boy, even if that boy was Jax. If I wanted this plan to go accordingly, I needed to focus. There were so many things that could go wrong. Perfection was vital. My body was coming down from the high of the fight. The adrenaline I had been feeling was slowly melting out of my body with every drop of water. I let the forest calm me with each handful of water as the cool air tickled my skin. I was ready for this journey. Failure was not an option. I was too relaxed, too distracted by my thoughts, to notice that the birds had stopped singing. The buzz of life was now enfolded by something else, something eerie. Even the water flowed silently as if it was begging me to listen. The hair on the back of my neck tickled. I didn't even hear the men behind me until a cold metal blade was pressed against my throat. "Now look what we've got here, Thorn," my attacker said, calling over his partner. The blade didn't move from my neck as he pulled my hair with one swift motion and stood me up. My body instantly went ice cold. How stupid was I? What's a girl like this doing all alone out here in the woods? The partner said, coming all too close to me. I raised my chin and took a deep breath. He smelled like rotten eggs and dirt. His face was dirty. Dried blood clung to his wrinkly cheek. "Think, Ruby. Focus." I studied the man in front of me. He was tall. He carried a long sword at his hip and held a dagger in his right hand. Drops of blood stained his already filthy hands. "All alone, huh?" the man behind me repeated as he tightened his grip. My attacker wore a velvet coat dressed with a small, golden snowflake on the chest plate. It was the king's symbol. These were the king's guards. Fury filled my body, replacing the icy dread that was threatening me moments before. I threw an elbow back at the man behind me. He reeled back in pain, and I immediately sent an unexpected punch at the guard in front of me. A warm trickle of blood fell from my neck. Close call. I got 2 steps away before the first guard tackled me, pinning my face to the forest floor. The taste of copper filled my mouth as his weight held me down. "A feisty one, eh?" the man on top of me said, tying my hands behind my back with rope. "Great. You know how much coin we get for bringing in a new fighter as wild as this one. We could pay our debt to the old man, eh?" he asked his partner. They laughed behind me, and I struggled under the man's weight. "Tell me, hun," the second guard said, bending down so I could see his face. "Where did you come from? Anyone with you?" He turned his head and looked into the silent forest around me. I was suddenly aware of how close the clearing was. 10 paces in the wrong direction, and these guards would have a straight view of Jax's camp. My stomach lurched. How many times did I promise Jax there would be no danger? No risk in our plan. His words from the night before echoed in my mind. "I will never leave you. Never hurt you. I couldn't love Jax the way he wanted me to, but I could protect him from this. There was no way in hell I was getting him involved. No, I came alone, I grunted, spitting a mouthful of metallic blood onto the ground. Well, he said. You're about to make 2 men very rich. Make any funny moves, and we'll slit that pretty little throat of yours. The realization hit me quickly. Bringing in a new fighter. Making them rich. I swallowed. They were going to sell me to fight in the Ring of Angels. The men pulled me off the ground. I tried not to think about how Jax would feel when he realized I was gone or how angry he would be that I didn't cry for help. He would understand eventually. He never belonged on this journey. This was my fate. It was my mission. I sent out a silent prayer to the abandoned gods. Jax Sylvan had to be kept safe. Jax had a purpose in Sundown. He had family and friends. There were times when I envied his life. But a mundane life in Sundown wasn't my destiny. I had a mission. One of the guards tied a gag around my mouth before pulling me away from the stream and hoisting me onto the back of a horse. I looked around the shadow forest one more time, the same forest that seemed so peaceful just moments ago. That serene beauty had an edge to it now. Perhaps it had been there all along. I tensed to keep from shivering. There were no gods in these woods, that was certain. Lost track of how long we had been riding. 3 hours. 5. My captors spoke amongst themselves, ignoring me altogether. I guess it could have been much worse. We stopped only once to rest. I had debated making a run for it then, right before the oversized guard tied me to one of the trees. It was no use. Who are you selling me to? I asked as one of the men untied my gag to give me a sip of water. If you put me in the ring, I won't fight. The men just glanced at each other and laughed. Don't be so naive, girl. If the king wants you to fight, you'll fight. Will we see him? The king. Hope surged my veins. If I was being sold to him, this whole thing could be over much sooner than I anticipated. Oh, you'll see him. He watches every match, up in the front row. The other guard said as he hopped back onto his horse. And with a pretty face like yours, I'm sure he won't miss a thing. The 2 of them laughed again. In any other circumstance, this would have been terrifying news. For now, however, it was an opportunity. I was going to be face to face with the person I wanted dead. After a few minutes, we were back on our way. I hadn't planned on volunteering to fight in the ring. Jax and I were just going to disguise ourselves as merchants in the city. Our plan had holes, but it was a plan. It was a start. Now, I wasn't sure what to do. The dried blood on my guards told me they wouldn't hesitate if I caused trouble. Escaping wasn't an option. Instead, I took in as much as I could about the shadow forest around me. We were following a clear path. I could easily follow this back to the stream if I had to, so long as I didn't get turned around. A small clearing allowed the horses to move swiftly between the giant trees above our heads. Past the trail, the forest seemed endless. I shivered. My body ached from the horses' movements. The rope around my wrists was burning my skin. When I could hardly bear the repetitive sound of horseshoes crunching the forest floor, the trees suddenly opened up to a colossal stone wall. It was like a painting in a fairy tale. The sun emulated orange light through the trees and the city. Even the wall itself demanded power. Something in my chest tightened at the sight of the enormous doors just 20 yards in front of us. The doors that led to my possible death. I swallowed the rising sense of panic in my throat. As we approached, the walls seemed to grow larger and larger. Those giant doors swung open, revealing at least 10 more guards. They didn't mess around. I found myself grateful that Jax was not here. It would have been too dangerous. But alone, I had a free ticket to the city. As we passed the threshold, I let a deep breath of air fill my lungs. I was in. The men in front of me dismounted from their horses, guiding mine through the entrance. The city's residents were all staring now, surely wondering who the guards had brought back ridiculously tied to the back of a horse. Or maybe this was normal for them. That wouldn't be surprising. We've got a good one here, Your Highness, one of the men said. She's got a fight in her, for sure. Your Highness. My body rippled with anger as I scanned the faces around me, expecting to see the king. Thank you, gentlemen. My father will be delighted. May I? The deep, sugary voice from my right startled me. I glanced over to see a hooded figure approaching. My horse. He was at least a head taller than the rest of the guards. Having no choice in the matter, I nodded. The man grabbed me gently around my waist and hoisted me off the horse. A spark of heat passed through my body when he touched me, something that I quickly shook off. A new one, then? The man asked. Where did you find her? On the ground. I looked up to see his face shaded under the hood. The man standing before me was not just a guard. This was Prince Aidan of Nevervain. The other guard's behavior now made sense. My heart sped up as I looked at him. This was the son of the king. My greatest enemy's own blood. Another murderer. Another bearer of evil. I'll take it from here, he said to the guards. His voice was firm. It demanded respect. I held my chin high as he freed my mouth from the gagging fabric and pushed my back slightly. My signal to move. I was ushered past the dozens of staring villagers who did nothing but watch in amusement. I wanted to scream at them. I wanted to ask them why they thought killing people was okay. I wanted to ask them how they would feel if their daughter or sister was killed. But I didn't. I had to stay composed. Losing my temper here would get me nowhere. My body shook in anger, but my face remained calm. The castle was gorgeous. I hated myself for even thinking it, but it was the truth. It was unlike anything I had imagined. The tall walls were almost a golden color as the sun was setting. Substantial, white brick built every tall building in sight. The white walls continued for as far as I could see. Random gardens of red and white roses scattered the open streets occupied by roaming villagers. They must have had 100 people keeping the place clean every day, I thought. I didn't see a single imperfection. It was magnificent. Have you ever been to the city? Prince Aidan asked me. No, I haven't. I knew I should have followed it with something like Your Highness, but I couldn't bring myself to acknowledge his title. Let alone have a conversation with the man. He chuckled. Perhaps he could read my mind. You'll get used to it. And I take it you understand that I'm here against my will, correct? I was expecting some sort of backlash or yelling, but I got nothing. Prince Aidan didn't even flinch. He continued his perfect steps in his perfect little city. Anger began building inside of me. My hands balled into tight fists just to stop from shaking. Of course. He was the king's son. This entire thing could have been his idea for all I knew. You'll be staying in the cages with the rest of the fighters, Prince Aidan said after a few minutes of silence. If anything, he seemed bored at our encounter. He probably did this type of thing multiple times a week. Cages. I guess the king's beloved fighters didn't get royal treatment after all. The mysterious prince led me into a dark, musty staircase. It was a vast difference from the beautiful stone I just saw. Light shot through the stone in harsh streaks. Training starts every day at sunrise. You will be informed of your match the day before it begins, and killing any other fighter in the cages will result in death. His voice was monotone, like he said these words hundreds of times already. I followed him down the stairs to a long hallway. The hallway had small, metal cages on either side, resembling what I would envision hell to look like. Hardly any sunlight bled through down here, and the light that did get through was quickly halted by the thick slabs of concrete. I squinted as my eyes adjusted. The faintest smell of tangy blood and mildew filled the air. I tried to get a glimpse at the other fighters locked in their cages behind thick bars. Something dark lingered in the air. I had no idea this was how the king's fighters lived. I didn't know what to expect, but it wasn't this. This was barbaric. The prince paused in front of one of the cages. For the first time since my arrival, he looked me directly in the face. What is your name? He asked. Ruby. Ruby Castile. Well, Ruby, he looked down at me as he swung the cage door open with one swift movement, his green eyes glowing beneath the hood. Welcome to the Ring of Angels. B. Chapter 3. Wreath escaped my lungs as the cage slammed shut behind me. I didn't turn around, didn't watch the prince as his footsteps retreated up the corridor stairs. There was barely enough light to see inside the cement room, but as my eyes adjusted, I began to make out the two small, metal cots on either side of the tiny room. A small stack of clothes sat on the empty cot. My glamorous new uniform. It was gross. You must be new. Gods above, I said, jumping where I stood. You scared me. Oh, sorry. A small girl stepped into the sliver of light from the back of the cage. Her skin was pale, and she had red, curly hair that had just begun to hit the tops of her shoulders. The tight white top and tiny black pants seemed almost baggy on her. She was so small. I'm Harvey, she said. She barely spoke louder than a whisper, but it was enough to echo off the walls around us. Ruby, are you a fighter? Harvey turned her gaze to the ground, biting her bottom lip. Well, kinda. I haven't fought yet, but I've been here for I think 3 weeks now. Wow, I responded, trying to sound as kind as possible. The girl was clearly terrified. 3 weeks, and you haven't fought? Why not? I've just been lucky, I guess. King Xavier usually picks the most entertaining fighters. I guess watching the murder of a small, defenseless girl wasn't something the king was crazy about. Shocking, really. How many other fighters were as little or as young as Harvey? How many others had been kidnapped in the night, stolen from their homes? The sound of hushed conversations filled the air, flowing in from the cages around us. I strained my eyes as I peered through the gaps in the metal door. I couldn't see any of the other fighters, but they were here. All trapped in their respective cages like wild animals in the process of being tamed. I would suggest staying quiet and out of the way, Harvey said from behind me. I'll fill you in on everything in the morning. You should get some sleep. It sounded like a warning, but something in her voice told me I should take her advice. I had only known this girl for a few minutes, but she didn't seem like the type to get involved with any sort of conflict. I nodded and turned from the cage door as I walked over to the second cot. There was a small wool blanket that hardly covered the base of the bed. I couldn't help but wonder if this is what prison looked like. An uneasy feeling crept into my chest as I thought of Prince Aidan. Was he as cruel as King Xavier? They were father and son, after all. Only a fool would think differently. Anyone involved with running Nevervain had to be evil, especially if they were standing by while innocent children fought to the death. My mind wandered to the spark of heat that stirred my body when the prince touched me. Maybe it had been my hatred for the royal family coming out to play. Maybe it had just been my imagination. My body buzzed with the stress of the day. Every shuffle or whisper sparked my attention in this new place. Sleep would not be coming anytime soon. Harvey and I woke up the next day to a loud siren, followed by the bang of locks opening along the corridor. Good morning to us. I sat up in my cot and looked over at Harvey. She quickly pulled on her training shoes, which I took as a sign for me to do the same. The uniform was tight. Too tight. The white top hardly met the seam of my black pants. If my mother could only see me now, I thought. God's help us. I slipped my own black boots onto my feet and stood up, following Harvey's lead. She opened the unlocked cage and stepped into the hallway, pausing for a second, and glancing back at me. Hey, that looks pretty good on you, she said. I rolled my eyes in response. This thing was ridiculous. At least I knew my cage mate was attempting to be nice. Remember what I said yesterday, Ruby. Keep your head down. Got it, I whispered, dodging eye contact from the other girls exiting the surrounding cages and walking down the corridor. Where are we going? The courtyard. The first half of the day is training for everyone. The boys will be here too, but don't talk to any. It'll just attract more attention. Prince Aidan will probably be here watching everybody. He shows up every day. Don't talk to him, either. He'll end up putting you in a practice match or something. I nodded and crossed my arms over my body. This girl had picked up a lot in the weeks she had been here. Harvey and I walked down the long corridor, passing at least 10 more cages of cots before arriving at the courtyard's entrance. It was a large opening surrounded by archways and stairs molded from concrete stone. The morning sun beat down on us from above the walls. Guards walked the perimeter, hands on their swords. Maybe this was a prison, after all. It sure felt like one. The girl fighters and the boy fighters stayed on their respective sides of the courtyard, although we all shared the same training equipment. Clearly, they were not interested in speaking with each other. I caught a few staring at us as we walked onto the field's grass, but they quickly diverted their eyes. I instinctively wrapped my arms tighter across my waist. I felt exposed, vulnerable, but this was no place for that. I had one job here and one job only. I had to kill the king and get back to sundown as fast as possible. Nothing else mattered. Okay, so over there is where people practice fighting. I would just avoid that place altogether, Harvey said. She pointed to the courtyard center, where a crowd of people gathered around a large fighting ring. This was only the practice ring, said to be only a fragment of the size the actual ring of angels would be. That's where the prince will usually be, giving people pointers and stuff. The weights and weapons over there are free for anyone to use, and you can get breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the corner past the shower entrance. The showers can be used at any time during the day, but honestly, don't go there. Or if you have to, go super late at night, right before the cages lock again. That's what I do, anyway. Fewer people. I watched the small group gathering near the practice ring. This group seemed different from the rest of the fighters. They were more confident. Where the other fighters hustled around with their heads down, these ones demanded attention. There were about 6 large, muscular guys and a few girls who also looked terrifying. It could only be one thing. The King's League of Champions. These boys and girls were selected to be in the elite league based on strict criteria, the level of entertainment. Nothing else mattered. It didn't matter if you had been here for 1 day or 1 year. If the king liked you, you were chosen. Either way, being a champion labeled you as a favorite. They were expected to win every fight, and that was clear by the way they trained. They were identified by the black raven branded on each of their chests. It was the ultimate symbol of death. I made a mental note to stay away from that area. Jax used to love painting a fake raven on his shoulder with dirt. When we were younger, every kid in Sundown wanted one. Besides me, anyway. I thought they were ugly. The brand was a reminder that the king owned you. The familiar buzz of adrenaline entered my body, crawling up my arms from the tingling I felt in my fingertips. This place was feral. Just looking around at the various fighters made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Harvey and I walked around the courtyard's perimeter toward the breakfast line, avoiding as many girls as we could. There had to be at least 100 fighters here. I quickly scanned the yard for the prince but instead noticed a group of guys fighting near what I assumed was the hallway to the boy cages. Blood sprayed as one boy was pounded in the face, earning a cheer from the small crowd that had gathered. My stomach jolted. It was disgusting. So, what do you do to train? I asked, turning my attention to my cellmate. Nothing, really, Harvey answered, chewing on her bottom lip. I have no idea how to fight, so training isn't really going to help me. My chest tightened at the thought of Harvey being forced to fight without so much as a sparring lesson. I knew the king was cruel, but this was beyond that. It was inhumane. Oh, come on, I can help you. What if you get picked as a fighter one day, and you aren't prepared? She giggled nervously. Looking at her now, she must have been around Riley's age, and her scrawny body assured me that she wasn't lying about her fighting history. This girl would be in big trouble if she had to fight. Somebody had to help her. Okay, but I'm serious about not drawing attention. This is your first day, so just be discreet about it. I huffed and nodded my head again, motioning for her to follow me to an empty space toward the back of the courtyard. At least she was starting to trust me. That was a good sign. I heard screaming and hollering from the practice ring but didn't dare look in that direction. Neither did Harvey. Her shoulders tensed at the sound, letting me know that we were thinking the same thing. I had a feeling that the people volunteering to fight back here were not the type of people I needed to meet on my first day in the cages. Okay, so when you're starting a fight, you want to make sure your stance is strong, I said. I squared my hips and pulled my fists to my chest. Let's see what you've got, Harvey. Harvey mirrored my body but kept her head down, staring at the ground. It was like she was waiting to be hit. I dropped my fists. Don't worry, I said. I'm not going to hurt you. She looked at me with surprise on her face. I guess she didn't make many friends down here, either. My chest ached a bit, but I forced a smile. Okay, try hitting me. Seriously? She questioned with her eyes wide. I can't hit you. Trust me, you can. And you will. Picture me as your opponent in the ring. You have to fight to survive. This is life or death. Harvey nervously nodded at me. She was clearly hesitant to follow my instructions, but I could tell she knew just how serious this was. After a few seconds, she tossed her right fist toward my torso. I slapped her fist away. See, I said, that wasn't so bad, was it? Harvey laughed. Try again. And she did. A few times. Each time, her move was predictable and slow. This girl really needed some training. I didn't expect to care about anyone else here. In fact, I expected to hate every single person in the cages. But Harvey was different. Half of these people had probably been stolen from their homes against their will. She just wasn't as good at hiding it. Okay, I said, not sure if I was talking to Harvey or myself. This is going to take a lot of work. During the next 2 days, Harvey and I established a routine. We woke up, quickly ate whatever was given to us that day and got right into training in our corner at the back of the courtyard. Every once in a while, the prince's voice would boom through the yard, usually accompanied by a yell or two from the League of Champions trained in the middle. We ignored all of that. Once, we even got to watch the prince fight one of the king's champions. He pinned the guy down in seconds, sword to his throat and all. It was some of the greatest mastery of a sword I had ever seen, but it made me realize just how much of a challenge surviving here would be. This would be no easy task. Harvey had become more confident in fighting. She wasn't afraid to hit me, at least. That was a start. She warmed up to me quickly. Having a friend around here was more than I could have asked for, even if it was someone dainty like Harvey. "Where did you learn to fight like this?" she asked, pausing from our daily training with a deep breath. "Because you're like a professional or something." "Someone back home taught me." Jax. Just thinking his name made my chest ache. "Oh, so you've been training for this?" "No, not for this. I would never wish this place on anyone. I never expected to be here." It was the truth. I might have planned on sneaking into the city, but the Ring of Angels never crossed my mind. I didn't need her to feel sorry for me, but the expression on her face made me soften. "It's okay," I continued. "Everything will work out like it should." And I prayed to the gods that would be true. Chapter 4. "Ook, girls. We've found the next champion. Better watch out," a shrill voice said, motioning toward Harvey. The rest of them laughed. We had been so focused on our training that we didn't realize the small group of girls that had been watching us. I turned toward Harvey, who was staring down at her feet. This poor girl. She had to learn to stick up for herself. These girls were no different than her. "And what do we have here?" the girl said. "You must be new." "I'm Opal, and we're not interested," I spit back. I felt the familiar sensation of adrenaline creeping back into my body. The rest of the girls remained silent, waiting for Opal to speak. "You clearly don't know how things work around here," she said, stepping toward me. "Well, why don't you go ahead and show me, then?" Harvey whispered something behind me, but I ignored her. I couldn't help it. Backing down from a fight was something I had never done, especially when it was with some big-headed brat. The girl laughed, high and short, then pushed the sleeves back on her already tight shirt. My eyes were drawn to the black tattoo on her chest, right below her collarbone. She was a champion. Opal's gang began to back up, and the back of my neck tickled with the thrill of an upcoming fight. "You just made the wrong type of enemy, new girl," she said, pulling a knife from her hip. Shit, I completely forgot about the weapons. Opal hopped into her fighting stance, holding the knife in her right hand. Her long, black hair flowed to her waist, moving with every shift of her weight. I was quick to make the first move, jabbing a punch toward her unguarded rib. She jumped backward and instantly sent her knife toward my stomach. I blocked her attack with my forearm. Yes, she was fast. But she was also sloppy. Being sloppy was a deadly habit. For the next few seconds, I studied her movements. She kept her right arm with the knife near her face, guarding herself. This left her entire left side open for attack. Jax's words during our last practice session came to my mind. That whole tackling thing will take any opponent off guard. I didn't give myself time to think before throwing myself at Opal's waist, knocking her off the ground. As she floundered under my weight, I grabbed her arm with both of my hands and twisted as hard as I could. She released her grip on the knife, which I quickly picked up. Jax had taught me well. The knife was a reassuring weight in my hand. It felt like it belonged to me. I pressed the gleaming metal into the skin right below her pretty little neck. Anger blinded my vision. Ladies, ladies. We were both taken off guard by the booming voice that came behind us. I scrambled off of Opal and looked up, seeing none other than King Xavier of Nevervain. "Let's save it for the ring, yes," he said. His voice alone sent a wicked chill through my body. I looked at him in awe. The man I hated most, the man responsible for killing my parents and ruining my entire life, was standing right in front of me. Opal bowed to the king and quickly scattered with her girl gang. What a coward. I glanced around, noticing we had gathered quite the audience. Boys and girls all over the courtyard had stopped what they were doing to watch us. To watch King Xavier. But he wasn't alone. Behind the king, dressed in all black with the same hood pulled around his face, was Prince Aidan. And he was staring directly at me. The king spoke again before I had the chance to react to what had just happened. "You must be Ruby, then. I heard we had a pretty feisty fighter show up. I'm glad to see it's true." He held his head high, looking me up and down. He was just as ugly as I had pictured. His black and blue clothing hung over his body lazily, clearly identifying the fact that he hadn't trained for a fight in years. His pale, wrinkly skin moved against every word he spoke, and a long scar stretched down the left side of his face. Something deep and dark in my body told me to run, to scream, to attack. But I stood there, staring at King Xavier. Yes, I replied when I realized he was waiting for me to respond. Smiling took all the restraint I had left. Well, I'll be happy to see it in the real ring. His eyes were black. Evident amusement swam beneath them. We could use some great entertainment around here. Perhaps tomorrow, then. It clearly looks like you've had enough training. He walked toward me, reaching out and pulling a strand of my blonde hair through his fingers. We don't want to keep him waiting. I froze under the king's touch, tightening the grip I had on the knife in my hand. With one swift motion, the king could be dead. But then so would I, and Harvey would definitely hate me for it, for leaving her here alone. And Jax would hate me for letting myself get killed. It wasn't an option. Not right now. Prince Aidan cleared his throat behind us, snapping the king out of his vile trance. I looked toward him. His eyes pierced through the darkness of his hood as if he could see through my soul. Unlike his father, Aidan stood tall and strong. The broadness of his shoulders alone demanded respect. Where the king was evil and repulsive, the prince was something else. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Perhaps he was even worse than his father. As the two of them walked away, the prince threw another look back at me. It lasted only a second, but it was enough to send a strong message. That was not the last time I would be encountering the king and his prince. Something was not right here. It was like the air had stilled. Every part of my existence was very aware that something else was transpiring in the Ring of Angels. After our visitors left the courtyard, Harvey was quick to fill me in on our new friends. Opal had been in the cages before Harvey arrived, but she was a known fighter in the Ring of Angels. Everyone respected her, even the other champions. She was always volunteering for practice fights and usually won those. Opal was apparently one of the king's favorites. I could see why. My body tensed at the thought. At least something I had heard about the Ring of Angels held true. Still, something deep in my chest began to remind me that I really had just made the wrong type of enemy. Opal was a strong girl with a lot of skill, that was certain. But so was I. I thought about the king's words. So, does this mean I'll be fighting tomorrow? I asked Harvey, trying to keep my voice from shaking. I would not show fear here. By the looks of it, yes. But I'm sure it will be an easy match. The first ones usually are. Her reassuring smile didn't quite reach her eyes. It was all I needed to see. Harvey was nervous, too. Within my first week in the cages, I had gotten into a fight during training, made one friend, made a few enemies, and faced the one person I hated most in this world, King Xavier. I would call it a successful week. Just like every other night, my sleep came in short bursts. My first match was tomorrow, and if I wasn't focused, it could easily be my last. Part of me hoped that Harvey was right about the fight being an easy one. The other part of me fired up at the mere thought of combat. Heat flared up my neck. That dark part of me was going to be my survival guide here in the Ring of Angels. No matter how much I tried to hide it since the attack, it was time to embrace it. I was Ruby Castile, and this would not be the first time I had killed. My brain thought back to Jax and to everything he had taught me about fighting. I could do this. I had to do this. My survival depended on it. And something in the king's eyes earlier that day told me my match would not be an easy one. Ruby Castile, get up. The harsh voice and the sound of rattling chains woke me up from my already light sleep. The morning bell hadn't even rung, but it was time. My first fight in the legendary Ring of Angels was about to begin. The guards opened my cage and clasped heavy, metal cuffs to my wrists. They escorted me through the long, dark corridor. The same passage I visited days before. Some of the girls were already awake. Their eyes followed me as I walked towards possible death. Anticipation flooded my body as I moved. I lifted my head and kept my forward expression heavy. I would not show these strangers fear. I would not be defeated. Not here. When we got to the opposite end of the corridor, 2 more guards were waiting outside of giant cement doors. The doors arched at the top and were reinforced with steel beams. My stomach flipped at the sight. The doors creaked open, slow and heavy. "Do you have a weapon preference?" one of the guards asked. He didn't sound mean or angry, but there were no signs of pity in his voice, either. A question he had asked hundreds of times, most likely. I thought about his question. A bow and arrow were what I was most familiar with from hunting at sundown, but that wouldn't help me in such close quarters. In fact, I hadn't really trained with weapons at all. The knife I wore around at home was really just for protection if I ever needed it. I took a deep breath. A knife is fine. Some sort of dagger. My voice came out strong. Confident. I looked him in the eyes, trying to embrace the steady flow of adrenaline that my body had begun to welcome. A knife it is, milady. He reached into a large box on the right wall before handing it to me. Good luck out there, he said. I nodded in return and tried not to think about how much I wanted to throw up right now. I didn't need luck. I needed refined skills. The knife was heavy and awkward in my hand. My muscles rippled under the weight. The blade was about as long as my forearm, and it clearly hadn't been sharpened lately. Great. I stared at the fighting ring ahead of me. I couldn't see anything from inside the corridor, except for a blinding light from above. Or was that the sun? Focus. Breathe. My boots clicked on the stone floor as the guards ushered me forward. The roar of the crowd filled my ears, fueling the adrenaline rushing into every inch of my body. Each step was a step closer to getting this over with. My muscles were ready. I was prepared. The fighting ring was empty in front of me. I let myself take in my surroundings. It was a large circle surrounded by massive stone walls. A fence separated me from the spectators. As if that would stop me. I squinted my eyes and looked into the crowd, seeing nothing but excited, wicked faces. It was disgusting, precisely how I had imagined it. These people found joy in watching the deaths of innocent people. They gawked at me like I was a new toy to be played with. How many fighters had been kidnapped? Did anyone care that they had been dragged here against their will? As I scanned the crowd, my eyes connected with the prince. Amid all the adrenaline pumping through my veins, my heart jumped. His eyes were the same as yesterday, blazing deeply into me. Where the rest of the crowd showed ruthless anticipation, the prince's face was blank. Was watching me die going to be that boring for him? I pulled my eyes away. Distraction was not an option right now. I looked toward the opposite side of the ring, where the second pair of doors started to reveal my opponent. Sweat began to drip down my temple. I flipped the knife in my hand, shifting my weight from side to side. My opponent stepped into view. She stood tall and ambled, eating up the crowd's attention. They were all staring at her now. She was about my height but had broad shoulders that flexed under the weight of the sword she carried. This was no normal fighter. My eyes hovered over the black raven tattooed on her chest, peeking out from her fighting uniform directly over her heart. This girl was one of the king's champions. I tried to suppress the icy chill that ran down my neck. The king really did want me to die, then. But she was just a girl, and I only had one job for the next few minutes: stay alive. The crowd continued to roar as the giant doors boomed shut behind my opponent. There was no way out, no return. The only way back to the cages would be to kill. A voice boomed over the ring, echoing off the stone walls. Fighters, are you ready? The king announced, dragging on the last word for dramatics. The crowd went wild. I nodded my head, and my opponent did the same. I didn't even look at the king as he declared his next words. They were words I hoped I would never have to hear out of his nasty mouth. May your souls rest with the crown. The match had begun. Watch her hips. Make the first move. Keep yourself protected. Jax's voice boomed in my head, fueling my thoughts. The girl in front of me showed nothing but aggression on her face. She watched my body, mimicking my steps. We slowly got closer to each other in the ring, circling like vultures in the sky, daring to make the first move. I could tell she expected me to back down, to retreat into the wall. But I was no coward. I wasn't about to give her that satisfaction. I stepped forward once, then again. My legs moved without my permission, anticipating every step. She held her sword over her right shoulder, ready to slice down at any second. I watched her grip, slightly relaxed. Her entire arm would flex before she would swing. My legs danced with energy, focused on the one goal I had. I didn't wait another second before jumping toward my opponent, slicing my small dagger toward her right arm. She tried to jump back but was too slow. A stream of blood quickly trickled down her arm. Her sword was too heavy. She would have to be much quicker than that. She looked at the blood then back at me, clearly pissed off. Her right arm flexed a millisecond before she sent her sword toward my chest. But I was ready. I ducked under her strike and brought my free arm down against hers, trying to free the sword from her grip. Right when I thought I would have an advantage in this fight, she flung her fist into my temple, throwing me off balance. My vision blurred. Pain. I staggered sideways, trying to grasp my surroundings. But my opponent didn't wait. With one fluid motion, she swung one leg against my ankles, throwing me off my feet. More pain shot through my back as I slammed against the concrete floor. Before I could scramble for my weapon, she was on top of me. I was pinned on the ground underneath the girl's weight. A scream of fury escaped my mouth as she scrambled for my dagger, just inches from my hands. I thrashed underneath her. Her face was not one of a scared little girl. It was not a face of mercy or hesitation. My opponent's eyes were black as night. She was not going to back down. I was not going to die this way. I had too much left to accomplish. She was yelling now, too. A warrior's yell of frustration as she reached for the knife. Within a second, she shifted her weight and picked up the weapon, pressing it to my chest. "Are you ready to die?" she murmured between gritted teeth. I was all too aware of the metal just seconds away from piercing my skin. No, I wasn't ready. There was no way I would die here in front of thousands of people. Jax would find out. What would he think of this? Horror filled my body as the crowd began to cheer for my opponent, chanting for my death. My ears quickly replaced the sound of the yells with the sound of my own blood racing through my body. This was my last resort. A wave of adrenaline swarmed me as I tried to knock her off of me, trying anything to free myself. But it wasn't enough. My strength wasn't enough. I couldn't move. A feeling of unfamiliar fire began to creep through my body. Was this death? Was I being welcomed into the spirit world already? I began to panic. It was too soon. My vision tunneled black as I gave the fight one more effort. One more great attempt at life. I took everything inside of me, every last piece of hope, and threw it at the girl. I don't know what I expected, but my heart sped up as the scene was portrayed in front of me. I screamed as a white flame escaped my hands where I was trying to pry off my attacker. She saw it, too, displaying nothing but horror on her face. Her yell of frustration changed to one of panic and pain. Without so much as a twitch, I slammed her shocked body off of me, feeling nothing but power. I was power. I was light. I grabbed the dagger that lay on the cement ground. I was no longer afraid. I was no longer myself. There was no time to think, no time to plan an escape. There was only one way. I was walking out of here. I didn't hesitate before I stalked toward my coward opponent, who crawled backward away from me on the ground and shoved the weapon into her chest. She was dead. I sat over her body for a second, looking at the small burns on the girl's wrists. I wish I could say that I felt remorse or grief. But I didn't. I felt powerful. I felt good. The wave of heat that I had welcomed into my body moments ago was gone, replaced by an empty, dreadful chill. I stared at my palms. What was that? What just happened? When I looked into the crowd, I saw horrified faces. The air was heavy with suspense. Did they see it, too? Did they see what I just did? For what felt like hours, I looked from face to face, searching for an answer. Seconds later, though, one cheer took over the silence that lingered in the air. One cheer, followed by a roar of entertainment. "The winner," they chanted. "The new girl won." My chest dropped in relief. They didn't see what just happened. They overlooked the help I just received, only seeing the death of the fighter that I assumed most of them bet on. I was alive. The giant stone doors slowly opened. King Xavier stepped forward as the crowd went silent again. He smiled as he walked toward me. It was a smile of amusement. "Well, well, well," he said, speaking to the crowd. "It looks like we have a new fighter, indeed. The winner, Ruby Castile." He grabbed my wrist and lifted it to the air. A dark chill filled my body where he touched me. While the crowd erupted in cheers, the king glanced at me again. The wrinkly smile on his mouth did not reach his eyes. Clearly, I was not meant to win that fight. I was no idiot. "This will be fun," he murmured loud enough for only me to hear. The smell of wine from his breath almost made me gag. Or maybe it was my body reacting to whatever the hell just happened. I kept my face straight but said nothing. The last thing I needed to do was attract more attention from the king. He motioned for the guards, and I was escorted out of the ring, away from the nightmare that just unfolded in front of me. As I was walking out, though, I glanced back at the prince, who was standing in front of his seat. His eyes gleamed at me again, but there was something all too familiar about the way he looked at me. He did not look bored anymore. Maybe I imagined the look of fear that flickered across his strong features. The heavy doors slammed shut behind me, shaking my bones as I was escorted down the corridor once again. My body convulsed with exhaustion as my mind floundered to make sense of the fight. The fire, Offine, the goddess of fire that I tried so hard to forget, was back. Chapter 5. Need to know everything. Start from the beginning. Harvey jumped to my cot, leaning forward with wide eyes. She was amazed over the whole thing, asking me a million questions about how I won and how it felt to kill one of the king's champions. I gave her as many details as I could, conveniently leaving out the part where an allegedly forbidden magic saved my life. I tried to forget about the fight. I tried to forget about my knife piercing the girl's chest, the life draining from her eyes. I tried to forget how the king had stared at me, how he radiated satisfaction from the girl's death. I wasn't sure what I felt. I tried to dig into my soul for some guilt or regret, but I came up with nothing. I felt numb. That was the only way I could explain it. Hours must have passed as I talked to her. She seemed more alive than she had appeared for the past few days. So, the crowd loves you now. How many people were there? Were they all rich? She babbled. I'm not sure. I didn't really look at the crowd much. But they were loud. There must have been thousands of them. Oh right, duh. I bet the whole city came to watch the champion fight. What about King Xavier? Did you see him? A chill ran down my spine. Yeah, he was there. That guy creeps me out. I know, right? It's like he could kill you with a single look or something. With the experience I had, I would believe it. Killing him was going to take time. And a plan. Both of those things required me to stay alive for the foreseeable future. But you killed a champion. They're totally going to invite you to the League of Champions now. You just wait, she said, flipping her red hair over her shoulder. It's going to be so awesome. I just got lucky, trust me, I replied. They're definitely not going to make me a champion. And it's definitely not awesome. I tried to believe my own words, but Harvey made a good point. I killed a champion on my first appearance in the Ring of Angels. That couldn't be good. Eventually, Harvey left to grab breakfast from the courtyard, leaving me alone in the cell. I was too exhausted to train today. And there was no way I would face the other champions when I had just killed one of their friends. My memory kept rushing back to the accident from 5 years ago. The experiences were way too similar to be just a coincidence. The despair and venom I had felt when I called out for Offine back then was a throbbing reminder in my chest. When I was about to lose everything, the gods gifted me with the strength I needed. And they had just done it again. But how? And why me? Why now? The girl's skin had clear burn marks. I wondered if anyone else would piece it together. I laid back on my cot, staring at the dark ceiling above me. What had my life come to? I counted my breaths as my chest raised and fell slowly. I was alive. And that was something. I still had a job to do. I had a mission to complete. We need to talk, the strong voice echoed across the cement. The shock of it made me jump. I sat up, staring at the eyes of my visitor. Prince Aidan, I silently cursed myself for letting my voice shake. He stepped forward, pulling the hood back to reveal his icy white skin and black hair. His cheekbones were sharp, casting shadows across his face. A tiny sliver of his features resembled his father's. I shivered. I saw what you did in the ring, he barked at me. His strong voice was hardly a whisper, but it still boomed with power. I tore my eyes away from his as he barged into my cage and came inches from my face. His intoxicating smell of roses filled my nose. My heart rate spiked. He knew. But that was impossible. Nobody else saw. Even if they did see it, they wouldn't have believed it was magic. Deciding to play dumb, I shook my head. Yeah, I've practiced that move a few times. He huffed. I've been here a lot longer than you have. I think I would know if it was even possible for you to win that fight. Everyone had bets on that champion. You were supposed to die. I guess I got lucky. I brought my eyes up to meet his. If he was going to accuse me of something, he could damn well say it. What I wasn't expecting, though, was a smile. It was laced with something dark, but his voice softened. Are you aware, Ruby Castile, that nobody has practiced magic for over 300 years? His breath tickled my cheek as he scanned my face. A predator searching for a weakness. Yes, I breathed. I didn't dare move an inch. It no longer exists, if I recall. His eyes darkened. No, it doesn't. And you would be smart to remember that. A chill spiked at the back of my neck. The prince stared at me a second longer, and I returned his gaze with spite. With one swift motion, he turned on his heel and stalked out of my cage, leaving me alone once again. My body slumped in relief. That was a close call. Did the king know about what happened in the ring? Was the prince going to tell him? Either way, one thing was certain. Prince Aidan of Nevervain was warning me. He next few days continued with no magic flames or killing of any kind. Not from me, anyway. A couple of fights took place in the courtyard, but I did my best not to watch. I tried not to think about it. With every passing day, my body ached with the anxiety of my next fight. It was coming, and I had to be prepared this time. They would expect me to win again, no doubt. I tried not to think about Prince Aidan's visit to my cage the other night. How was he the only one who saw what I had done? And why would he come to me and warn me? Every time I pictured his dark eyes looking at me, I shivered. Hopefully, he had kept his accusation to himself. Considering I was still alive, I assumed he had. If I was going to survive here, I needed a new plan. I wasn't sure if the goddess of fire was trying to help me by allowing me to wield magic or if this was all a giant mistake, but if it happened again in the Ring of Angels, everyone might see it. The king might see it. Then, I would undoubtedly be killed. Magic of any kind was forbidden, even if I was using it to save my life. Luck was on my side last time. Harvey and I walked toward our familiar spot in the courtyard. After days of teaching her the basics of defending herself and surprise attacks, she was finally getting the hang of it. She might actually have a chance in the fighting ring after all. I didn't want to think about her fighting. She was so kind and gentle. If anyone didn't deserve to be here, it was Harvey. We started every day with a small spar. After an hour or two and a sad excuse for what they call breakfast, we usually moved on to lifting weights or running around the courtyard. She got stronger every day, mentally and physically. She kept her complaining to a minimum and gained confidence every time we practiced fighting. I noticed myself softening toward Harvey. She was sweet and genuine. It reminded me of home. Part of me liked having a friend there. Days went by. I started to forget how long I had been there and how long it had been since my last nightmare of a fight. I stayed busy talking to Harvey. She told me about her family. She had a mum and dad out there somewhere, probably going crazy over her disappearance. She had an older brother who protected her. She also had a cat named Cat. I laughed when she told me that part, although she claimed she didn't know any better at the time she named it. At least it wasn't named Dog. As she talked, my mind wandered. How could she possibly survive in a place like this? She was too pure, too kind. I was quite sure that given a chance, she wouldn't kill a fly. This place was going to swallow her whole. Had the girl ever even gone hunting? I didn't dare ask. From what she told me, her family didn't do much hunting, just gathering and trading. She never mentioned the possibility of fighting, and neither did I. It was best to not talk about it. I thought of Jax. Did he miss me? Did he think I was dead? Maybe word had gotten out about the feisty fighter from Sundown. My heart ached for him and for the grief he must be feeling. I wondered what he would think about me now, the girl from home who hated fighting, now a killer of one of the king's champions. Maybe he would be proud. I learned everything from him, anyway. We had just begun our usual routine of warming up when the prince's voice filled the courtyard. The same prince I had just spent days avoiding. Okay, fighters, he announced. Everyone's eyes snapped to him as he continued to lean against the wall of the yard with his arms crossed over his chest. Today, you will all be participating in a quick round of practice fights to further assess your skill set to match you with the right opponent. Time to get this over with. Harvey's eyes widened immediately. Was he serious? This was the first time I had seen the prince in days, and now he was overseeing practice fights. My breath shook as I exhaled. I could only pray that Harvey would have an equally inexperienced opponent. Ruby, I can't fight. Harvey whispered next to me. I grabbed both of her shoulders and forced her to face me. You can, and you will. You're ready. You can do this. It's just practice, anyway. Worst case scenario, you have a few cool bruises to wear tomorrow. It was true. If Harvey was going to fight an actual opponent, we were lucky it was just practice. Let's go. I hooked my arm in hers and followed the rest of the fighters to the center of the courtyard. A loud groan filled the air as we talked. We weren't the only ones dreading this. Harvey kept her head low, staring at the ground. Fighters, like Opal and her friends, were prepared. They had their weapons already chosen, and they held their heads high with arrogance. I noticed the way they lingered in the front of the crowd. I didn't mind hanging in the back with Harvey. The further we stood from the ring, the better. The prince was right. It was time to get this over with. He was standing in the middle of the ring now, holding a list of what I assumed to be all of the fighters' names. I looked at the faces around me. With so many fighters here, I wondered who I would be paired with. Harvey shifted on her feet to my left. The crowd stilled around me, waiting for his next words. It was ridiculous, the way they pulled us around like play pieces in a giant game. First up, he said as my heart jumped. Bane Radomir. A low murmur of chants rumbled from where most of the boys had gathered across from me. Bane is a name I had heard of. Other fighters whispered his name around the courtyard, talking about the giant fighter that never lost. The man who jumped up on the ring was feral and rough. Scars covered half of his face, and his arms were about as big as my head. You won't get paired against him, Ruby, I thought to myself. Was the prince pairing boys with girls today? It was just training, after all. But he wouldn't. Not with someone that big. I took a deep breath, willing my heart rate to slow. Prince Aidan waited for the crowd to settle before reading his opponent's name on the fighters list. It wasn't my name or Harvey's. Called to fight against this beast of a human was a name I never wanted to hear in the Ring of Angels. Riley Sylvan. Chapter 6. Hardly heard what Harvey was saying to me over the sudden ringing in my ears. Riley, how was this possible? I searched the crowd for the scrawny figure approaching the ring. This had to be a mistake. Then I saw him. It was Riley, standing there in the flesh. My heart dropped to my stomach. He held his head high as he walked forward, shaking his shoulders in an attempt to warm up. Gods above, he looked so brave. His left eye was already swollen with bruises. Dried blood clung to his lip. This couldn't be happening. He looked exhausted, like he had been here for weeks. Was I really so self-involved that I hadn't paid attention to who else was showing up in the cages? He had almost reached the ring, navigating through the crowd of fighters. He was about to step onto the platform with his long legs when I let the words escape my mouth. Riley, my voice came out in a cracked wail. I had to get his attention. I had to let him know I was here. Without thinking, I found myself letting go of Harvey and wandering closer to him, needing to reach him. When he heard my voice, his head snapped in my direction. He froze in his tracks at the edge of the ring. The crowd grew silent. Either that or I didn't care enough to hear them. I became a ghost in my own body. Other fighters made way for me as I closed the distance between us and threw my arms around his neck. He straightened at first. If he was as shocked as I was, I understood why. This was impossible. After a second, his small, bony arms returned my eye gesture. Ruby, he whispered in my ear. I didn't let go of him. Not yet. His voice cracked, and I was suddenly aware of how much I missed home. How did we both end up here? How are you here? I asked in a hushed voice, pulling away from the embrace. Riley opened his mouth to reply when we were interrupted by the prince's voice. That's enough, fighter. Time to go. I glanced between the two boys. Riley was tall, but he seemed to be at least 40 pounds lighter than his opponent. His terrifying, stocky opponent. He must have seen the look on my face because he set a hand on my shoulder and gave me a reassuring squeeze. Don't worry, this won't be my first fight, he said with a wink. Any fear he expressed moments ago was replaced with blind confidence as he lifted himself into the ring. We'll talk later. Harvey grabbed my hand from behind, pulling me back into the crowd. I was grateful for her presence as I noticed everybody staring at me. I blinked away the burning sensation of tears in my eyes. I couldn't cry here. Not in front of everyone. My eyes followed Riley's every move. Jax's brother, right? Harvey whispered in my ear. I nodded. My voice couldn't be trusted right now. She squeezed my hand. It'll be okay. This isn't the real Ring of Angels. Somehow, that didn't make me feel any better. This match might be for practice, but there would eventually be a real fight, a fight to the death. I couldn't imagine Riley killing anybody, no matter how badly he thought he wanted to fight in the Ring of Angels. And since when was Harvey the brave one? Prince Aidan exited the ring as the fighters prepared for their match, choosing a weapon in their respective corners. I noticed his presence a few feet away from me. He had a laser focus on the boys, watching their movements as closely as I was. My mind swarmed with the memory of Riley's last fight in Sundown. He wasn't a great fighter. Hell, he could barely land a hit. I remembered the way Jax watched in worry, reacting to every punch. What would he think of Riley now? He had trained Riley for years. And I had been gone for quite some time now. Maybe he had a chance, after all. Riley stood tall. If he was nervous at all for this fight, he didn't show it. I braced myself as the prince gave the signal, to begin with, one drop of his hand. Everything in my body told me this was wrong. Riley was in danger. My fingertips tingled with anticipation. Within 2 seconds, Bane made the first move. He quickly lifted his arm and sliced his sword through the air. Riley ducked underneath his arm, running to the other side of the fighting ring. My chest was going to explode. Harvey squeezed my hand again. Riley's weapon looked heavy and awkward in his hands. Like me, he had no experience with a sword. I cursed under my breath. Why hadn't we used swords in Sundown? He held it toward his opponent anyway. His arm shook under the weight, or perhaps it was with hidden fear. Either way, it didn't look good. Riley ran toward Bane with a loud roar. He was fast. His sword was ready. But Bane used his own weapon to stop Riley's attack, clashing metal against metal with a sound that rang through the air. Riley was too weak. He was no match for his opponent in a standoff like this. I could hardly breathe as Bane slammed his sword down with pure strength. Riley's weapon scattered across the floor. A few fighters in the crowd roared, obviously fans of the beast. He stalked toward Riley, who held his hands out in front of him. I looked toward the prince, waiting for him to end the fight. Riley clearly had no chance without a weapon. Finish it, a voice boomed through the courtyard. But it wasn't the prince who said it. It was King Xavier, standing on the opposite side of the ring. The prince shifted, looking toward the ground. Anyone who wasn't already watching would have missed the way he clenched his jaw and tightened his fist. The strong demeanor he had just moments ago was gone. I guess he hadn't noticed the king's sneaky arrival either. Riley tried to back up but tripped over his own feet. He fell to his back, cowering like a frightened dog. Bane approached Riley with his sword. Was nobody going to stop this fight? Did the king actually want Bane to kill Riley? But it was just practice. I looked at the prince again, silently praying that he would stop this, but he just watched with a calm face. Bane's face showed no mercy. He was not giving up. He glanced at the king, who just gave him a nod of approval. Bane raised his sword up, ready to end the fight. I couldn't let this go on. Jax's voice rang through my head again. I would never hurt you. Never betray you. If anyone was going to protect Riley, Jax's only family, it was me. I had no choice. Riley was going to die. I was moving before my brain could register what was happening. Stop! I screamed out, my voice cutting through the anticipation hanging in the air. Stop the fight! I was already shoving through the crowd and running toward Riley when a hand grabbed my arm, jerking me backward. It was the prince. His grip on my arm was so tight, I almost yelled out in pain. Do you know what you're doing? He growled. His eyes were dark, brows drawn together. Everyone was staring at me now, at us. I'll take his place, I said loud enough for the crowd to hear. The prince looked between me and Bane, who was looking toward us in confusion. You'll be killed, he said. His voice was so quiet, I hardly heard him. I shook my arm out of his grasp and stepped up into the ring. He didn't understand. There was no way he could. Why should he care, anyway? I was just another girl getting killed in the Ring of Angels. In that moment, I didn't care about any of that. I didn't care about the giant man waiting for me in the ring or the king standing on the other side. I cared about Riley. Ruby, no, Riley said, stumbling toward me. This is my fight. No, it's not. You can't stop me from doing this. I pushed him aside, bringing my attention to the king. A volunteer. You continue to surprise me, Ruby Castile. The king's laugh sent a chill down my spine. Well, let's not keep the fighters waiting. I grabbed Riley's sword from the ground and prepared myself in the corner of the ring. I looked at Bane's face. The pure aggression he expressed during the fight with Riley was gone, along with any crowd cheers. The king wanted someone dead. It was as simple as that. This was going to be a slaughter, and everyone knew it. I stood my ground, focused on nothing but my opponent. I might not be able to win against this brute, but I could put up a damn good fight. Taking a step closer to Bane, something deep in my chest burned. I looked into his eyes and saw something dark that I hadn't seen seconds before. Something evil, something that wasn't human. There were no whites in his eyes, just black pits. I blinked. Perhaps I had imagined it. When I opened my eyes again, though, the dark pits were still there. And they were focused on me. He attacked first, shooting his sword in my direction. I deflected it with my own sword, and the impact shot pain through both of my arms. Focus. I reeled back, sending another jab toward his torso. He was too slow. The tip of my sword sliced his rib, dripping blood down his side. But Bane didn't react. He didn't even flinch before storming his large, towering body toward me. I backed up to the edge of the ring, feeling the rough rope against my back. I was trapped. Bane disarmed me with a firm flick of his own weapon. I heard the metal clatter on the cement floor below. I was going to die. Here, in this ring, with Riley and Harvey watching me. At least it wasn't Riley. The familiar surge of adrenaline struck my body, but it would not be enough. Bane stalked toward me, his face blank. Where was the hesitation that he was showing before the fight? The pity? Anything. But I was not going to cower. I was not going to beg. My stomach flipped as Bane threw his own sword to the ground, tightening his fists. He was not done with this fight. In seconds, his hands were around my neck, throwing me to the ground. He jumped on top of me and squeezed harder, tighter. The weight of his body crushed my chest. His eyes were nothing but black pits. His face was blank. I clawed at his arms. I needed oxygen. A scream from Harvey filled the air. Or maybe I had imagined it. I turned my head as much as I could, searching for my friend. But I met the king's eyes instead, just feet away from the ring. His eyes were filled with the same blackness, the same evil. I blinked once, but my vision didn't change. This was real. Fear flooded my senses as my sight began to blur. I had just begun to accept death for the second time in my life when the familiar warmth filled my limbs, fueling me with power. Magic has been extinct for over 300 years. The prince's voice slurred through my thoughts. I didn't care about that, though. Right now, I needed to survive. My sight of Bane began to darken as the lack of oxygen started to affect me. But I could almost harness it, almost control the flame that was right beneath my skin. I grabbed his arms and willed the heat to my body. I was going to do the same thing I had done to my opponent in the Ring of Angels. The prince's voice sliced through the air. Enough, he yelled. Any heat that I had just been feeling disappeared at the interruption. I could have sworn I felt the floor shake. Bane's grasp on my neck loosened, and his face was suddenly filled with a different expression. Horror. Confusion. The whites of his eyes returned. He stumbled off of my body as I grabbed at my neck, struggling to breathe. Each breath of air burned my throat. I rolled to my side and glanced back at the king. His usual expression of amusement had returned to his face. Was I crazy? Maybe I had just imagined the darkness that I saw. We'll continue with the practice fights tomorrow, the prince said. The disinterested voice he was using earlier was gone. He had just saved my life. Or Bane's. We certainly will, King Xavier repeated. His gaze didn't leave his son. The tension in the air was thick, but I hardly noticed. I was focusing on every single breath I took. My body heaved as I coughed in oxygen. Fighters murmured under their breaths, beginning to walk back to the cages. I felt Riley's hands on my back before I saw him. Ruby, he said, can you hear me? I couldn't respond. I couldn't move. I could hardly even think. My body was frozen with the realization of what I just saw, the evilness that engulfed the king and my opponent. The last thing that I remembered before being carried off the fighting ring was Prince Aiden's face. His face was full of something familiar. Worry. Regret. Did he know what I was about to do to Bane? I blinked the thought away before letting my heavy eyelids close. My head against Riley's chest was the last thing I felt before feeling the chill of my own bed. M.I. Chapter 7. Why body felt weightless, peaceful. I blinked my eyes open to bright, golden light. Am I dead? I asked out loud. My voice seemed to echo off of nothing, traveling on for ages. No, Ruby. You are very much alive, a voice responded. It sounded familiar, comforting me with every soothing word. I closed my eyes as the golden light approached me, feeling the warmth on my skin. You have to learn more, Ruby. You're almost there, the voice said. Oh fine, I asked out. Is it you again? Yes, but I can't stay. Why not? Why are you helping me? You will learn, child. In time, she said as the light slowly disappeared. A sob escaped me as the golden voice left entirely, replacing itself with a dark, endless abyss. I called out to her again, begging her to stay, but she was already gone. Woke up to Harvey's small hands shaking my shoulders. Ruby, she said, wake up, we have to train. As I blinked my eyes open, a sharp pain shot through my neck. I took a deep, rough breath as I remembered yesterday's events. Bane almost killed me. At least, I thought it was Bane. I shivered as I remembered the way he looked at me, emotionless with those black eyes. Don't try to talk, she said, handing me a cup of water. The liquid passed my cracked lips to my neck, and I almost gagged as I swallowed it. My eyes welled with tears. I blinked them back quickly, but not before Harvey noticed. It's okay, she said again, rubbing a hand down my face. Riley and I will help you. Nobody will bother you today. Riley. I had completely forgotten he was here. I sat up and reached for my black boots, pushing Harvey's hand away. I had to get to him. We needed to talk. Hey, Harvey warned, catching my wrists in her hands. She seemed stronger now, more confident. You need to be careful, Ruby. Riley was here earlier this morning. He's fine. I'll take you to meet him. Just move slowly. You really scared us, you know. I let a deep breath escape my body, stinging my throat. Riley was okay. I gave Harvey's hand a slight squeeze. She returned the gesture with a smile. We were all okay. For the most part, at least. You ready? She asked. No, I wasn't. But I nodded my head anyway. Harvey didn't let go of my hand until we were standing in the courtyard. I pretended not to notice everyone pausing their daily routines to stare at us while we walked to our usual breakfast table. I lifted my chin. I was not about to let these people think of me as weak. As defeated. I had bigger problems, anyway. My mind had been mulling over possible reasons Riley would be here. Was he kidnapped like me? Or was he actually dumb enough to volunteer? I recognized his scrawny figure from the other side of the yard. He slouched at the furthest breakfast table with his head bowed. I quickened my pace with Harvey beside me, my eyes darting around the field, searching for danger. For the king. But nobody interrupted us as we closed the distance to the other side of the courtyard. My heart raced. I sat at the table across from Riley, Harvey sliding in next to me. His eyes darted from her to me, then landed on my neck. I could only assume it was covered in purple bruises by now. I'm fine, I attempted to say, but my voice came out as a quiet croak. No, Ruby, you're not fine, he whispered loudly. Why would you do that? You could have been killed. I sent Riley a death glare. I could have been killed. And what about you, Riley? What the hell? That guy was going to kill you. It was as much as I could get out before my voice dropped to a coughing fit. Jax would never recover if I let something happen to Riley. Why didn't he understand that? My heart dropped. Jax. I opened my mouth to speak, but Riley stopped me before I could say anything. I already know what you're gonna ask, so let me just fill you in. Something bad has happened, Ruby. He didn't meet my eyes. Instead, he darted them over the courtyard behind me. Clearly paranoid, Jax came back to the camp, freaking out because he said you had been taken. He told the villagers he was putting together a group of people to rescue you. When we heard you had won your first match in the Ring of Angels, we were all confused. Why would you volunteer to fight? You hate fighting. But we were going to rescue you, anyway, he said, cutting me off. So, we gathered a small group. It was just me, Jax, of course, and a few of the other guys that Jax used to fight with. We planned to leave the next night. That's when they came. Who? The King's Guards. Like 50 of them stormed sundown and completely raided the place. They said any able-bodied man or woman was to be brought to the Ring of Angels to prove themselves to the king. My heart sank. I thought back to the last day I was in Sundown. Everyone was so peaceful, so content. To think of everything being torn apart sent a shiver down my spine. Wait, Jax is here, too. I attempted to ask, turning my attention to the crowd of boy fighters. No, he was hunting when the raid came. I have no idea where he is. They didn't get everyone, either. Just as many as they could fit on the horses. But I knew you would be here. Something's going on, Ruby. The king is forcing people to fight. Obviously, I barked. Riley's stern expression softened as he brought his eyes back down to my neck. Gods above, that looks like it hurts. My throat was throbbing, accompanied by the rest of the pain I was starting to feel in my body. I think what you did was really brave, Harvey said from beside me. I slid my arm under the table, grasping her hand in mine. I knew I would do the same for her, given a chance. Jax would have killed me if I let you die for me, you know that. Riley interrupted. A familiar feeling of guilt crept into my chest. Of course I knew that, but I could never face him again knowing I didn't do everything in my power to protect his little brother. It's over, Riley, I said, clearing my throat. Let's just forget about it. Okay, fine. Let's talk about something else, like how in the hell we're supposed to get out of here. You have a plan? Harvey asked Riley, leaning forward on the table. No, but I think it's about time we make one, he replied. So, we did. We talked about sundown and about everyone who would be coming for us, knowing we were taken against our will. We talked about the castle and everything we could remember from our different journeys here. We spoke of the king and the daily routine within the cages. For a moment, I forgot all about my original plan to kill the king. My greatest desire, for once, wasn't the vengeance of my parents. It was to save these two from a cruel, nasty death. Even if it meant my own death in the process. 3 fighters against substantial odds. But it was a chance. Walk with me, Ruby, the prince's voice boomed from behind me. We had been so entranced in our conversation for the past few hours, none of us noticed him approaching. Riley and Harvey froze, staring at the man. Harvey's hand tightened around mine before she quickly released it. I stood up from the table and walked in the prince's direction. His eyes flickered from my face to my neck as I stood up. Something strange registered across his face, something that looked almost sad. Pity, maybe. It wouldn't surprise me. He had seemed entirely disgusted with me when I volunteered to fight Bane. I pushed it from my thoughts as I walked beside him, around the perimeter of the courtyard. Instead of the usual black cloak he wore, Prince Aidan wore black trousers and a fitted, white shirt. He had dark, black hair that contrasted against his pale skin. His eyes were bright green, reflecting the sunlight that was beating down on us. I rubbed my hands together in front of me, wiping the nervous sweat away. When we were far enough away from the breakfast tables and any other wandering ears, he spoke. I can assume you ignored my warning entirely, then. I don't know. Let's not waste time with lies, okay? You know exactly what I'm talking about. His voice was hushed yet sharp. I flinched at his reply. I knew exactly what the young prince was talking about. He had seen me almost use my magic in the fight with Bane yesterday. He must have been watching as the man nearly choked the life out of me. Yet, he had done nothing to stop it. Not until I almost released the power I had been feeling, anyway. He kept walking forward. I was suddenly aware of all the attention on us, on the prince. He didn't seem to notice, though. Fighters all over the courtyard were staring. I did what I had to do to survive, I said through gritted teeth. It was a vague enough answer to keep me safe. Prince Aidan snapped his head toward me. His eyebrows raised in a shocked expression. So, you know how to control it? He asked. No, I don't know. Why would he even ask me that? I could hardly use it when I was about to be killed. That was it. That was the only time I could use the magic. I watched his chest rise as he took a deep breath. I'm going to help you, Ruby. Help me. Why? And with what? I stopped walking, turning toward him. He did the same. I didn't need help, especially not from him. This place was a death trap. I needed help escaping. I needed help killing the king. I'm going to teach you how to fight so you don't get yourself killed with that little trick of yours. You can't do that again. Especially not in front of my father. I think we both know that, he said. So, he'll kill me if he finds out, but you won't. Don't sound so confident, Ruby. I'll die here anyway. What's the point? The prince took a deep breath. Follow me. I followed him to the center of the courtyard, where he picked up a sword. Here, he said, passing it to me. You're clumsy with a weapon. Pick it up. Part of me was annoyed at this entire interaction. He knows I used magic, yet he wants me to hide it from the king. It made no sense. I took the weapon from his hands, my arm jolting with a quick flash of heat when my skin touched his. He took a deep breath and stepped back. Could he feel it, too? I shook my head. There was no way. Maybe I really was losing my mind. I focused my attention on the weight of the metal, the length of the blade. He cleared his throat. Let me see your fighting stance. I spread my feet and bent my knees slightly, lifting the heavy sword over my shoulder. My body ached sharply from yesterday's fight, and I grimaced against the pain. Ruby, Prince Aidan said quietly, obviously noticing my pain. His eyes fell once again to my neck, lingering there. I looked at him then, seeing a flash of sorrow pass through his face before he quickly blinked it away. Maybe you need more rest. No, I said, but my voice was hardly audible. I dropped my eyes to the ground in defeat. It was no use. If the prince was going to think less of me for it, so be it. I was exhausted. Any training today would be a waste. He had opened his mouth to speak again when King Xavier walked in. The heavy courtyard doors slamming behind him. I could almost feel his presence before I saw him. Fighters, he announced. Heads snapped toward him. The sound of weapons hitting the ground echoed against the stone walls. Gather around. I have an exciting announcement to make. King Xavier paraded straight toward Prince Aidan and me, flanked by 2 guards. His gaze was locked on us. On me. Prince Aidan stiffened next to me as the king approached. My heart started pounding harshly in my chest. I couldn't help but remember the way his eyes had looked like black voids, the same as Bane's. When he was just a few feet away, he held his hand out to me, his wrinkly, pale hand. My chest dropped to my stomach. This couldn't be good. After talking with the villagers, we have decided to add a new fearless fighter to the League of Champions. No, no, no. This could not be happening. Everyone, his voice boomed through the courtyard, but I could hardly hear it over the heartbeat I felt in my ears. Join me in congratulating the lovely Ruby Castile. My body froze. Everything seemed to be playing out in slow motion. I felt trapped. I wanted to run away. I wanted to go home. I wanted to take Riley and Harvey with me back to my boring but safe life in Sundown. The fighters around me froze too. I was a champion. After one match, I was a champion. How was this even possible? Of all the fighters here, they chose me. I felt claustrophobic from everyone staring at me, waiting for my reaction. Was I supposed to be happy? Within seconds, the air filled with a wave of applause. Fake applause, obviously. They were congratulating me on my inevitable death. How courteous of them. The prince leaned forward, whispering something to his father as he let go of my hand. I scanned the crowd, searching for Harvey and Riley. They were my only reminder of home, of who I was just weeks ago. They had to understand that I didn't want this. Every face my eyes fell upon looked the same. A mixture of relief and pity. I paused on Opal's face. She didn't clap. She didn't smile. She didn't try to hide anything. Instead, she gave me a spiteful glare that promised me only one thing, trouble. There went my plan to keep my head down. Chapter 8. Congratulations, fighter. This might be the earliest any fighter has been accepted into the league. You know what this means, right? Prince Aidan's smooth voice pulled me out of my thoughts as I watched the king leave the courtyard. I shook my head at him, trying to cope with what just happened. He kept his back straight and voice casual. It was exactly how the prince should have reacted to the announcement. It means I have to kill more people. I hated the way my voice shook. The way my hands started to tremble. What would Jax think of this? Would he think I was a fake? A murderer? I couldn't think of that right now, though. I had to think about myself if I was ever going to help Riley and Harvey. I would sell my soul to keep those 2 safe, and I had a feeling that's exactly what I was about to do. Yes, you will. If you want to survive, anyway. The prince's voice was soft now, almost a whisper. Things will continue as usual. You'll wake up and train. But now, you'll be training twice as hard. They'll want to see a show out there. You can't give it to them. Those last words hid a subtle warning. You'll have to get the champion brand. 2. The champion brand. My memory flashed to the dark mark on Opal's skin, right below her neck. The same mark that every champion bore. A shiver passed through my body as I let out a deep breath. Are you serious? I don't want that ugly thing on my body. It's not so bad, he said. I snapped my head up to look at his face. How could he say that? He's never been irreparably damaged by the crown. He's never been forced to forget everything he's been taught so that he could survive. Yes, this was bad. No, I replied. The anger I was feeling bubbled inside of my chest. I guess. See. To you, it wouldn't be that bad. More entertainment for the royal family, right? I'm happy to oblige. I bowed my chest in a dramatic bow before dropping the sword I was still holding and stalking away from the prince. Ruby, get back here. We aren't done with training. I ignored his demands for me to turn around, to come back to training. I kept my head down as I passed through the crowd of fighters and the dozens of eyes staring at me. Envying me, sizing me up. Here I was, miles and miles from home on a seemingly impossible mission, fighting for my life as the one thing I never imagined myself as. A champion. I hardly made it back to my cage before I sank onto my cot and, for what seemed to be the first time in ages, let myself cry. Avi didn't come back to the cages for the rest of the day. Neither did Riley. I didn't blame them. How could I? Being my friend put a target on both of their backs. They had to know I didn't mean to become a champion. That was never my intention. I sat in my cot, letting myself grieve over my past life. What happened to the girl who wanted nothing but revenge on the king? That girl wouldn't blink twice about being named champion. In fact, she would love it. If it put her closer to her goal, she would encourage it. Instead, I sat there thinking about how my life had changed. I didn't want to kill anyone else. In fact, I never wanted to fight again in my life. I had almost drifted off to sleep when strong footsteps boomed down the corridor. I prayed that they would pass my cage, that the footsteps would continue walking. When was I ever that lucky, though? My visitor stopped directly outside of my cage's entrance. On your feet, fighter. It was Prince Aiden. My body tensed, but I stayed put. I didn't even turn my head to acknowledge him. I couldn't look at him. He didn't deserve my attention. He had the power to get me out of here, and instead, here I was. I was becoming a monster, and he was partially to blame. Did he really think he could be my friend? Let me do it for you, the voice carried through the air, echoing off the stone walls. This made me sit up in my cot. Do what? I asked. The prince glanced at the floor and tightened his jaw. Was he nervous? I'll give you the champion's brand. It'll be much less painful than my father doing it, and it has to get done either way. Plus, we can't risk your little magic trick giving everyone a show when you get burned. He had a point. I couldn't control the power, and there was no telling when it would come to me next. Getting held down while someone burned a permanent mark into my skin seemed like something that would make me want to kill. Someone with magic flames. The thought of Prince Aiden branding me himself was ridiculous, though. I still didn't know why he cared so much if I lived or died. You're not serious. Won't you get in trouble? Prince Aiden straightened his back and clenched his jaw. Get up. You don't have a choice, anyway. You're a champion now, and there's no getting out of that. This is the best I can do. Let's go. His voice was much more demanding now. I immediately stood up, following him out of the cages. I think even a storm in the middle of sundown would be more predictable than Aiden's behavior. 1 second he was friendly, and the next, he was a royal pain in my ass. I repeated his words in my mind. He talked as if he pitied my champion status. It didn't make any sense. Why would he want to help me and train me if I was just going to die like everyone else in the Ring of Angels? Perhaps I was his new project. His current distraction from his miserable life. After walking in silence through a long corridor with various guards and heavy doors, Prince Aiden led me to a small dark room. I tried to suppress the way my heart rate spiked as the large doors closed behind me. I squinted against the darkness. The prince walked ahead, fidgeting to light the fireplace on the other side of the room. Seconds later, the room flickered with a soft glow. The smell of strong herbs was sharp in the air. Rosemary. I looked around and noticed the large branding stick near the tall, stone fireplace. My heart sank. 2 velvet seats faced the fire and a small shelf holding bottles and potions occupied the other side of the room. Up until that point, I was half convinced that I would somehow get out of this. That I could have delayed it until finding an escape route. Why are you helping me? I asked the prince. The heat from the fire warmed my pale skin as I stepped further into the room. He stood from the fire and looked at me. Something in his face was softer now. Kinda. Because you need it, he said, turning back to the fire. And because you intrigue me, Ruby. I hardly heard the words. My breath hitched as I waited for the prince to look at me or to repeat himself. But he didn't. You intrigue me. What was that supposed to mean? Did I intrigue him like some sort of circus animal? Or was it the fact that he was somehow sensing my magic? Was he insane? Did he know that I was also probably insane? My thoughts were interrupted by a timid knock on the door. "Come in," he said. The doors swung open, and a small, older woman walked in. "This is Amaris. She'll help us with the procedure." I bowed my head at the woman, and she did the same. She didn't even try to hide the pity on her face. Or maybe that was how she always looked. She wore a long, conservative dress. It reminded me of the one my mother used to wear in sundown. The woman had short, black hair that she had tied back into a knot. "Sit, sit," the woman said, ushering me into the nearby chair. "This is going to hurt. You might want to prepare yourself." Her words were sharp, but I could tell she meant well. She was helping us, anyway. Or perhaps she was just obeying the prince's orders. I walked over and sank myself into the soft velvet. I hadn't felt anything that soft in a long time. I had become accustomed to the scratchy wool of my own bed. The woman busied herself in the corner of the room. She had probably done this a dozen times. She moved in a slow, relaxed way. For a moment, I caught myself wondering exactly how she ended up with this job. Perhaps she had a family somewhere that she was protecting. Or perhaps she was just as cruel as the rest of them. In a place like this, it was hard to tell. "Won't we get in trouble for this, Prince Aiden?" I asked. "First of all, you can just call me Aiden. I get enough of that prince stuff from the villagers. Second of all, probably not." For some reason, I didn't quite believe that second statement. Aiden continued, "My father doesn't really care who does the branding, as long as it's done before he announces you at the next fight." "Right," I responded as I bowed my head. I didn't want him to see the flicker of dread that undoubtedly crossed my face. I was going to have to kill again. As a champion, I would be expected to win. More death. More darkness. Death was starting to seem like a giant, endless void I would never be able to crawl out of. Amaris grabbed the long branding pole that was leaning against the stone and placed it into the fire. The red embers of coal glowed, simmering against the metal stick. I took a deep breath. This brand wasn't just a symbol of being one of the king's champions. It was a reminder of everything taken from me and of everything I despised most about the city. It was an ugly blemish on my body that would always remind me that I was nothing. A mere pawn in the king's game. And it was permanent. A wave of nausea caused my entire body to tense. Between the dark room, the steam from the fire and the sound of my own heart beating in my ears, I was beginning to panic. Aiden walked across the small room to stand behind me. "Almost ready," Amaris said, rotating the stick in the fire. I took another breath, closing my eyes. The smell of smoke and metal filled the air, along with the faint bouquet of roses. There was no turning back. Aiden brought his hands down from behind me, resting them on my shoulders. I pretended not to notice the feeling of his skin against mine. The same spark of heat jolted through my body. Fire. I tensed in my seat, but his grasp only tightened on my shoulders, holding me down. Anchoring me. The woman pulled the stick out of the glowing embers and held it in the air, inches away from my body. The heat radiated toward me as I cowered back in the chair. At that moment, I found myself grateful for the pair of hands holding me down. The scalding metal made contact with my skin, right below my collarbone. The pain was unbearable. It shocked my entire body. Every muscle I had flinched against the source of pain. I tried not to scream. I tried not to grimace as the woman held it there, melting my skin. Melting me. When I was a child, I burned my foot's bottom by stepping on a smoldering fire outside. It was an honest mistake. I hadn't even seen it there as I ran around outside. But my mother was furious. "I told you not to go near it," she had said. "The fire is only going to hurt you." She was right. I couldn't walk for days as the blisters healed, and I refused to even go near another fire for years. It seemed so destructive, so ruinous. I didn't realize that something so beautiful could cause me so much pain. Burning was an understatement. I cried out as one of the hands from my shoulders drifted to my chin, holding my head back from the cooking skin below. The smell of the burnt flesh was almost worse than the pain itself. Almost. I didn't recognize the scream of torment that escaped my mouth. It sounded pitiful, defenseless. My struggle against the heat stopped after a few moments. Instead, I embraced the agony that pierced through most of my upper body. I couldn't get away from this. The woman had already pulled the metal pole away from my skin, but I hardly noticed. The pain wasn't as quick to leave. The strong hands didn't leave my body as she quickly poured cool, black ink down my neck and across the blazed patch of skin on my chest. This was the ink that would turn the damaged skin black. I took a deep breath, but it was shaky and uneven. Oxygen felt like ice as it entered my lungs. It was over. I was an official, murderous slave of King Xavier himself. "It's done, Your Highness," the woman said softly with an unwavering voice and a bow. She stood up and placed her small hand on the top of my head. "May the gods protect you, sweetheart." "Thank you, Amaris." The prince walked toward the door, shutting it behind her. A cold chill crawled through my body at the sudden loss of heat where his hands were seconds ago. With all of the trauma my body experienced in the past 2 days, I was tired. Not exhausted, but consumed by the need to sleep. It was unlike anything I had felt before. My throat still throbbed from Bane's giant hands wrapping around me. My muscles ached with every movement from days of training and fighting. Only now, the low throbbing was accompanied by the sharp sensation of the brand I wore below my collarbone. My body shook from the strain of holding myself together for so long. I blinked my eyes open to find Aiden already staring at me from across the room. He leaned his body against the wall, arms crossed over his chest. His eyes were dark this time. The red rumble of the fire reflected against them, making them glow. I prepared myself for some sort of accusation or questioning about the magic. After our conversation earlier, I was sure he had more to say about it. I almost lost control with Bane, and he knew it. I wanted to ask him about my magic, about how he saw it when nobody else seemed to notice. But I didn't. I could hardly keep my eyes open, let alone argue with the prince. With Aiden. "Are we done here?" I asked. I had meant for it to sound final, but it came out as a winded whisper. My head was getting heavy for my damaged neck to support. I hoped he didn't see the way I swayed as I stood up, fighting for consciousness. "Yes, let's go." He stared at me for a few seconds before turning his back to me. Or maybe I just imagined the way his dark eyes lingered. The kind side of the prince was gone, clearly. Perhaps I had imagined it all along. He led me out of the small door without a word, but not before I caught a glimpse of myself in a small mirror on the wall. My eyes wandered from my pale, lifeless face that sharpened at every bone to the handprints across my neck. The bruises from the fight were dark blue now, contrasting with my skin. I let myself look at the new brand on my body, taking in this unique piece of me. It was dark and ugly, which is precisely how I felt. The burnt flesh swelled on my bony chest. I was unrecognizable, even to myself. Would Jax recognize me like this? Would he ever accept me with this ugly deformity? I felt tears forming in my eyes as I rushed to follow the prince back to my cage. I stared at his back as he led me down the hallway. He walked without a single hint of mercy. How could he be okay with all of this? His father made these horrible choices, and Aiden just followed in his footsteps blindly. Like a coward. I wished I hated him. I wished I could have forgotten every time he looked at me with soft eyes. I wished I could have ignored the way I was almost excited every time I saw him walk into the courtyard. But I couldn't. "And Ruby," he said as he paused outside of my cage. "Your first fight as a champion will be tomorrow. Prepare yourself." Chapter 9. Was not nervous this time. The guard had picked out my new favorite weapon, a sword that was embellished with stones on the handle. It was heavy, but my muscles were beginning to adapt to the weight of the strong steel. The sound of screams and claps from the other side of the doors made my heart pound in my chest. The last time I walked through these doors, I almost exposed the magic, or whatever it was. This time would be different. I would not need Offein's help to survive. "Your opponent is big but slow," the guard said. "You'll have no trouble." With a surprising wink, the guard opened the doors. I somehow found comfort in the way this stranger rooted for me. At least someone here did. The crowd was exactly as I remembered. Ugly, rich faces surrounded me, drunk on anticipation. Only this time, they were cheering for me. They were screaming my name. I was the one parading through the doors. I was the one holding my head up. The healing burn on my chest stung as I lifted the sword into the air, appeasing the crowd. Something bubbled in my chest as the crowd went wild. I no longer cowered away from the loudness in the ring of angels. I knew exactly what to expect. I was not a terrified little girl like I had been the first time I fought. My body was prepared. Kill or be killed. It was that simple. I had a job to do. I had people to protect. People who needed me. My eyes quickly landed on the king and his son. King Xavier held a large glass of red wine, spilling it roughly as he laughed over his shoulder. Aiden sat next to him. His face was completely blank. And, as usual, he was staring directly at me. Something in his face made me even more determined to finish the fight by myself, without the help we both knew I could receive. I stared back at him, only for a moment. Long enough to add a spark to the energy I was already feeling. He nodded his head at me, just slightly. My stomach flipped. He was rooting for me, too. The guard was right. My opponent was huge. I didn't remember seeing her in the cages at all. She must have been new. But a fighter, nonetheless. Perhaps she was just like me, desperate and determined to win. Underestimating people would not help me survive here. I was the king's champion now. I was the one to be feared. I was the one the crowd rooted for. Her dark, aggressive face was fierce, but it faltered for a second. It was long enough for me to see her eyes flicker quickly to the crowd, searching for an escape. Searching for someone who would help her. My opponent was afraid of me. The brand on my collarbone throbbed. A reminder of who I was. Of course, she was afraid of me. I was now labeled a killing machine, property of King Xavier himself. But no help was going to come. There was no way out, only life or death. And my opponent would not be the lucky one. My body pulsed with adrenaline. The comforting, familiar heat of the fight was fueling my every movement. Attack first. Block. Defend. Attack. Her weight was no match for my swift movements. She floundered under pressure. The match was quick, stamped into my memory as a swift feat of metal clashing and blood spraying. King Xavier grinned at me, wide and proud, as I pierced the woman's throat with my sword. I did not flinch as I sliced her flesh. Not this time. I did not cringe away from the life I was taking. It was her life or mine. Kill or be killed. I had people to take care of. The crowd roared once more, chanting my name as I stood there in a faltering act of triumph. Aiden just stood exactly where he had been moments ago. Except this time, his face wasn't blank. In an expression that made my blood run cold, he actually smiled at me. I didn't even realize I was already smiling back. Not a single drop of my own blood had spilled. As it should be. I was the attacker here. I was the death bringer. The king's smile was one of a killer. I wonder if it reflected my own. When we woke up to the cages unlocking the next day, Harvey wasn't the only company I had. Let's go. You train with us now. A champion stood at the entrance of our cage. She was tall and muscular. Clearly, she had been here for a while. Everything about her screamed fighter. Killer. The brand on her collarbone was healed entirely, and the black ink had begun to fade. I threw my shoes on and mumbled a quick apology to Harvey, who was still lying in her bed. We both knew this was coming. I was in the League of Champions now. My life would have to change significantly. The woman continued to talk as we approached the practice ring. Prince Aiden will likely be assisting you today. He usually helps all the new champions with their skills, fighting tactics, and things like that. Great. The last thing I needed was more attention from Aiden. Especially after the way he looked at me yesterday. My brand burned where my shirt rubbed against it, a cruel reminder of the past few days. My name is Naomi. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of each other around here now. Her voice wasn't inviting, but it also wasn't hateful in any way. We were all in the same boat. All of us were fighting to survive. I nodded at Naomi. At least I knew one more person who didn't absolutely hate my guts. Or maybe she was just good at hiding it. Now here we were. I had to train with them, the same people I grew up despising. The same people the entire city loved. A small group of champions had already gathered around the ring. I could tell they were close. By the looks of it, most of them had probably been here for years. I was the newcomer. I did not belong, and that became clear as they all turned to glare at me. You better watch your back, Opal sneered as I walked closer to the group. This was not the best time for me to engage in a fight, so I smiled back. I wondered if she could see the temper pulsing from my skin. How this girl had survived here with that nasty attitude was beyond me. The rest of the fighters just stared at me, sizing up their new competition like lions in the jungle. Naomi walked to the other side of the small crowd, whispering to one of the boys. I didn't blame her for leaving me. Making friends with the new girl probably wasn't a good look for any of them. Part of me, a dark and evil side of me, loved being here. I wanted to prove myself to these killers. Here I was, a snake in the king's castle. I wanted to infiltrate King Xavier's favorite circle and destroy every one of them. But I couldn't lose sight of my ultimate goal. I had to get Harvey and Riley out of here first, then work on my plan to kill the king. As other fighters began to fill the courtyard, I noticed myself tapping my foot and pacing back and forth. Every person who walked toward us attracted my gaze, and after a few minutes, I gave up hope that Aiden would even be here to train. Not like it mattered, anyway. Aiden couldn't help me survive. My lack of fighting skills wasn't the problem. My problem was my lack of control when it came to my gift. He said he was going to help me. If this was his way of doing that, it really sucked. Okay, everyone, the honeyed voice boomed through the yard. The same voice that made my palms sweat every time I heard it. I'm sure you've all met Ruby by now. We'll spend the next few days teaching her the basic moves of offense, and I would like you all to be supportive. He wanted these devils to be supportive of me. I almost laughed at the idea. Nobody wanted to kill me faster than these fighters. I could see it in their eyes. Even Naomi avoided looking at me. First up, basic combat. Everybody partner up. After a few groans and mumbles, the crew started pairing together and spreading out on the field. I stood there looking like a child on the first day of school. Pathetic. Opal looks like you're with Ruby. Gods above. Gladly, Your Highness, she squeaked as she walked closer. I didn't miss the sly wink she gave him or the way she pulled her shirt up to expose more of her tan stomach. My eyes nearly rolled out of my head. With the rest of the champions already sparring around us, Aiden focused on myself and Opal. I told myself it was because I was new, not because he had accused me of using magic during the fights. The sound of flesh hitting flesh filled the air. Okay, keep strong fists and good posture. Let's see what you've got, he said. The familiar flare of adrenaline rushed through my body immediately. Opal was a great opponent for me. We were about the same size, and she fought nasty. It would be good practice. And I wouldn't feel bad about hurting her. That was a plus. I was preparing my fighting stance when a tiny fist hit me square in the nose. A sharp pain shot through my face. That was unexpected. A low growl escaped my mouth as she giggled. If she wanted to fight dirty, I would show her dirty. The taste of copper filled my mouth within seconds. I spit it towards her. Opal had guts, that was certain. I ducked low and sent a fist into Opal's ribcage, knocking the breath out of her lungs. The crunch of the blow was satisfying. I wanted more. Again, Aiden demanded, now watching from just a few feet away. Opal tried to swing again, but I blocked her punch with my forearm. She instantly tried again with her other fist, but I stopped that one, too. She was too predictable after our first fight together. Jax had taught me better than that. We continued that way for a few minutes. Punches, blocks. Every so often, one of us would land a satisfying hit. Unlike me, Opal had stamina. My movements became sluggish. A stiff, shooting blow landed on my chest, right where my brand was. I sucked in a breath, exhausted from our few minutes of fighting. Pain spotted my vision. Keep going, Aiden said again, arms crossed. Did he want me to get beat up? Did he find this satisfying? My breath came in short bursts as I shot him a glare. He merely narrowed his eyes. I hardly had time to stand up straight before Opal swept her foot behind my legs, knocking me to my back. A move she had picked up from me after our fight, no doubt. My angry yell filled the air as I struggled with the girl who was on top of me. She held my fists to the ground while I thrashed. Get up, Ruby. Fight it. Aiden's voice only fueled my temper. This idiot. Anger filled my body, blurred my vision. If anybody was going to pin me to the ground again, it wouldn't be Opal. 1, 2, 3 seconds passed. The fury I felt continued to increase. I wasn't just angry with Opal. I was angry with Aiden. I was mad with myself and the whole damn city. It built inside of me, morphing into a red, hot fire. I could almost feel it on my skin until... All right, Opal, take a walk. Ruby, you're with me now. She huffed and scrambled off of me, shooting me a satisfied glare as she headed toward the perimeter of the yard. I jumped to my feet, barely noticing the dozens of eyes quickly looking away. I guess Opal and I had put on a good show. Seriously? I asked. I almost had her. No, you almost lost control. Again. His voice was unrelenting. Shame crept up my cheeks as I realized what he was saying, my magic. I had almost lost control of my magic right here during another practice fight. I didn't even realize it. Aiden took a step back. Let's go. Hit me, he said. Are you serious? I asked, but he was already unstrapping the sword from his hip. His demeanor was pressing, intimidating. The hair on the back of my neck tickled me. I was about to fight Aiden, easily the most talented person in this entire courtyard. His muscles pulsed beneath his shirt as he moved. I separated my feet and pulled my fists to my chin like I had done hundreds of times. Only I hardly felt adrenaline. Looking at Aiden, I felt something different. Uneasy. Aiden didn't hesitate before punching me square in the stomach. I don't know what I was expecting from him, but that was not it. My face flushed as I stood up, recovering from the blow. I said, hit me. His face was blank. My arms felt so heavy as I lifted them again. I couldn't show him weakness. That was what he wanted. With all of the energy I had left, I struck him. This time, though, not only was my strike blocked, but Aiden grabbed my wrist and flipped me to the ground. Get up. Again. Anger. Resentment. My temper flared, heat rushing through my body. I made another attempt, aiming at his face. He blocked it easily. Again. He was yelling now. I could almost sense the displeasure he was feeling, the disappointment. Heads began to turn toward us again, watching what I could only assume was a ridiculous spectacle of my weakness. My fists were bleeding now, exhausted from the blows. But I tried again. And again. Each one was easily swatted away as if I was just some annoying fly in the presence of the prince. When I had absolutely no more strength, no more fight left, Aiden grabbed my shoulders and shoved me hastily to the ground. A barbaric act of dominance. I caught myself with my arms. He lowered himself to my level. I could smell the tangy, metallic blood on my face. Sweat stung my eyes. How do you feel? He whispered. His question was laced with malice. This was the side of Aiden I always knew existed but had yet to see. Do you feel angry? Defenseless? Do you feel weak? I shut my eyes, willing away the burning sensation that had built up under my skin. Yes, I did feel angry. He had just embarrassed me in front of every single fighter here, including all of the champions. And he knew it. Aiden lifted my chin with a rough hand, forcing me to look at him. Here's a trick, Ruby. Never forget what the stakes are. You lose your temper in a match again, and you'll die. He released his grip with a swift movement of his wrist, pushing my head sideways. I can feel your anger flare from a mile away. It wasn't a threat. It was a warning. I opened my mouth to speak, to defend myself in some way, but nothing came out. He was right. Aiden stood up without another word, dismissing me for the day. Everything in my body hurt, the skin on my fist split open. My arms moved as if they were filled with water. I felt defeat, embarrassment, shame. Fortunately for me, I felt these things on an average day. I didn't usually care how stupid I had looked. Now, however, I was letting down Harvey. I was letting down Riley. Part of me even felt like I was letting down Aiden. I hardly remembered walking back to my cage before I laid on my bed and passed out. The familiar warm, golden light overwhelmed my senses. I opened my eyes, expecting to see Offine. The person in front of me wasn't the goddess of fire, though. Not even close. Aiden kneeled before me, helpless. I looked at him but didn't see the same person I knew. His perfect green eyes were now solid black, and his face was filled with panic. I had never seen him look afraid. Help me, Ruby. I need you. He called out to me but was quickly cut off by black tar seeping from his mouth. He was choking. He was dying. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't help him. Offine, help us, help him, I called out. Her soothing voice filled the air around us. You have everything you need to save him, girl. Quote. Everything I need. I had nothing. I needed her power. The familiar creep of heat tickled at my fingers, but my icy fear washed it away in a blink. I willed for the flame to come back, but it was no use. I was panicking. Aiden was dying, and there was nothing I could do to help. I rushed toward him, horror flooding my limbs. Aiden, wake up, I yelled, wiping away the tar on his face. He coughed once, twice, weak attempts at the air. At life. A loud laugh boomed over the air, piercing the golden warmth with venom. King Xavier, you cannot help the boy, Ruby. I was sobbing now, desperate for help. "He's your son," I yelled. His own son, flesh and blood, and he was willing to stand there and watch as he died. Not just watch. The horror I was feeling turned to outrage as King Xavier drew his sword, lifting it over Aiden's head. The foul sound of my screams was the last thing I heard before I collapsed. Chapter 10. The nightmares I had been having were morphing. I was unsure if they were being impacted by messages from offline or stress from the cages. Either way, I couldn't let my dreams distract me. My body ached from yesterday's training. I picked up my bloody fists. They were wrapped loosely in white cloth. I did not doubt that Harvey had seen to them after I fell asleep. I smiled at the thought, but it lasted for only a second. As a King's champion, I was expected to fight more. To fight better. I wasn't afraid of dying. I was only afraid of failing. Of exposing my magic. Of betraying Harvey and Riley. Eventually, I quit remembering my fights. After 4 or 5, they just blurred together. I remembered walking into the arena and walking out, usually covered in blood, but that was it. I preferred it that way. Every time my sword sliced my opponent's flesh, some tiny piece of me chipped away. A piece of me that I didn't even know existed. A piece of me that I couldn't afford to remember. The flame under my skin grew hotter every day. It was restless now, as if it enjoyed the kill. The buzz of it was intoxicating. I tried to suppress it. I wanted to keep it locked away, buried beneath me. But I was unsure that I could win without it. There were times when a small flicker of heat would save me from a trapped position or a lack of focus. I never wanted to find out what would happen without it, anyway. I had a job to do. I wasn't about to let Aiden's threats stop me. I felt no sorrow for the opponents I had to kill. It was inevitable. Sometimes, though, I would see them. They would lurk in the shadows, the constant, haunting reminders of what I had done. Harvey and I finished our workout for the day and headed to the showers. I could tell she was grateful for my presence in the cages, even if I attracted more attention than she had hoped. Most of the time, people left us alone. We fell into a routine of protecting each other, or really just me protecting her. But having her here with me meant more to me than she could have known. She reminded me what was really important. The showers were cold and dark. Most of the girls skipped the showers altogether, and I didn't blame them. They were on the far side of the courtyard, opposite of both the boy and girl cages. There were no guards. We walked through the dark hallway, listening for any signs of conflict before reaching the showers. The walls echoed our wet, steady footsteps. After a few seconds, we turned the corner and headed for our usual room. It was the first one on the left, closest to the hallway. Most people avoid this room because it lacked privacy, but it made for a quick escape if we ever needed one. With the occasional screams we had heard from the back of the showers, we didn't mind. "Okay, you first," I said as Harvey started her usual routine. She quickly undressed while I turned my back to her, watching the door. The sound of running water filled the darkroom. My heart sped up a little. I hated this place. Being alone in the showers always seemed too good to be true. About a minute had gone by, and I was about to tell Harvey to hurry up when I heard light footsteps running toward us. Someone was coming. Our visitor was running, which was strange. Maybe they were trying to take a long shower and rush back before the cages locked. But that was just naive thinking. A long, tall shadow filled the room. The fighter ambled. Adrenaline fueled my muscles. I knew there would be a target on my back after coming out of nowhere to win a fight that was supposed to kill me, but I wasn't about to get Harvey killed because of it. The darkness of the shower hid my body as I crouched behind the shower wall. The shadow came closer, inching toward us. Every step made my heart beat faster. I was about to yell for Harvey to run. I was about to stand up and tackle our visitor until I saw him. Or her. Or it. I wasn't sure what to call our intruder. Because what I saw wasn't a person. It was just the shadow of a person. Growing up, I never really believed in ghosts. The belief just didn't make any sense to me. Why would someone choose to stay around in this realm? Unless they had unfinished business, that is. Fear paralyzed me. The shadow froze directly in front of me, too. Harvey continued with her shower, completely unaware. I guess in some instances, ignorance really is bliss. The shadow looked so familiar, though. Something about it was so common. It moved in a way I had seen before. This shadow. This ghost. My mind brought me back to my first fight in the ring. The way my opponent paraded around the perimeter. confident, satisfied. No, no, no. This was not possible. There was no way she was back. Here, I killed her, she was dead. And she was back. Harvey, I said, keeping my voice as steady as possible. Do you see this? The water turned off with a squeak. I felt Harvey get closer behind me, fidgeting with her towel. See what? She responded in a whisper. But the shadow didn't move. It just stood there, taunting me. She's back. What are you talking about, Ruby? Who's back? The hair on the back of my neck prickled. What do you want from me? I yelled at the shadow. It tilted its head sideways in a silent challenge. Ruby, what's going on? I'm being haunted. This is how I have to pay for my sins. My voice was hardly a whisper. I blinked at the shadow and rubbed my hands over my face. This couldn't be real. Harvey grabbed my hand from behind me, but the shadow stepped forward. Once. Twice. I wasn't about to let it harm us. I launched forward, arms stretched out to my shadow visitor. But as quickly as she showed up, she disappeared. There was nothing lurking in the shadows. I was left with an icy chill where she was standing just seconds ago and a terrified Harvey looking at me as if I had lost it completely. She didn't say anything to me as I ushered us out of the showers, back toward the cages. She didn't question why I had skipped my shower or what I was staring at in the darkroom. Her presence alone was comforting enough. My heart was restless. Deep down, I knew exactly what I had just seen. The ghosts of my pasts were returning, and part of me knew they wanted revenge just as badly as I did. Riley, please tell me you're not starting fights with the other guys. I asked. He let his tray of food drop to the table with a loud clatter. Trust me, it seems like every single guy here is begging to fight. He pulled a hand up to his freshly black eye, grimacing at the touch. I laughed at the situation. Just a few months ago, Riley was itching to get into the Ring of Angels. He talked about it every day, wholly enticed with the entire thing. Not as glamorous as you had imagined, huh? I teased. Harvey giggled next to me, which forced a pink blush onto Riley's cheeks. No, it's not. His voice was strong. All jokes had dissipated from the conversation. Riley actually sounded scared. I'm starting to think we really need to get out of here. Soon. He bowed his head and continued eating. I looked over at Harvey. These two really were depending on me. We will, she said from beside me. Harvey was always so optimistic. She had an overwhelming amount of faith that we would all somehow walk out of here alive. Why? I had no idea. Riley smiled weakly in response, but his eyes remained grim. I pushed my tray of soggy breakfast away from me. I was no longer hungry. I have to go back to training, guys. But I'll think of something soon. Trust me. I stood up and stalked toward the practice ring. Eating breakfast with Harvey and Riley was the only part of the day that reminded me of the stakes. I couldn't get distracted. Done with your tea party so soon? Opal mocked as I began taping my wrists for practice. Her voice reminded me of a snake's rattle, always warning me when trouble was near. I threw my head back and groaned. It's too early for you today, Opal. Try again in a few hours. She cocked her hips sideways, letting her silky black hair fall over her shoulder. What's the matter, champion? Fighting with the prince. My body immediately reacted to the comment. A defensive wave of heat began pricking the back of my neck. Are you jealous, Opal? Weird. I assumed you would just be used to everyone hating you by now. The smile that had hung on her face was replaced with a wicked sneer. Girls like her were all the same, even in Sundown. She was a bully, and she was obviously threatened by my presence here. Her eyes darkened as she thought of something else to say. Opal, come on. We're doing sword work today, Naomi announced from behind me. She sounded even more bored than she had the last time I saw her. I was starting to think this girl had no emotions whatsoever. Either way, I was grateful for her interruption. Opal rolled her eyes at me and let her shoulder smack into mine as she trudged past me. I couldn't even bring myself to get angry over the gesture. That girl was nothing but a bitter, jealous brat. If I had learned anything in the past couple of days, it was that my anger was better spent elsewhere. Ajik doesn't exist anymore, Ruby. And you'd be wise to remember that. The prince's words from our first encounter replayed in my head. After a long day of throwing a sword around with the other champions, my movements were still heavy, unskilled. The rest of the fighters had begun to head back to the cages, leaving the weapons rack entirely open. Determination kept me awake and hungry. I wasn't about to let my lack of knowledge in the sword department put me on death's doorstep again, especially when my magic put me at risk in the fighting ring. I picked up one of the practice swords. It was heavy, but the weight eventually felt reassuring in my palm. The chill of the night tickled my skin. I practiced wielding the weapon, slicing it through the air at my imaginary opponent. When the guard handed me the knife during my first fight, I was confident that would be the best choice of a weapon. Maybe in small fights, it was. It served as a concise, swift extension of my own body. The sword, however, was something else entirely. It was its own beast at the mercy of its master's hands. Where a knife could damage, a sword could destroy. The sudden silence spiked my heart rate. A cool breeze tickled my skin, chilling the sweat that clung to my forehead. The sun had gone down, and there was hardly enough light from the distant cages to see any further than just a few feet. My senses tingled. The only thing creepier than a yard full of trained killers was being alone in one. My mind flashed back to the encounter I had in the showers. I knew ghosts were possible, but I never expected to see one myself. My eyes squinted in the darkness, searching for the familiar, stalky shadow. Was she back for another visit? I heard her before I saw her. I hardly had time to brace myself before a small, aggressive body slammed mine to the ground, ripping my sword from my grasp. My heart raced as I suddenly recalled my last moment in the Ring of Angels, pinned to the cement floor. This would not happen again. My time being pinned to the floor was over. My attacker sent a fist into my face. At least I wasn't fighting a ghost. Darkness swarmed my vision, merging with the pain that pulsed through my cheek. She grabbed me with harsh fingers, forcing me to look at her. Opal. Her small, tan face was inches from mine. Next time you win a fight, you die, she hissed in my ear. Her voice was laced with disgust. Do you understand? I thrashed beneath the girl, my body trembling with the need to get free. This couldn't be happening. I felt a sharp pain in my torso and let out a scream, trying to move away. But I was trapped. I said, do you understand? Opal growled. I felt the blade again. This time, the cold metal tickled my thigh. Yes, I managed to get out. My vision began to tunnel with pain. Yes, I understand. Good, she said, releasing me from her grasp. She stood up quickly, but not before letting the blade pierce another deep gash in my leg. The pain rushed through my body. Opal's satisfying laugh echoed through my head as she jogged back toward the cages, leaving me alone in the yard. Bitch. There would be nobody coming to help me, and the cages locked any minute now. I wasn't sure what the punishment was for staying in the courtyard past lockdown, but I was determined to get back to my cot before I found out. Warm liquid covered my hands as I put pressure on the deep gash in my stomach. I could hardly push myself to a sitting position, my thigh throbbed. The blood flowed freely with every heartbeat. I needed to get to the cages. I managed to stand using my good leg as I assessed the distance between here and the corridor. Maybe 30 paces. I could make it. I took one ragged step forward. Focus, Ruby. You have to live. Survive. The warm liquid dripped down my leg and seeped through my fingers. It was too much blood. My body swayed. The sight I had locked on the cages began to spin. I wasn't sure how many steps I had taken before the pain swarmed my vision. My body slammed against the cold floor as my world went black. Chapter 11. Few seconds later, his harsh figure stood in the doorway, accompanied by the guard I had seen many times before. Ah, Ruby, my new champion. Finally awake, I see. I had to bite my lip to keep from snorting. My son informs me that there was a bit of an incident in the training yard. Such a shame, but it's good to see you're recovering. He raked his black eyes over my body, sending a vile shiver down my spine. I vaguely remembered being carried away from the courtyard. I just shook my head. Yes, I'm already feeling much better. Great. That's great, Ruby. You just rest up, and I'll make sure to get you back into the Ring of Angels as soon as possible. We can't risk having your fans forget about you. His skin was icy cold as he placed his hand on my arm. It was as if death itself was touching me. I could kill him now. He deserved it. One swift strike with the scalpel on the side table, and he would be dead. My life's mission would be complete. He scowled and left the room before I had a chance to act on my impulses. I tried not to look at the thick slices in my body, tried not to think about the stinging that shot through my body when he touched me. I had to move. I couldn't focus on this minor setback. It took me 2 attempts to get out of bed. The first time, I could have sworn I was going to pass out. This was not the place for that. I gritted my teeth and planted my bare feet on the cold, stone floor. The hall had been silent for a while now. If I was going to get a look at the castle, it had to be now. The door squeaked as I opened it and slipped through the darkness. The hallway was empty, not even a guard watching the door. A shadow lingered in the corner of my vision. The same prickle on the back of my neck alerted me to its presence. It was the same feeling I had when I saw the shadow in the shower. I ignored it. I wasn't even sure that this was a ghost. It was entirely possible that I really was losing my mind. My bare feet padded across the floor. I had left my shoes in the small room, getting rid of any extra sounds that might expose me. My hair was tied into a slick knot at the base of my neck. I walked quietly and quickly. The last thing I need right now is to get caught sneaking around the castle. But there was nothing, not even a sign of activity. I guess all of the evil slept at night, too. I slipped down the long hallway, halfway recognizing it from when I got that damn champion brand. Not a great memory, anyway. But there had to be something else here, some sort of way out or at least a clue. I don't know what I was looking for. A staircase. Some sort of passageway. The night air was cold against my skin, and it didn't help that this entire place was just plain creepy. How many innocent people had died here, given their lives for the king's entertainment? I was about to turn around and head back to the infirmary when a large pair of doors caught my eye. They were at the end of the hallway, and the stone on the door reflected the moonlight through the window. It was eerie, to say the least, but something pulled me in the direction. My feet felt weightless as they carried me across the floor. I pressed the door open, barely making a crack before looking through. Breaking into a place like King Xavier's bedroom would not be ideal. But it wasn't a bedroom. Not even close. The door drifted wider as I squeezed inside, in absolute awe at sight. Before me stood the most magnificent collection of books I had ever seen. It was perfect. Thousands of books lined the walls, rows and rows of literature. A warm, bubbly feeling welled in my chest. This had to be the best thing I had seen in my life. We had books at sundown, but only a few. I grew up reading the same things over and over again, to the point where I didn't even have to look at the page to know what came next. They were small stories, like legends of the Shadow Forest or tales of a young girl who used magic to heal her friends. Most were passed down from decades ago, and we could hardly even read them. But this was pure art. Pure beauty. Pure magic. All of these books, just sitting here. This was a place of knowledge, a place of wonder. The smell of leather and paper filled the air. It thrilled me. After listening for a few seconds, my feet guided me to the nearest shelf. So much information, so many tales, and nobody here reading them. It was a shame. They weren't just works of fiction, though. They were books on history, dated back hundreds of years. It was astonishing. I picked one of them up, titled The Oath of Our Protectors, and ran my fingers over the title. It was dusty but so beautiful. Nobody had even picked it up in years. I cracked the cover open. The paper was stiff under my fingers, but I continued to read the first page. Being a guardian of the Shadow Forest takes extraordinary sacrifice. Being a protector entails putting the lives of Nevervain above every want, need, or desire of your own. The evil that dwells within the forest is one the gods have seldom encountered. Because of these gods, these eternal beings within the spirit world can live our lives in peace. Years ago, when evil was brought to the forest, the gods were horrified. No such creatures should exist, and they do not have a place here on this continent. My heart fluttered as I read, hardly believing what was on the pages. These are parts of history that nobody in Sundown has ever heard, not even my grandparents. Why would this be hidden from us? I continued reading. It is said that one day, the burden of the endeavor will prove itself too great for the drained gods. Thousands of years ahead, in a time where evil will rule the Shadow Forest, the gods will leave the burden for someone new. This person will be chosen by the gods to preserve Nevervain from the inescapable darkness. Time raced by. I immersed myself in the world of these new books, absorbing as much as possible. I had no idea how long I had been in the library when I heard voices approaching through the open doors. I quickly shut the book and bolted behind one of the massive shelves. The room was dimly lit, but I could still make out two figures approaching. They talked quietly and urgently. "You have to tell her," one voice said. It sounded so familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. "She's not ready yet, Soren. I'm still not sure if we can trust her." That voice was one I knew. Prince Aidan. "She's a champion now. She'll be fighting nearly every day when she returns to the cages. We might not have much time." I crept closer, hiding in the shadows. The two men walked through the library, turning away from me. It was then that I noticed the posture of the large man walking with Aidan. It was the guard I had seen dozens of times before. Soren. And they were talking about me. By the time I got back to the infirmary, the sun had started to peek over the horizon. I tried to get myself to sleep. I even tried counting every stone on the wall across from me in the candlelight. But nothing. Sleep would not come. Instead, my mind meandered over everything I just read. And that was just one book. There were thousands left in there, begging to be picked up by somebody. Harvey would love it up there. Part of me couldn't wait to see her again so I could tell her about it. She would be amazed by the stories and the history. I thought about Soren and Aidan. What were they talking about? And why did they need to trust me? My memory brought me back to the first fight in the Ring of Angels. Soren was kind. He showed me compassion, which was something foreign here within the city walls. And he was sneaking around the castle late at night with the prince. Strange. I slept for a couple of hours that night, acting well rested when Amaris came to bring me breakfast. She was a shy woman, and thank the gods for it. I didn't need anyone else poking around in my business. One royal family member following me around and asking questions was plenty. The day was uneventful. Hours passed when I was alone with my thoughts in the infirmary. My mind itched to return to the library to learn more about the history of Nevervain. There would be time for that eventually, but not now. I studied the supplies in the room. There wasn't much I could use to escape. I had the clothes I was wearing, the blankets on the bed, and a few potions and bandages that I didn't understand. If only one of these was a vial filled with poison. The sun began to set. I started to pace around the infirmary. I was leaving the castle tonight. The plan was a simple one. I was going to wait until the guards were distracted and sneak down into the cages. After that, I was planning on winging it. My plan wasn't rock solid. I knew that. I also knew that any attempt was better than no attempt. Silence eventually fell over the entire hallway. I waited for 1 minute. 2 minutes. I allowed 5 minutes to pass before I cracked open the infirmary door. Were they really this naive? Leaving one of their trained champions unattended in the castle? I guessed so. My bare feet padded across the floor as I rushed in the opposite direction of the library. The halls, and all of the creepiness that dwelled within, were becoming more and more familiar. Getting to the cages would be the easy part. Part of me regretted ever becoming close to Harvey. She was merely collateral, not part of the plan. If anything, she was a burden. Without her, I wondered who I would have become here in the Ring of Angels. Riley, on the other hand, was a reminder of home. His presence pulled me back to the roots of where I had come from and why I was here. I had a job to do, and I couldn't forget that for anything. The cold floor sent a chill up my spine. The entire castle was dead silent. I crept through the hall, around the corner toward the staircase that could only lead to one thing, the cages. The cut in my thigh began to sting as I crouched in the shadows, preparing for any unwelcome visitors. What I wasn't expecting, though, was a guard in the staircase, practically waiting for me. And it wasn't just any guard. It was Soren. Well, he said casually as I turned the corner. Looks like you're feeling better, then. I bowed my head and nodded. Yes, much better. I just got lost looking for, save it. Aidan expected you to sneak around here at some point. I'm just impressed you didn't make a break for it sooner. My heart sank. He knew I would try to get back to the cages. He was waiting for it. Soren pushed himself off of the wall, walking toward me. His light brown hair curled across his forehead. Let's go, fighter. I didn't resist as he led me back down the hallway. He didn't seem angry or upset in any way. In fact, he didn't seem to care at all that I had just attempted to escape. The infirmary doors had just come back into sight when the dark boom of the king's voice echoed through the castle. She's a champion. You're telling me you lost one of my champions? Soren grabbed my upper arm, tugging me roughly in their direction. His soft demeanor was now that of a harsh, icy guard. "She's here, Your Highness," he said as the king snapped his head in our direction. "My apologies for the confusion. The healer suggested she walk on her leg right away. Soren was defending me." "Ah, there she is." The king's face was still flushed with anger. "Thank you, guard. The sooner we get her back to fighting, the better." He looked at me with those cold, vile eyes. Everything in me was disgusted at the sight. The fact that he was looking for me here. What did he want with me so late at night, anyway? Soren bowed his head at the king as he brushed past us, leaving us without another word. King Xavier's behavior seemed to get stranger every time I saw him. Aiden, fierce temper and all, was nothing compared to the mood swings of the king. Part of me wondered if Aiden would ever behave that way or if fate was simply on his side. Either way, I was left with a deep feeling of unease as the infirmary doors shut behind me. Maris didn't come to change my bandages in the morning. Instead, Aiden slammed the infirmary door open, cheery as ever. "Good morning, Ruby. Nice to see you're still alive. How was your little adventure last night?" His loud, bright voice pierced through my head. After multiple nights of no sleep, exhaustion had begun to take effect. He walked to the healer table as I sat up, rubbing my eyes. "What are you doing here?" "I told Amaris I could change your bandages today. I've learned a thing or two from healers, you know." I smirked at the thought. Right, I'm sure the king's son has nothing better to do than sit around and change bandages. You're right, what I should be doing is training the champions for their next fights. But I digress. The smile disappeared from my face. During this stupid healing time outside of the cages, it was easy to forget that other people were still down there fighting for their lives every day, including Harvey and Riley. I couldn't stop the pang of guilt from creeping up my neck. Aiden grabbed a roll of white bandages and walked toward my cot. "I know you're worried about your friends." His voice had lost all sarcasm, and his eyes showed nothing but solemnity. I looked down at my lap. "I hope you realize that as Prince of Nevervain, I have some say in who fights in the Ring of Angels." My shock must have been apparent as I glanced up at him. Not only had Aiden saved my life on multiple occasions now, but he was also willing to help protect my friends. "Why would you? I mean, how can?" "I can't always control it," he interrupted, "but because I am the lead trainer, I have a good opinion on who is and is not ready for a match. I see all of you in training. My father listens to me sometimes, despite what you probably think." I huffed a loud breath, letting a smile creep back into my cheeks. Aiden leaned forward, undoing the bandage that was wrapped around my thigh. "Thank you," I whispered. Was my brain slowly deteriorating from all of the punches I had taken in training? I found myself wanting to talk to him, wanting to confide in him. His presence had become warming recently, even if he did prevent me from escaping just last night. "They don't belong here. They're too good." He looked up from the bandages. Something bleak abruptly hung over his features as he met my gaze. His eyebrows were drawn together, eyes dark. Something pulled at my chest as he attempted a weak smile, giving my thigh a reassuring squeeze as he resumed focus on his work. I tried to ignore the heat that radiated from his touch. They're not the only ones who don't deserve this. I didn't have to ask. I knew who he was talking about. My breath caught in my throat. "You're nothing like your father, are you?" "Gods above, I would hope not." "Why do you let this go on, then? Why can't you stop it?" "It's not that easy. My father is unwell. He doesn't think straight. The last thing I need is to send him spiraling." I didn't press further. I could see the fear all over Aiden's face. Instead, I put my hand on top of his and gave it a light squeeze. Maybe this was a mistake. Making friends with the enemy's son was never part of my plan. But if it was going to keep the people I loved safe, then so be it. Was running out of time. After being out of the cages for almost a week, I had no leads. And since my original plan to save Riley and Harvey was out of the question, I had no hope for escape. This was bad. I waited for Amaris to change my bandages at night before tiptoeing through the darkness and into the same hallway I had seen too many times. Disappointment nagged at my chest. Of course, I was going to get caught. If Aiden had expected me to try to escape the first time, he wasn't going to leave this place unguarded. I was about to turn around. I was about to give up when I heard the deep, foul growl of a voice. It was King Xavier's voice. He was arguing with someone, speaking in a hushed voice that traveled roughly through the air. I need more time, he said. Just another week or two. I couldn't hear what the other voice was saying, but it sounded like a mere mumble. Low and dark. I'm getting stronger every day. We're getting close. What was he talking about? Close to what? I crept closer to the door, needing to hear more. I had suspected the king was up to something evil. I just didn't know what until now. My heart was racing as I tiptoed closer. I was feet away from the entrance of the room, listening to the voices when the floorboard under my foot gave way to a loud, groaning creak. The damned old floors. The king had stopped talking. Did he hear me? Rough hands quickly grabbed me from behind, spinning me around. And pulling me into a doorway. I was pinned to the wall in the hallway I wasn't supposed to be in, to begin with. What the hell are you doing out here? A voice whispered in my ear. I could hardly see anything, but the familiar smell of roses filled the air. Aiden. I wasn't sure if it was my adrenaline from the encounter or the realization that his face was only inches away from mine, but heat flushed through my body. I found myself grateful for the dark hallway. I had opened my mouth to speak, to make up any excuse for sneaking around the castle at night, but a warm hand clasped down on my face. Stay quiet, he demanded. So I did. Only a few seconds went by, but it felt like hours. He pressed me further into the shadow of the wall as the king walked past us, down the hallway, and around the corner. His body was warm against mine, and his breath came out in shallow pants. I could hardly stop myself from sighing in relief as we heard the door slam behind the king. Once I had recovered from my close encounter, though, my mind started to wrap around what was happening. The prince had helped me. Was he also trying to spy on the king? And what was the king hiding, anyway? Ruby, he said in all seriousness. I could still hardly see his face, but his voice was dripping with desperation. I need you to trust me. Trust him. I didn't say anything, didn't even nod as he removed his hand from my mouth. I wasn't exactly in the position to negotiate. He didn't wait for my reply, anyway. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me into a dark room just a few doors down. The room was dead silent. The only noise traveling through the air was the sound of my breath, shallow and fast. Aiden fiddled with a candle, which eventually flickered to life. I could hardly make out a massive bed in the center of the room, just as dark as everything else in here. A large shelf full of books towered against the wall across from me, and a large wooden table was scattered messily with paperwork and ink. The familiar smell was more pungent now. Roses. We were in Aiden's bedroom. Why did you bring me here? I asked. Why was I whispering? I can explain. I wasn't trying to escape or anything. My hands shook slightly as I walked further into the room, and I clasped them in front of me to keep him from noticing. I have to show you something, he replied, ignoring what I just said. Ever since I saw you use your fire in that first match, I've just had this strange feeling about you. Like we were supposed to meet. Here. Now. My breath hardly filled my lungs. The composed, logical Aiden that I had known wasn't here. Instead, his eyes widened with every rushed word he spoke. He continued, I mean, you can feel it too, right? The energy between us. I didn't have to answer. He covered the space between us and grabbed my shoulders. The same spark rippled through me, and a breath quickly escaped my lips. That was all the confirmation he needed. So he felt it, too. Maybe I wasn't as crazy as I thought. I've never felt that with anyone before, but after I saw your power, it all made sense. He took a deep breath, pausing from his rant. My stomach flipped as he drew his eyebrows together and glanced down at his hands. He was nervous. I watched him as he reached his arms out in front of me, palms upward. When I saw the all-too-familiar white flame jump from his palms in the darkness of the room, I gasped. He quickly dropped his hands, watching me with wide eyes. Aiden had the same magic that I had. The same forbidden magic. How is this possible? I whispered. I don't know. Sorry, Ruby, he paused. His eyes went soft with the type of expression that made my heart ache. Desperation flooded his eyes. His lovely, bottomless eyes. I know I told you I could help you. I know you were expecting something different. But this is why I need you, Ruby. I don't know who else I can trust. I need your help. Chapter 12. Everything started to make sense as Aiden spoke. He had the magic, too. Or whatever the hell it was. The only difference was that he didn't need to be almost dying to access it. And he had never killed somebody with it. About a year ago, he started getting dreams, he explained. He said his dreams were dark. So dark that he would wake up in the middle of the night screaming. At first, he didn't think much of it. But they kept coming, over and over again. One night, the day before I arrived at the cages, a woman came to him in one of the dreams with a warning. She said horrible things were coming, and he would have to make a choice. He had to pick a side. And fast. He didn't understand what the woman meant at first, but he said it was clear to him now. While he talked, I noticed the icy feeling of dread tingling in my fingers. This was too much of a coincidence. Our dreams, the flames. What could this possibly mean? I was about to cave. I was about to tell him what I knew and about my dreams when he mentioned King Xavier. About the same time I started having the dreams, his behavior changed. He was never overly loving and emotional by any means, but there was a huge increase in the fights. He became obsessed with death in the cruelest way. Before, he hardly even attended every match. When people stopped volunteering, he began kidnapping young men and women for the cause and claiming it was to support the crown. My heart sank. Was King Xavier even crueler than he used to be? That would explain the terrifying dreams that I was having. The way my body hated being around him, even the blackness of his eyes seemed to be a reflection of his soul. Aiden continued, when I asked him about it, when I questioned his actions in any way, he would shut me out completely. I've never seen him act this way, Ruby. Why would he suddenly be more interested in killing people? I mean, it makes sense that he's a horrible person. But why now? There must be a reason. I don't know. That's what I've been trying to figure out. I remembered a part of a book I had read in the library days before. The evil that dwells within the forest is one that the gods have seldom encountered before. Can I ask you something? I asked. He faced me again. His pale skin flickered against the candlelight. Sure, anything. In your dreams or nightmares, does anyone in particular ever speak to you in them? He paused for a second. Usually, it's just myself in the darkness, trying to find a way out. I try to talk, but there's nobody there. Just emptiness staring back at me for eternity. The mighty Prince of Nevervain, terrified by his own brain. You're afraid of your own dreams, then? Yes. He answered quickly, confidently. When he looked up at me, something deep swam in his eyes. I debated telling him about my dreams. My dreams are golden light. Gifted by the gods. The voice of Offine. The direction and instruction I had been receiving. But it was too soon. There was no way for me to tell if Aiden was telling the truth, anyway. Follow me, I said, turning on my heel heading toward the bedroom door. We wandered out of the bedroom and down the quiet hallway toward the giant doors I had been visiting for the past few nights. What are we doing in the library? He asked. This is going to sound crazy, but I read something here the other day that might help us. I didn't think much of it when I read it at first, but now that you've said the king hasn't been acting normal. I rushed to the same bookshelf and pulled out the book from the other day. I read it out loud. The darkness that will dwell in the shadow forest will be one of great lengths. It will prove itself as the most powerful force in centuries. The power of evil does not weaken. It only strengthens, feeding off of like souls. When the spirits possess a power great enough, they will enter the human realm, overtaking hosts for their own will. When I looked up, Aiden was staring at me. His eyes were so wide, I don't think I had ever seen that much white in them. He grabbed the book from my hands, reading the rest of the page for himself. I took a deep breath, letting the cool night air calm my body. This was insane. At least I had some sort of clue as to what was happening to me. I somehow found comfort in the fact that I wasn't the only one. For what seemed like hours, we sat in the library, flipping through the old books. Aiden kicked his feet up on the edge of the library table, using one hand to hold his book open and the other to prop his head up. I spent half the time watching the way his face lit up at every discovery. We read books of history, magic, and ancient rulers. It was astonishing how much information was kept here. I can't believe you didn't know about all of this, I said as I lowered one of the books down to the giant wooden table. I never really had a reason to come here. When I was a kid, sure. My old tutors brought me here all the time. But I haven't stepped foot in this library in years. He hardly took his eyes off the book he was reading. I caught myself staring at how he flipped the pages of the delicate bindings between his strong hands. All this information is just sitting in this library. Why does nobody else know about this? This was Aiden, the king's son. I should have hated him. I should have despised his presence and revolted at any attention he gave me. But I didn't. I wanted to know more about him. The mysterious, confusing man in front of me was just a boy. Perhaps it was my exhaustion. Perhaps it was desperation. Either way, I began to let my guard down. I spent the next few hours asking him about his childhood and about his life here in the city. And he did the same. He told me about his cruel father and how much he had changed over the years. He told me about his mother. I had never seen her, but part of me knew that she would have been just like Aiden. Sweet and caring. I talked to him about Jackson Riley, and my chest ached at the way he leaned in, intent on listening to every detail. As much as I tried to stop it, my stomach even tingled when he reached his hand across the table, grabbing mine. His laugh was soft and warm when I told him about Harvey and her cat from home. It was like the feeling of the morning sun on my skin. Refreshing. You're much less intimidating than everyone thinks you are, you know. Harvey is practically terrified of you. Aiden laughed. I'm the king's son. There are certain images that must be upheld. I wasn't even allowed to play with toys as a child. Can you imagine, alone in this castle with nothing but myself? He wasn't looking for pity, but my chest ached anyway. I had a feeling I was seeing a side of Aiden that nobody had seen before, even his own father. But enough of that. Let me see your flame, he blurted as he straightened in his seat. This was the topic I had been hoping to avoid. An embarrassing heat filled my cheeks. Aiden could obviously control his flame. That much was evident from the way he let it flicker just hours ago. I didn't have control like that. After observing me in the fighting ring, he should know that. I can't, I said. There isn't. I can't just make it appear. It doesn't work like that. His brow furrowed. What do you mean? I've seen it plenty of times before. No, you've only seen it when I'm angry, or I feel trapped. Like I'm going to die or something. I think Offine is helping me, at least that's what she says. Wait, Offine, you're telling me the goddess of fire speaks to you? He leaned forward, his brows drawn together. I paused. I wasn't sure if I could trust Aiden. I wasn't even sure if I could trust myself. But I did know that I needed an ally. I was stuck at a standstill here, and Aiden had answers. I was sitting in the library of the castle while my friends fought for their lives. I needed someone in the royal family to trust me. Either Aiden really needed my help, or he was an even better liar than I was. Sometimes, yeah. It used to be just in dreams, but lately, it's like she's right there with me when I'm fighting. When did it start? Was it around last year like me? This was it. I had to tell him. No, the first time I saw the flame was when I was a kid. Royal guards stormed sundown, killing my parents during the night while I sat next to them. Offine was there, literally in the room with me. I saw her. When I called to the gods for help or for mercy, she showed up. I didn't know why until the prophecy. Right. But why would royal guards kill your parents? I've never even heard my father talk about sundown. I couldn't even look at Aiden. Was he playing dumb? Or was he actually that stupid? I would assume it's because your father is a merciless murderer. But that's just a guess, I snapped. I couldn't help but blurt the words. Heat pulsed through my body. Anger. Aiden's eyes widened. See, I can feel that. Just now, you got angry. He could feel my anger. Yes, how? Quote. So try now, Ruby. Get angry. Show me the flame. Get angry. These days, it seemed like I was always angry. I thought about that night, the attack. I had no idea why the king would want my parents dead and nobody else in Sundown. I had thought about it every day for years. It was sickening. I didn't try to suppress my anger. I didn't try to stop the heat from spreading under my skin, tingling my fingertips. I pictured the attack. I thought about everything I had lost since then. I thought about how happy I could have been in Sundown. I thought about how unfair it was that Harvey was downstairs, ripped from her family. I thought about Jackson Riley. I thought about Aiden. I brought my hands up to the table, palms upward. Offine. Power. Goddess of fire. At the thought of her name, power pulsed through my arms. White flames jumped from my hands. I did it. I willed the flame to come. That was the only time, outside of being threatened with death, that I had been able to create a flame. Aiden laughed. I laughed, too. I felt something new rising in my chest. Pride. Success. Either way, this was a start. I was going to learn to control my magic. Chapter 13. Next day, 2 guards rushed into the infirmary. My time here was up, and the only thing I had accomplished was reading a few books in the library and flirting with Aiden. I jumped out of bed and gave the hallway one last look. This was probably the last time I would see the outside of the cages or the fighting ring. The guards escorted me through the familiar corridor. Only this time, I wasn't terrified. I didn't feel dread or hatred. I felt something more dangerous. Hope. The rest of the cages weren't even unlocked yet. It was so quiet, so eerie, the calm before the storm. Harvey jumped up from her cot when she saw me. "Oh, Ruby." Her voice was quiet, but it echoed off of the stone walls. As the guards slammed the cage shut behind me, Harvey jumped into my arms. She was still here, still alive. That was something. "You're okay. Gods above, we were so scared." I'm fine, I said. I pulled back to look at her face. Her pale, young face. "How are you? How's Riley?" "We're both fine. People have been leaving us both alone, for the most part. I think people are worried about you coming back. Especially after the king saved you and all." "The king? The king isn't the one that saved me, Harvey. It was Aiden. I'm sure the king would celebrate if I dropped dead right now." Harvey smiled. "The king, the prince, what's the difference? They love you. The prince has taken a special liking to you, I see." She winked at me, and I had to fight a smile. "No, he's just protecting his father's champions." I felt a blush rush to my face as I remembered the way he held my hand in the library, listening to every detail about my life. "Yeah, whatever," she said. "He came to Riley and me after you were attacked. He told us you would be back soon and that he would watch over you. He is very handsome, too." "Harvey," I barked. My voice was harsher than I had intended. She flinched. "I'm sorry, it's just I'm not here to catch the prince's eye. I'm here to kill and to die. Same as everyone." She sank away from me. "Right. We have to get out of here, okay? That's what I'm focused on." I didn't mean to hurt her, but there was no time to take an interest in the prince. I was starting to regret all the time we spent together in the library, sneaking through the castle at night. Maybe I had been ignorant, a pawn in the prince's game. I was the king's champion. Nothing more. And now that I was back in the cages, that was becoming clear. My burnt skin was rough under my fingertips as I ran my hand across my collarbone. I could not forget. I could not stray. When the cages unlocked a few minutes later, Harvey and I walked silently into the courtyard. The sun was already gleaming over the stone walls, warming my skin. I rushed to the back of the yard, expecting to finally meet up with Riley again. If I was going to have to train with the champions every day, I had to talk to Riley as much as possible before training started. He jogged over to us, throwing his lanky arms around my shoulders. "Look at you, little raven. You're alive." I smiled. Little raven. He reminded me so much of Jax. That just served as even more fuel to get out of this place. "So, have you guys been making any plans while I've been gone? Any ideas on how to get the hell out of here?" I asked. "We've really just been trying to stay alive, but we do have an idea or two," Riley said. He sent a sly wink toward Harvey, who bit her lip and looked at the ground. "Well, don't keep me waiting. What's the idea?" Riley looked around cautiously, then stepped closer to us. "During the fights, most of the guards are upstairs watching the action. Only a few stay here in the courtyard. We could steal a few weapons and try to fight our way out, but we would never make it through the city gates alive," I interrupted. "Right. So then we started thinking. After you got attacked, it only took a few minutes for the prince to come to you. Guards weren't even there to see the attack. They were already waiting in the cages for the fighters to lock up. And that was what, minutes before lockdown." "Yeah, so what are you saying?" "I'm saying, if we can hide in the courtyard, maybe in the showers, and find a way to skip lockdown, we would have all night to try and sneak out of here. The place is barely lit up, anyway." His plan was horribly naive. "They would notice if we were gone, Riley." He looked at Harvey, then they both smiled. Not if only one of us was gone." They both looked at me now, nervously grinning. "Oh, hell no. I knew where this was going." "Absolutely not," I said, backing away. "That won't work." Riley stepped forward and grabbed my wrist. "You know he likes you, Ruby. Everyone can see it. There's a reason Opal attacked you and not any of the other champions. She's jealous. I wanted to tell them that I had already tried to get him out of here and failed miserably. I wanted to tell them that the prince didn't like me. He was just fascinated by our shared talent. I wished they knew. I wished I could tell them about the magic and about Aiden's secret. Would they even believe me? Telling them would put them both in danger, anyway. I have to go, I said. The king's champions were gathering around the training ring, ready to fight. I'll think about it, Riley. I'll see you guys after training. I turned my back to them and walked toward the practice ring. Were they crazy? Aiden was not going to help me. He might have needed me for his own personal magic partner or whatever. Still, if he was afraid of anyone, it was King Xavier. His father. He wouldn't step out of line. I took a deep breath, clearing my thoughts as I walked toward the champions. This was my first day back in days, and I had no idea what Aiden had said to them when I was gone. But Opal didn't even look at me. She didn't even raise her eyes from the floor as I approached. Was she afraid? I hoped so. I couldn't help but notice the remnants of bruises still lingering on her face as if she had been badly beaten up in recent days. Satisfaction tickled my chest. I was going to give these people what they deserved. Gods or no gods. Eyes went by. I didn't see Aiden. During training, my mind kept wandering to the massive library, the story of the prophecy and Aiden's hand in mine. The gods will leave the burden for someone new. I wished I could practice my flame. I wished I was still in the infirmary, with free range to the castle. What if I missed my last shot at killing King Xavier? My next fight would be any day now, and survival was never guaranteed, even with Offine on my side. Riley and Harvey grew closer every day. Thank the gods for it, too, because I was exhausted from looking out for both of them. At least they had each other. A little weight was lifted from my shoulders. I had bigger problems to handle. Every night, I saw them in my cage. The same shadow I saw in the showers now lingered in the hallway. Sometimes alone. Sometimes with others. At first, I thought I just needed to get some sleep. But day after day, she watched me. It was like each of my kills were coming back to haunt me. I tried to ignore them, and it had been working so far. They only showed up when my mind was quiet, leaving us alone together in the darkness. I stared up at the ceiling. Harvey's breath was steady and deep next to me. She had no problem sleeping, which honestly amazed me. She was so calm, not worried that she had yet to fight in the ring. I closed my eyes, but sleep never came. The phantom feeling of fire under my skin kept me awake. My body was begging for it, wanting more. I didn't even hear footsteps walking down the corridor, just a tiny tap on the metal bars. I picked my head up. Soren. Get up, he whispered. Come with me. I didn't question it. I didn't even hesitate. I grabbed my boots and slipped through the cage that Soren held open, following him silently into the darkness. Where are we going? I asked after we were outside of the cage corridor. Out of the city for the night, he responded. My heart rate shot up instantly. I was leaving the city. Sensing my confusion, Soren continued. Prince Aiden asked me to bring you somewhere. It's just a mile or so into the Shadow Forest. Here, put this on. He handed me a large, black cloak. I slipped it over my shoulders, pulling the hood over my head. The weight felt comforting, reassuring. We'll have you back by morning, don't worry. Right, I was anxious about that. Not about the fact that I was traveling in this mystical forest at night, or the fact that I was sneaking out to meet Aiden. I nodded at Soren as he turned around, leading me up a dark staircase. My mind was racing. Why would Aiden want to see me? And why in the Shadow Forest? As he opened one of the castle doors, the chill of the night brushed my skin. Somehow, this air felt different from the air in the courtyard. It was freer, fresher. He silently lifted me onto a large, black horse that was waiting in the shadows just a few feet away. He jumped on after me, and we rode. We didn't use the main entrance to the city. Instead, Soren led us quietly through the darkest, unlit parts of Nevervane. We rode next to the tall stone wall toward the back of the city before he slipped through a small, unarmed entrance in the stone. I didn't ask any questions. If Aiden wanted to leave the castle without anyone else knowing, I'm sure he had his reasons. We rode through the dark forest. I had forgotten how beautiful it was. How mesmerizing life in the woods could be. It really made you forget that anything bad could happen here. The familiar buzz of life tickled my senses. The air was crisper than I remembered, smelling like pine and fresh grass. The giant trees echoed any sound we made in the silent night. The horse galloped quickly through the small path. I had no idea how Soren knew where to go, but the singular horse tracks in mud told me Aiden was already here. Minutes later, a dark, hidden tent came into view straight ahead of us. It was only visible by a tiny lantern that hung outside the tent entrance. As Soren and I approached, I began to hear voices. Aiden and someone else. A woman. We hopped off of the horse. Soren said nothing but motioned for me to enter the tent. I tried not to pay attention to the prickling on the back of my neck. I pushed open the dark, heavy flap of the tent. It was bigger than I thought it would be. Aiden sat across from the woman on the floor, the light from the lantern flickering behind them. "Ruby," he said, "you made it." I stayed put and straightened my back. As if I had a choice. Yes. To what do I owe the pleasure? The woman stood up first, walking toward me. She was beautiful. Her black hair flowed freely to her waist, meeting the long skirt that dragged the floor. Her eyes were bright green, more brilliant than Aiden's. She had an amused look on her face as she studied me, examining my every feature. "This is her?" she asked, turning to Aiden. He only nodded. "Welcome, child. Sit." She took my hand and pulled me to the floor where they had been sitting. "Child." She hardly looked older than I was. "This is Isabel," Aiden said. His legs were folded in front of him. He seemed so relaxed. Where the hell was I? "She can help us with the flame. She knows all about the prophecy." "You told her," I whispered. A feeling of dread crept up my back. This was not good. "You can trust me, girl," Isabel said. "I've been waiting for you for many years now." "Waiting for me? Wait," I said, looking around. The tent was filled with potion bottles and herbs. I would have thought her to be a healer, but she was nothing like Amaris. Plants and vines that I had never seen were growing on and around the thin walls of the small structure. Nature flowed through the tent, merging with it. Not to mention the fact that she was living out here in arguably the scariest place in Nevervane. "Are you a witch?" The last word came out in a whisper, but it seemed too loud in the quiet of the shadow forest. Isabel just laughed. "Yes, Ruby. I guess you could say that. Your prince here has told me a lot about you. I'm glad you came." "We can't be here," I said to Aiden. He should know better. It was bad enough that we had been accessing the flame in the library. Now we were visiting a witch. If the king ever found out, this would be a death sentence. "Relax," he said. "I've been coming here for the past year. My father will never find out. He never enters the shadow forest, especially not at night." I nodded. I guess I had the prince's protection, whatever that was worth. "What are we doing here? What do you want?" I said to them both. They looked at each other, mirroring the same sneaky grin. "Isabel can help us. With the flame, I mean. With the magic." I looked at the woman. She seemed so young, but something in her eyes held great depth. Great wisdom. She held out her hand to me, and I placed my palm on hers. "Ah," she said, closing her eyes. "Offine is strong in you." The prince was right. My heart began to beat harder in my chest. Isabel ran her other hand down my arm, over my upward palm. My skin danced where she touched me. "Offine, goddess of fire," she said. But she wasn't talking to me. "Or Aiden. Have you chosen this girl to carry your power? Have you chosen Ruby to carry the burden?" I don't know what I was waiting for. Aiden looked just as shocked as I felt. Seconds went by. The sound of our breath was the only thing filling the air. A hot fire burned under my skin, where Isabel's hands had just been. White flame rumbled in my palm instantly, my fingers filled with power. Offine's power. I had felt it too many times before. Isabel opened her eyes, staring at the flame and then at me. She smiled. "So it's true," she said as the flame died. I pulled my arm from her grasp. "Offine has chosen you." "For what? And why me?" My voice sounded weak. Desperate. But I was desperate. I needed answers. This flame had almost gotten me killed on too many occasions, but it was also the reason I was still alive. When Isabel didn't answer me, Aiden did. "Do you remember the story I read to you in the library about the dark spirits in the forest?" I nodded. How could I forget? We were right about the protectors leaving the burden. But it wasn't to just one person, Ruby. He looked at me intently, leaning forward. "Isabel thinks that we were both chosen. By Offine herself. The burden would be too much for one person to carry, so they had to give us both the flame. It's the prophecy." Each word hit me like a punch. Not because it was ridiculous, but because it wasn't. Aslan chose you a long time ago when my father's men attacked your parents. I still don't know why he would want 'em dead, but Aslan saved you. It didn't make sense to me until you told me that you could only access the power when you were near death. I never had a problem accessing the flame. I actually have to fight to keep the flame away. I don't understand, I said. So, we're both chosen. But for what? What are we supposed to do? His eyes darkened, and he looked to Isabel. She picked her chin up. We weren't positive until a few days ago, so we wanted to wait to tell you, she said. The prophecy states that evil would run the gods out of the shadow forest. We all know that. The gods have left this place abandoned for too many years. But we weren't sure what the evil was that caused it. She paused. My heart thumped in my ears. It's my father, Aiden jumped in. My father is accessing the evil power of the shadow forest. I looked between both of their serious faces. It wasn't the most absurd thing I had ever heard, but it still didn't make sense. The king was evil, yes, but not shadow forest evil. Not God suppressing evil. But if he's the one wanting to keep magic away, why would he be harnessing power from the forest? There's more, he said. I suspected something was up with my father about a year ago when he started kidnapping more fighters. Weak ones, even like your friend Harvey. It didn't make sense. Why would he kidnap kids against their will when hundreds of people were ready to join the Ring of Angels? I had thought the same thing. Riley thought something was up, too. Isabel spoke next. It is believed that the evil spirits from the forest are fed by death. They feed off of the souls of humans, overtaking them entirely to control their own will. It's a form of possession so that the spirits can still interact with us. But King Xavier doesn't. Aiden cut me off. Think about it, Ruby. The fight with Bane, we both know he wasn't himself. His eyes were black. He was acting like a puppet. Bane, my hand instinctively raised to my neck. He had a point. And your flame awakens inside of you every time you're near my father. I can feel it. There he goes again, saying he can feel my flame, my emotions. But how can you feel my flame when I can't feel yours? Separating Aslan's power entirely would make either one of you too weak, Isabel spoke. Instead, she has given you the raw power. The anger, the vengeance. The prince here is different. He has control. It's almost as if he is your anchor back to the human world. I looked at Aiden. He was staring at the ground between us now, red creeping through his pale face. My anchor. He has his own power, too, and it is powerful, yes. But you will need him to access Aslan's pure abilities. One of you cannot be without the other. I shook my head. This was all too much. We're supposed to do what? Kill the king together. I tried to hide the smile that crept under my skin. My one mission, my one goal in life, and the prince was going to help me. At least, that's what I had thought. Then Aiden spoke. No, I think there's another way. He looked at Isabel. We think the evil can be somehow removed from him. I mean, there has to be a way that this can be undone. I didn't blame Aiden for thinking that. He was Aiden's father, after all. But it was simply untrue. If spirits of the Shadow Forest had been using King Xavier to control people here in Nevervain, there was no saving him. He had to be killed. I had only heard of him once or twice in my life, the Shadow Lord. Where the gods protected the light left in this world, the Shadow Lord brought the darkness. My grandmother used to tell me old legends about how he haunted the forest, attacking any lingering spirit that was unprotected by the few gods and goddesses. He was evil. It was that simple. The evil spirits of the Shadow Forest and the evil King of Nevervain. What a perfect match. I'm assuming you have some sort of great plan, then? I asked. Well, it's a plan. Soren quietly brought me back to the cages minutes before the sun came up. After the night I had with Aiden and Isabel, I wasn't tired at all. In fact, I felt more alive than I had the entire time I had been in the Ring of Angels. Harvey shifted awake as the cage shut behind me. Despite my best efforts to sneak out, she noticed my boots were already on and my bed was still made. Ruby, is that you? She blinked through the darkness. Yes, it's me. Where have you been? Did you just get back? A sigh escaped me. The secrets I had been keeping seemed to build and build, like a volcano inside of me. Could I trust Harvey? Or Riley? Harvey hardly appeared dangerous. I only feared the way she would react. Would she hate me for keeping the secret so long? Would she be afraid of what I could do? Ah, yeah. I had something to do with the prince. I could imagine her, sitting straight up in bed, jaw agape. I knew it. He does like you. This is awesome. Maybe he'll protect you now. Maybe you won't even have to fight. This time, I didn't get angry at Harvey. A smile crept onto my face as I sat there in the darkness, momentarily relieving the enormous weight I felt on my shoulders. Chapter 14. He Champions dinner was a part of the Ring of Angels I had desperately hoped wasn't true. I guess I was wrong. It was the start of something the king called Champions Week, which was usually the only week of the year where champions fought other champions. Ideally, only half of us would make it through this week alive. And to start, all of the king's champions would sit at one dinner table, dining with King Xavier himself somewhere in the castle. How appetizing. I had yet to make a single ally within the vicious group of champions. Not like I was really trying, anyway. But still. Naomi didn't seem to completely despise me, but I assumed she had known Opal enough to choose her side over mine. My stomach tightened at the thought. I was never one to make many friends, but it would have been nice to know at least one person there didn't absolutely hate my guts. After a long, hot day of training with each other, we were all ushered out of the courtyard. A few of the fighters murmured to each other, but it was nothing I could hear. I couldn't help but wonder if any of them had been here last year during this dinner or if we were all new. Maybe King Xavier would just poison us all now and save the trouble of the fighting. Time would tell. A large group of guards corralled us through the corridor of cages and up a shallow set of stairs. The castle was quiet as if nobody lived here at all. Maybe they didn't live here. Perhaps everyone was equally as terrified of the king. Girls to the left, boys to the right, one of the guards said. The group silently split up, following the orders. I caught myself wishing Soren were here bossing us around instead of these strangers. I followed the group into a large room. Before I even looked through the doorway, I heard a stream of gasps and murmurs from the other girls. It took me one glance into the room to know exactly what the fuss was all about. The room was surrounded by 11 of the most elegant, beautifully designed dresses I had ever seen. King Xavier wasn't messing around with this dinner. Ladies, welcome. A soft voice filled the room around us as the girls filed in. My name is Amaris, and these are the rest of the royal maids. We are here to assist you all in looking as beautiful as possible for King Xavier and his guests tonight. Please, choose a dress. Amaris, the maid from my branding and the healer in the infirmary. This was the most I had ever heard her talk. I tried to walk toward her, but I was quickly pushed aside by a rush of women reaching for the dresses. As usual, Opal was the first person to claim her dress. Even Naomi shoved her way to the front. It had turned into a madhouse here. Dresses were never really my style. Back in Sundown, a dress would just give you sand in all the wrong places. Pants were always more practical. There was no way I could throw a punch in one of those things, either. It was ridiculous. I stayed put and waited for the other girls to calm down. I was expecting to get the leftover dress, the one nobody else wanted. Instead, I felt a light tap on my shoulder. I turned to see Amaris. The kind, soft woman who had so gracefully taken care of me before. She grinned at me. Her face lit up with excitement. Ruby, it is good to see you. It was refreshing to see a familiar face here. I greeted her with a smile. Come, I have something special for you. The prince's request. She turned and ran to the back of the room, ushering me to follow her. I glanced hastily at the rest of the women, floundering over the garments before them. The prince had picked something out for me. This wasn't good. The other fighters didn't even notice as I followed Amaris through the room. When I reached the back corner, Amaris was standing in front of another dress. But this was not just any dress. It was unlike the others. Those dresses were elegant and pretty, yes. But this one was fierce. The dress Amaris was looking at was something much more than beautiful. I wasn't sure words could describe the perfection in the black, sequined fabric that flowed effortlessly to the ground. If I was ever going to wear a dress in my life, I was glad it was this one. I tried to hide the butterflies that were forming in my stomach. Amaris helped me slip out of my old, dingy clothes from the cages. She even replaced my dingy boots with stellar white slippers that sparkled against the floor. I stared at myself in the mirror as she tightened the black corset around my torso. My entire life, I never considered myself to be beautiful. It was never a focus of mine. I saw beauty in the other women in Sundown, though. They were always messing with their hair or worrying about their skirts. That's the thing about chasing revenge. It makes you dark, ugly, unlovable. But this dress reflected all of those things. It was black as night, contrasting heavily against the other pastel dresses. It was strong. It was defiant. It was me. Why would Aiden want me in a different dress? Drawing any attention to me was a horrible idea. Yet here I was, the black sheep in the herd of pink and white dresses. The gown flared from my waist, giving me the illusion of an actual woman. I turned around, smiling at Amaris. "Thank you," I whispered. She pulled my hair into an effortless bun before speaking. "You are beautiful, Ruby. Don't forget that." In no way did I agree with her, but I appreciated her kind gesture. Kindness was rare around here. The other girls were still murmuring and fussing about their dresses and how their hair was done. I even saw a couple of girls fighting over a small tube of lipstick. It was amazing how such evil, revolting women could actually look feminine. Or even care. I stood in my black ball gown in the back of the room, surrounded by the King's champions. For as much as I hated them, I forgot that I was one of them now. How hypocritical am I? Jax would kill me if he saw me now. Two guards busted through the doorway, hands on their swords. "Ladies," one of them announced. "It is time for dinner. Let's go." If any butterflies remained in my stomach until now, they were gone now. It was time to dine with King Xavier. As we filed out of the room, Opal lingered behind. Her dress was white with sheer, sequined sleeves. She stared at me with spite as I walked by her. "Nice dress," she barked. "It is, isn't it?" I responded, placing my hand on my hip in a sweeping gesture. Special treatment from the prince was anything but comfortable. However, the satisfaction I felt when I saw the jealousy on Opal's face made it worth it. My dress dragged the stone floor as I walked past her, through the door, and down the corridor. The men had already headed to the ballroom. We were escorted into a new part of the castle. It was large, with sunlight flooding inside through massive windows. It felt different than the other dark parts of the building I had been to. It was lighter, newer. The breeze in the air felt cool against my skin. We arrived, one by one, at the dining hall. Centered in the middle of the vast marble room was one of a grand wooden table. Above it hung a dazzling crystal chandelier, which was at least 3 stories high. I couldn't help but wonder how they even got it up there. The men were already sitting on one side of the table, with King Xavier and Prince Aiden seated in the middle. The few seats closest to them remained vacant, though. It was like walking into the den of a lion. The other champions were afraid of something, after all. The women filled the open seats at the table with silence. Naomi sat first, confidently choosing a seat near the end of the table. A safe choice. Her face was brave, but I didn't miss her eyes nervously take in the room. The sound of feet hitting the floor was the only sound in the room, accompanied by the occasional swish of someone's skirt or the screech of someone's chair. As the seats began to fill, I started to feel jittery. I hung toward the back of the crowd, letting the other girls take the lead. It was just dinner. I had to relax. "So nice to see you all again, my champions," the king said as he stood from his seat, spreading his arms in a welcoming gesture. Aiden stayed sitting beside him, not even raising his eyes from his glass. He was clearly uninterested in the charade. He didn't even try to meet my eyes. A few of the girls mumbled greetings. I forced a smile as I walked closer to the table. Only a few seats remained open. My heart began thumping in my ears as I realized how close I would have to sit to our gracious hosts. Opal took the seat directly next to Aiden. Bold move. He finally glanced at her lazily as she bowed her head in what I can only assume was her attempt at showing her chest. I realized then that I should have moved quickly, like Naomi. The only remaining seat was the one directly across from King Xavier. This was going to be a long night, indeed. Come, don't be shy. We have a great meal prepared for tonight," he said as everyone settled down. I held my chin high, trying to avoid the stares from the other fighters as I lowered myself into the chair. I could nearly feel the king looking directly at me. Being so close to him was blood-curdling. As you all know, the annual champion dinner is one of my favorite events. So let us eat, drink, and celebrate everyone's service to the crown. I can't wait to get to know you all a little better. The king sat down as dozens of servants rushed through the kitchen doors. I hardly noticed as one of them filled my glass with a dark, red liquid. Wine. My stomach burned with warmth as I took a few large swallows. Well, Ruby, the king said as the room slowly began to fill with low murmurs of conversation. Don't you look just stunning? Thank you, King Xavier, I swallowed. You are too generous. The maids must be very talented. What a beautiful dress. His voice was low and focused like he was questioning me. A dark dress to match a dark girl, perhaps. I felt Aiden's eyes snap to me as I nodded. It was the first time he looked at me since I walked in. His eyes raked across my face, down to my chest where the black lace pulled against my skin. I leaned back, amused by the look on his face. Yes, someone here really has a great vision. So Ruby, what do you think about the Ring of Angels so far? Aiden asked from across the table with a wicked grin. His words slurred slightly. How much wine had he been drinking? I probably wouldn't have even noticed if I weren't so used to his usual, sharp conversation tone. And was he taunting me? My mind sharpened as dozens of eyes focused on me. A couple of conversations halted. I took another gulp of my wine before answering. Well, Your Highness, I said as I focused my attention on the prince. It has been quite the experience. It is no match for the practice ring I had back home, however. I love it here, Opal interjected. It is such an honor to be fighting for the royal family every day. I couldn't stop my eyes from rolling. This girl would do anything for an ounce of attention. When I looked back up, Aiden was still staring at me. He ignored Opal. Do you miss it there? My heart rate sped up. Of course, I missed it. I missed everything about that tiny little town. I hadn't let myself think about the small little tents or the practice ring in Sundown. It was too distracting. Sometimes, yes, but that life wasn't for me. Aiden's eyes didn't leave mine. Something sad flashed across his eyes. He had been staring at me for too long. I was sure Opal noticed. And this life is. I think this life is much more deserving for someone like me. Aiden flinched. It was true. Someone like me didn't deserve to sit quietly in a peaceful town like Sundown. It is such a significant sacrifice, isn't it? The king said to everyone. For hundreds of years, Nevervain's people have shown courage and dignity in the Ring of Angels. How special it must be to be a part of something so much bigger than yourself. My temper flared at his words. How could the people in this city be so ignorant? Yes, killing my own people is special, I said. It could have been the wine, but I didn't care about the danger I was literally sitting across from. The air around me stilled, but King Xavier's smile didn't even flicker. Everyone dies, Ruby. The strong ones, like yourself, simply live longer. It takes a certain dauntlessness to take someone else's life. Don't you think so? I paused before I spoke. Sometimes, yes. And sometimes it's the work of a coward. Someone to my right dropped their silverware. Well, that's quite an opinion. I picked up my wine and finished the glass as he looked at me, waiting for my rebuttal. Opal chimed in from the side. You know, killing other people really humbles you. She placed her hand on Aiden's arm, leaning in to speak. Some people just aren't up for it. And how many people have you killed, Opal? I'm sure you have quite the collection. Your mother would be proud, I'm sure. What a great commitment to the crown, I said. My voice was stronger than I meant it to be. I couldn't help but notice her hand still on Aiden and his reluctance to remove it. Funny of you to say that, Ruby. I believe your own collection is starting to rival mine. Wouldn't you say so, Your Highness? She said sharply to Aiden. He finished his glass of wine, clearly startled at the mention of his name. He even coughed twice, sitting up in his chair. I believe you are both very talented. Both. He'd crept up my neck. How dare he compare me to her, that monster. I was nothing like her. At least I didn't think I was. Opal was snarky, cruel, and vengeful. But I really knew nothing about this girl. I didn't understand why she was here. Was she kidnapped like me? Or maybe she had volunteered years ago. There was no way to tell. Either way, she deserved this life. She was nasty. She was merciless. Sometimes, though, once you've worn a mask for so long, you forget what's underneath. Aiden didn't seem to notice the way my eyes were blaring into him. He was acting like a coward. He let Opal slide closer to him. Maybe he liked the attention. Opal wasn't ugly, and the prince was a young unmarried man. The thought alone made me tighten my jaw. He ignored me as he downed another glass of wine. I thought back to the conversation we had weeks ago when he first told me about his magic. You're afraid of your own dreams. Yes. I wondered if King Xavier had dreams. I wondered if he ever thought about the souls he was killing every single time he watched a fight in the Ring of Angels. The way he devoured his meal disgusted me. It was like a repulsive, old animal feasting on live prey. We ate in silence for what seemed like hours. I lost track of how many times the servants had filled my wine, but my cheeks started to warm up. I found myself endlessly annoyed at Opal. She was basically falling over herself in front of Aiden. They talked about politics and about the importance of training in combat. Aiden mostly just nodded at everything she was saying, but it still unsettled me. He didn't owe me anything, but some amount of recognition would have been nice. Had he forgotten everything about the past couple of weeks? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I saw too much into this. Well, everyone, Prince Aiden announced as he leaned back in his chair. It has been a long night. We have a tough week of champion fights ahead of us, so look around you. These will be your opponents for the week. Prepare yourselves. Champions fighting champions. I could have sworn I saw the king smile from across the table. I set my fork down and sighed, no longer hungry. Aiden decided then to focus his attention on me. Is something wrong, Ruby Castile? He announced to the room. The way his words slurred together told me one thing: Aiden was drunk. The entire room looked at me. My heart pounded in my chest, pumping warmth through my body. I felt my temper flare. How dare he call me out like this after blatantly ignoring me for the entire night? Thank the gods I wasn't the only one drinking too much wine, though. I smiled up at him graciously. Two could play this game. No, Your Highness. Not at all. He was taunting me, and he knew it. I'm looking forward to this week. Wonderful. I believe everyone is dismissed, then, if my father is pleased. King Xavier stood from his chair, nearly knocking it over. May your souls rest with the crown. Red wine spilled from his glass as he turned, walking out of the dining room. Fighters began to stand, also. Everyone was ready to return to the comfort of the cages, even me. Guards, please escort the fighters back to the courtyard. Not you, Ruby, Prince Aiden said quietly. That earned me a wicked glare from Opal. Satisfaction bubbled in my chest as I suppressed a giggle. Anything that made her mad was sure to please me, even if it included entertaining the arrogant prince. I bowed my head as fighters brushed past me, heading out of the dining hall. After a few seconds, Aiden and I were the only ones left. The heavy doors boomed shut in the distance. He stood slowly, raising his gaze to me. A chill ran down my spine as his eyes moved across my body, lingering over the bare skin on my chest. Can I help you? I asked sharply. Yes, I think you can. Walk with me. I followed him around the table through a set of doors on the opposite side of the hall. We walked in silence for a few minutes. For a second, I thought maybe he forgot I was walking with him. I'm sorry I haven't had time to see you, he said eventually. I've been busy with stuff. His words still slurred, but his voice was much softer now. Don't worry about it. I've just been busy fighting, the usual. I kept my voice strong and unwavering. I didn't want him to know how much I missed his company or how excited I was when I got to see him today. I didn't want him to know that I hated seeing him with Opal or that this entire thing was just a waste of our energy. Part of me thought he might already know these things, though. Have you been thinking about the plan? He asked. I couldn't stop thinking about Aiden's plan to save the king. It was ridiculous to think that someone who harnessed that much evil could be saved. I couldn't tell him that, though. When he told me the plan in the Shadow Forest, it took everything in me not to tell him it was crazy. Deep down, he had to know. I shook my head slightly, not trusting myself to speak. I saw him look at me from the corner of my eye. A lingering gaze, one that was most likely initiated by all the wine from dinner. You know, Ruby, you're not as awful as people think you are. I think you're actually quite amazing. A spark tingled my body at the words, but I quickly recovered. How noble of you to think so, Prince. He laughed. The sound was low and deep. Butterflies rumbled in my stomach. Or maybe that was the wine. I tried to keep my back straight, eyes forward. It was easier if everyone thought I was awful. It was easier if everyone was afraid of me. Even for Aiden. We turned a corner. How long have you been pretending to be a sinful, heartless individual? The prince asked. I stopped walking and faced him. This man had just treated me like a random girl from the cages for the past hour. Like a nobody. As if I didn't know his biggest secret and he mine. I did not owe him my kindness. I hardly owed him this. Conversation. I'll tell you if you tell me. Trust me, I'm not pretending, he huffed. I know that's not true. You have a temper, yes. But you want to help the fighters. You want to help me. You want to help your father. That means something, Aiden. He stopped too, coming inches from my face. I could feel the heat of his own body merging with mine. Fire and fire. You were beautiful, Ruby. Not just your looks, either. It might have been the nicest thing anyone had ever said to me. His gaze dropped to my lips. For a moment, I thought he was going to kiss me. I expected it. In fact, I craved it. His presence was something I had been missing for days now. I caught myself leaning into the comforting smell of roses, letting the butterflies erupt in my stomach. We were so close, our breath becoming one. Heat rushed up to my neck. Aiden leaned in, pressing his forehead to mine. I could almost feel his lips on mine as he slowly leaned in. Oh, Prince Aiden, sorry I didn't, Soren's voice boomed through the empty hall. We jolted apart, quickly grabbing our bearings. Aiden looked frazzled as he glanced between Soren and me. It's fine, he said as he coughed and straightened his shirt. He didn't meet my gaze as he stepped away from me. Soren, please escort Lady Castile back to the cages. Without giving me so much as another look, he stormed down the hallway. Was he that embarrassed to be seen with me? I was left there alone with Soren, the smell of roses still lingering in the air. He didn't say anything as I walked past him with my head down, leading the way to my personal prison. You know, Soren said, breaking the silence as we approached the long corridor. Aiden has never supported the fights. That's why he signed up to train the fighters. He wanted to give them a better chance. And I've never seen him care about one fighter so much. Soren knew Aiden's secret. They were friends. He knew the truth about why Aiden wanted to get close to me. If Opal were the one with the magic, maybe she would be the one alone with him in the castle. It had nothing to do with me. My chest ached. I don't know why I cared. But I did. Aiden was the most confusing, infuriating man I had ever met. I caught myself smiling at Soren in the dark as he closed the cage behind me, leaving me in the silence with my shadows. I thought of Aiden's lips. I thought of the king's wicked smile. I thought of Opal's snarky behavior. And before I fell asleep, when I could no longer fight the darkness that swarmed my vision, I thought of Jax. Chapter 15. Hat did you eat? Harvey asked as the cages unlocked. Was it like giant meat platters and servants to feed you? Or did you all sit there and watch the king eat? Wait, was Prince Aiden there? Did he talk to you at all? He must have loved that dress you. Relax, Harvey. The food was great. I could hardly eat it, though. Just looking at the king made me lose my appetite. And the dress. Is that what the other champions wore, too? She wanted to hear more. Amaris had returned my dingy, plain clothes and taken back the masterpiece of a dress. It pained me unexpectedly to give it back, to think that I would never wear anything that beautiful again. No, mine was different. I guess Aiden wanted me to wear it. I tried to make my voice sound as uninterested as possible, but he'd crept up my neck at the thought of last night. Harvey's jaw hit the floor. Wait, are you serious? She grabbed my arm as we walked toward the courtyard. He picked out a special dress for you. What does that mean? Gods above, he really does like you. Shush, keep your voice down. I'd rather not have everyone here knowing that. And no, he does not like me. I quickly shut Harvey up, but was she right? I mean, why else would he pick out a dress for me and not any of the other fighters? Why would he want to steal more alone time with me? I had been telling myself it was all just because of my magic. And that was probably the truth. There was nothing special about me other than that I could burn people if necessary. Prince Aiden was so much more than that. He was more complex than I ever would have imagined. I doubted he would ever be interested in someone like me. I was merely a murderer for the crown. Riley jogged over to us. Ah, look who it is. Champion royalty. How was the big fancy dinner last night? I rolled my eyes as he stepped into pace beside us. Delicious, I responded. We ate the souls of our opponents as our first course. Riley shoved my shoulder and laughed. Somehow, even at the beginning of Champion Week, he still could make me laugh. The realization quickly hit me as I took in the empty courtyard. Where the usual crowd of champions huddled together for morning training, there was nobody. We would not be training together this week. This was the one week of the year that the champions would be fighting one another. We were no longer allies. There would be no practicing. Only fighting. Only killing. I met Naomi's gaze from across the field, and a small chill shivered my spine. Part of me hoped that Aiden could pull some strings and match me with someone who deserved to die. Or at least someone who wouldn't kill me. Okay, guys, I said to my friends. Let's start training. We have work to do. I spent the next few hours going over tactics with Riley. He wasn't nearly as strong as Jax by any means, but Riley remembered almost every skill he had been taught by his brother. And thank the gods for that. Sweat was beading off my body. Harvey patiently observed as Riley and I went over the basics. And remember to stay low. Most of the other girls seem to be your height, but you don't want to give them any more room to land a hit. Right, I remembered as I crouched a little lower. Riley threw a half-hearted punch toward my torso, but I easily blocked it and swung back toward his face. Good, he said. Jax would be proud of you, you know. I dropped my fists and took a long, shaky breath. I had tried not to think about Jax lately. He would hate who I had become. He would hate the brand, the kills, the dress. He would definitely hate Aiden. I'm sure he wouldn't feel too good about me lying to everyone about my magic, either. Humiliation crept into my body. Hey, Riley interrupted. I didn't mean it like that. He must have seen the emotion on my face. I just mean, you're doing everything you can to stay alive. To get out of here. He would do the same thing. Would he? Jax was the most honest, courageous person I had ever met. Would he kill innocent people over and over again? Gods above, I hoped he could forgive me. He would never volunteer, but part of me wondered if he would ever kill another person to save his own life. Yeah, you're right, I said eventually. Harvey, why don't you practice a few with Riley for a second? I need a break. Her eyes widened. The weeks we'd spent in the cages hadn't helped her fear of fighting. At least she agreed to practice every now and then. I watched as she prepared the stance I had shown her hundreds of times. Her scrawny figure was beginning to show signs of muscle. A pang of hope rang through my chest. She and Riley went back and forth, slowly going over the motions of primary defense and offense. Riley was patient with her. He portrayed a seriousness I had only seen in him a few times. It was refreshing to see. Maybe we had hope here, after all. A low voice echoed from behind me. Your hit will land a lot harder if you use your size to your benefit. Duck lower and hit from below. I turned around to find Soren standing there, leaning against the wall of the courtyard. He had been watching for some time, by the looks of it. Harvey nervously tensed beside me. Thanks, she muttered. Ruby, may I borrow you for a moment? He asked. Riley stood up tall. I gave him a reassuring smile and walked toward Soren. Of all the people to be afraid of here in Nevervain, Soren was not one of them. Keep practicing guys, I'll meet up with you when I can, I said as I walked toward the guard. I wiped away the sweat on my face as I paused in front of him, hands on my hips. Soren's voice had seemed calm when he spoke, but his eyes no longer reflected the calmness and confidence I had come to expect from Soren. They were tired, weary, concerned. What's going on? Aiden sent me. He has a message for you. Soren pushed himself off of the wall and began strolling. A silent invitation. I didn't hesitate before falling into step beside him. What does he want? Is everything okay? Worry crept into my voice, but Soren maintained his composure. He said time is running out. And that he's working on a new plan. Soren hardly whispered as he said the words that I dreaded most. Time is running out. That's all I know. But Ruby, he continued. His face was full of seriousness as he stopped walking and turned to face me. Something is happening with the king. He is planning a lot more fights than just the champions versus champions. I have a feeling Champion Week is going to be like none other we have ever seen in Nevervain's history. What do you mean? Why is time running out? He didn't say. I'll try to figure out when you're fighting, but King Xavier has been discreet. I have to survive this week, Soren. I have to. Panic began to flutter in my chest. I hadn't been afraid of fighting champions until that moment. The fear in Soren's eyes matched mine. But he wasn't looking at me. A group of guards stormed into the courtyard. Every fighter froze, including me. Don't say a word, Soren whispered next to me. Harvey Baremore, the deep, automated voice of the guard boomed through the stone walls. Get up. It's time for your fight in the Ring of Angels. I couldn't believe my eyes. In fact, I hardly digested what was happening until the group of guards approached Harvey. She froze, too. Her eyes looked panicked. Two of the men grabbed her by the arms and started toward the doors. That's when she screamed. Harvey fought against the guards, but she was so small. So helpless. Harvey, I whispered. Riley just stared after her, also frozen. Harvey, I repeated. I took a step after her, but Soren grabbed my wrist, holding me back. No, I screamed. She can't fight. She's not ready. Nobody heard me over Harvey's panicked voice. I thrashed against Soren, but I was no match for him. You have to help her. You have to help, Soren. Please. Not now, Ruby. Just relax. Come with me. Soren dragged me after them, rough enough to not look suspicious. I couldn't think. I couldn't hear what Soren was saying to me. He didn't let go of my wrist as we hustled through the dark hallways and into the stands. Harvey's screams still echoed in my ears. I needed to act. I needed to do something. I would not leave Harvey alone. I had to stop this. Where was Aiden? I glanced around the stands, looking at all the hungry faces. Seconds went by, minutes. But there was no sign of Aiden. The giant doors of the fighting ring boomed open. Harvey looked terrified. She was no fighter. She was no enemy of the king. She was just a girl, a broken, kidnapped girl from the outskirts of Nevervain. They had given her a small knife. No doubt the sword was too heavy for her small arms. My Harvey. My little, sweet Harvey. My heart was racing. I shoved myself into the crowd, up to the front row. Nobody seemed to notice how wrong this was. This was Champions Week. Why was Harvey even chosen to fight? She would not survive against a champion. There was absolutely no chance. I couldn't feel my body. When dealing with something unbearable, the body has its own way of preserving its function. The heart rate spikes. The skin becomes sweaty. Any instinct you have bursts into life to keep you alive. I could not know what Harvey was thinking, but I had an idea. She was probably thinking of her parents, who were looking for her somewhere in the woods. She was probably thinking of her cat. I wondered if she thought of me. Did she think I just abandoned her after she was dragged from her bed? Did she think I was going to jump in at any moment like I had done with Riley in his fight with Bane? I observed the distance between the crowd and the fighting platform. It would be a big jump, but not impossible. Especially if I could get past the guards that were spread around the perimeter of the crowd. But then what? Where would we go? We would be trapped. When Harvey's opponent stepped into the ring, my instincts overpowered my thoughts. Harvey's opponent was something entirely more terrifying than most fighters I had seen. For starters, she was fighting a man. But not just a man. Every bone in my body snapped to life in its presence. It was evil, pure evil. My memory snapped back to the fight I had with Bane in the courtyard, the way his eyes filled with the darkness of the evil spirits. The uncontrollable evil harnessed by the king himself. This man held that evil. He walked with exact precision as if his movements were being controlled. The blood-curdling scream coming from Harvey's mouth is what did it, is what broke me. I didn't know a heartbreak would cause physical pain. I didn't understand the concept of it. I grabbed at my chest instinctively. I felt pain, panic. It took one awful sound of the beginning bell to snap back to focus. This was no time for thinking. I had to save Harvey. The first person I looked for in the crowd was King Xavier. I had to kill him. Killing him would have to stop the evilness that radiated from her opponent. I don't know if it was the sudden surge of emotion I was feeling or the pure hatred that flooded every inch of my body, but I moved through the crowd silently. Swiftly. I had a mission. King Xavier was only a few feet away. If I ever had my chance at killing him, this was it. I readied myself. My heart rate pulsed. My body moved with power-infused agility. I was closer to him with every passing second. So close. Only a few feet away when Aiden. He stepped into my path, facing me. Not now, he whispered. His eyes were wild. I could hardly hear him over the screams and cheers of the crowd. The beast match was entertaining for them. How barbaric. Yes, now, I hissed back. How could he do this to me? How could he let Harvey be taken into a fight against this beast of a human? He was supposed to protect her. That's Harvey down there. He's going to kill her. Aiden could never understand. He had never protected anybody. Never stood up for anyone. I took Harvey under my wing when I arrived here. I did everything that I could to protect her from this. She didn't deserve this. Maybe I did. Perhaps this was how the gods chose to punish me for the choices I had made in my life. The shadows that haunted me. But not Harvey. This wasn't her fight. This would not be her ending. She would not become one of my shadows. I would not allow it. Fire fueled my veins. Desperate, painful anguish flooded every aspect of my being. I could hardly hear Aiden speaking to me over the sound of blood pumping through me. I had to access my flame. With Aiden so close to me, I could almost feel the flame tingling my hands. When he wrapped his arms around my body, pinning mine to my sides, my heat began to dissipate just as quickly as it had arrived. He was stopping the flow of power, anchoring me. We had shared the power once before, practicing in the tent with Isabel. The simple fact was that Aiden, acting as my anchor, could easily level out my magic. It wasn't fair. Any ounce of fight I had left was useless. My anger was replaced with anguish as I watched Harvey fall to her knees in fear before her opponent. I didn't need to watch what happened next, but I knew. The crowd roared. The man standing in the ring let out a satisfying growl. I couldn't look at her. Tears wet my face, or maybe they had been there all along. The fight was over. Harvey would not be coming back to the cages that night. Soren came to my side as Aiden continued to pin my arms down, pulling all of my energy from my body. The cheer of the crowd overwhelmed my senses. My legs gave up as I leaned against Aiden. He was taking all of my strength from my body, leaving me with nothing but my despair. I didn't hear what the two said to each other. Aiden was trying to talk to me, but I didn't even try to focus. There was no point. I had failed. I didn't try to fight as Soren quickly picked up my exhausted body, carrying me through the crowd and back to my own personal hell. "Oh, you can't just stay in here forever," Riley spoke from outside the cage. His soft words echoed off the stone wall. The cage that had felt so small before was now vastly too large. Harvey had filled a space in my life that was far more than a tiny cot across from me. Yes, I could stay in here forever. Nobody had bothered me all day, except for Riley. Even Aiden left me alone. I couldn't show my face in the courtyard again. Not as the person I had become. Shame engulfed me as Riley stood there, waiting for a response. I'm not sure what he had expected. For me to save the day. To pretend like I hadn't just stood there and done nothing while an innocent girl died. I failed Harvey, and I was going to fail him too. Didn't he know that? So you're just going to give up? What would Jax think of you? After everything you've been through? Riley's voice cracked at the end. If I could have felt any more pain, his words might have hurt. But they didn't. My capacity for feeling anything had been decimated. It's not your fault, Ruby. There was nothing you could do. Why? He had no idea. There was something I could do. I had magic. I had fire. I had a gift from the gods, and I had failed. Just go, I mumbled to him. I didn't need to see the look on his face to know he was disappointed. And he should be disappointed in me. I couldn't think of Jax. Jax would have been able to do something about Harvey. In fact, he probably would have killed the king by now. What had I been doing? This whole time, I was parading around this castle like one of the king's objects. Even the prince had distracted me, prying my mind away from my original mission. It was all a distraction. I should have fought Aiden harder. I should have dug deeper, called out for Offine. But I didn't. Harvey was dead. Soon enough, I would be dead. Riley left me alone after a while. Hopefully, he realized what I had. I couldn't save us. The same shadow followed me around. It was the same woman, the first girl I had killed. I expected Harvey's shadow to come soon enough, but it never did. Maybe the gods had some mercy on my soul, after all. My body ached as I stood up from the cot. The bright, pulsing light outside told me it was about the middle of the day. My feet dragged across the ground toward the courtyard. My shadow followed me, always lingering in the corner of my vision. She was taunting me, a constant reminder of my first kill, the first step in a vicious downward spiral. I didn't even realize, until recently, how vile I had become. I killed mercilessly. I paraded around with the champion brand, unaware of the damage I was causing. Was my life worth this? Was the king's life worth this? Harvey's life certainly was not. Dozens of eyes snapped in my direction as I entered the courtyard. I kept my gaze down, heading in the direction of the showers. I didn't need pity. I didn't need company, either. My shadow sped up, walking directly beside me. I realized just how frustrated I had become. Not only with myself, but with my past. My demons. What do you want from me? I whispered loud enough for only myself to hear. The shadow, the ghost, stopped walking, tilting its head slightly. I could not see the faces of the shadow, only the rough outline. But if I could, I'm sure this one would be smiling. Mocking me, enjoying my misery. I couldn't take it anymore. What do you want from me? I screamed at the shadow, my voice scratching my throat. Everyone in the courtyard heard. Not only was I a disappointment, but everyone thought I was crazy. Just perfect. Defeat. That's what I felt. And hopelessness. The shadow did not move as I dropped to my knees. Sobs escaped my chest. I didn't care if the fighters saw. I didn't care that I was a champion and that the king was still alive. I was not worthy of living. Not anymore. If this ghost was going to kill me, I wished it would just do it already. The distant smell of roses interrupted my thoughts. I was not the only one to blame. Aiden knew Harvey was going to fight, and he did nothing to help. He stopped me from saving her life out of fear. Fear of his own father. What a coward. His face came into view in front of me. If I were capable of feeling anger, I would have felt it. But I couldn't bring myself to care enough. Anger took too much energy. Honestly, I was surprised he even spoke to me in public anymore. The perfect prince shouldn't be seen with such a monster. Ruby, are you okay? He whispered. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't care, Aiden. I don't care about fighting. I don't care about the king. And I don't care about you. Pain flashed across his face. It was quick, but I had become an expert in pain. I saw it. I wished I felt satisfaction. I wished I felt anything other than emptiness. You have to listen to me. He grabbed my face, forcing me to look at him. The heat that pulsed from his hands didn't even faze me. Not this time. It's not what you think. What isn't? The fact that you stopped me from saving Harvey. Stole the power when I needed it the most. No. Well, yes. You can never understand real loss, Aiden. Find a different way to save the king from the evil spirits or whatever. I can't believe I ever trusted you. Will you just shut up? Gods above, Ruby. For one moment, will you please just listen to someone other than yourself? He spoke in a hushed tone, loud enough for only me to hear. Embarrassment flushed up my neck. He continued talking. I can't talk about it here, but there's something you should know. I'll come to your cage later tonight. Just stop looking so crazy. You're starting to really worry me. And with that, he stood up and walked away. I can't believe he dared to say that I looked crazy. Yes, I was crazy. I was a murderer, I was a failure, and now I was being haunted. Crazy was an understatement. I didn't look toward the other champions. No doubt, they would all be staring. Aiden's voice echoed a few commands in their general direction. This was all such a waste of time. All the training, the brands, the dinner. It was a distraction, something that prolonged our inevitable fate. So now you leave your bed. Riley stood a few feet in front of me, hands on his scrawny hips. I'm tired of eating breakfast alone. Come on. He held his hand out to me in a kind gesture. When had he gotten so old? So mature. A harsh realization hit me. Maybe I couldn't save Harvey. But Riley was still here. And as long as this stubborn, scrawny boy from Sundown still held on to hope, so would I. Fine, I said, taking his hand and standing up. But you're carrying my food. Riley's grin was contagious. It almost made me smile back at him. Almost. Chapter 16. Here's nothing you can say to me, Aiden, I said to him as he entered my cage. I waited all day for him to show up here, his words from earlier ringing in my memory. The fact that he even thought he could fix this was astonishing. The damage is done. I didn't even move from where I sat on my bed. He sat next to me. I could feel the warmth from his body just inches away. The same person I had trusted just days before in the Shadow Forest had betrayed me. I couldn't forget that. It's not what you think, Ruby. I couldn't risk telling you with everyone watching. I snapped my head in his direction. Tell me what? He took a deep breath and looked at me. Harvey's not dead. She's here in the castle. I just had to make everyone think she was dead. I could hardly hear what he was saying over the ringing in my ears. Harvey was alive. But how? I saw her in the ring against that man. The memory of Harvey in the ring sent a chill through my body. I knew my father was going to be up to something. When he announced his plan to match a girl and boy fighter against each other, I tried to speak up. But he wouldn't listen. He was determined to host more fights this week. His pale skin flushed as he spoke. Still, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Harvey is here. Can I see her? Soon. She was injured badly in the fight. There was no way around that. But with some help from the guards, we were able to make it look like she was dead. She's safe now. Did nobody else notice the evil connection between the fighter and your father? I asked as I remembered the way his black eyes glared into Harvey. She must have been so scared. Even if they did, I'm sure they would be too afraid to mention it to my father. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, letting the words sink into my body. Harvey was safe, but now we had an even bigger problem on our hands. The king's evil. Gods above, Aiden, I said as I let out a huff of air. I was so mad at you. I could have killed you. You should have told me. He chuckled. I'm sorry, Ruby. I really am. I would never take your magic like that unless it was vital. I turned my body toward him, taking in every last detail of his face. Aiden had saved Harvey's life. For me. He hardly knew anything about me, yet he was willing to risk everything to save someone I loved. This was the Aiden I knew. I couldn't stop the smile that spread across my face. You did a good thing, Aiden, I said as I leaned sideways and placed my head on his shoulder. The familiar smell of roses flooded my senses, slowing my heart rate. Better be careful. Someone's going to think you're actually a nice guy. When Aiden didn't react to my joke, I lifted my head and looked at him. His face was just inches from mine. I took in his every emotion. He lifted his hand and placed it on my neck, his thumb lifting my chin. You're amazing, Ruby. Unlike anyone I've ever met, he whispered. Of course. I would help you. I didn't even have time to take a breath before he brought his lips down to mine, a fiery union of two incredibly lonely people. I sank into his touch, letting him take the lead. His lips were soft and warm against mine, yet it was so different than what I had experienced with Jax. Because this was Aiden, I didn't have to hide from him. He knew the deepest, darkest parts of myself that I kept hidden from the world, and he still accepted me. All of my doubts melted away as Aiden pressed his lips harder into mine, deepening the kiss. I brought my hands up to his hair, pulling him closer to me. It felt easy. It felt right, like we were meant to do this all along. We stayed intertwined with each other in the darkness of the cages for what seemed like hours, only stopping for breath until the flickering sunlight of the morning reflected through the harsh stone. I should get going, Aiden said, panting as he pulled away from me. His lips were red and swollen. It probably won't look too good if I'm seen here when the cages unlock. I grabbed his hand to stop him as he stood up and walked towards the exit. Wait, will you tell Harvey that I'm okay? He smiled softly and leaned down to give me one last lingering kiss. Gods above, I could have kissed him forever. I think she already knows that, but yes. And with a wink, I was alone in the cages. I felt drunk off of everything that just happened. Harvey was alive. Aiden and I just kissed. Things were starting to look up. Guess you're still here. I won't lie, it's surprising. Opal's small figure formed right outside my cage. I only had to lift my head enough to see her long, dark hair in the hallway. It had only been a few hours since Aiden was in here. Could Opal smell the lingering roses, too? My heart sped up at the memory of Aiden's lips on mine. Don't act so surprised, I replied as I swung my legs to the side, sitting up in the darkroom. Shouldn't you be training or annoying other people or something? Opal closed the distance between us and sat across from me on Harvey's old bed. Listen, she said quietly. She had 2 cups in her hands, one which she handed me without the slightest bit of hesitation. I'm sorry about your friend. She thought we could be friends. I reached out and grabbed the cup as she continued. I think we both have enough enemies around here. Champions Week is almost halfway over, and I think if anything, we could be strong allies. Allies? Opal had utterly lost it. Did she really think I would be her ally? I hope you're joking. Did you forget that you stabbed me? Twice. She took a sip from her cup and leaned closer to me. We're all just trying to survive here, Ruby. We can help each other. Her eyes were dark brown and large, showing no signs of malice. It was suspicious, to say the least. But I was running out of energy to hate people. I took a sip of the liquid, letting it pass my lips with a chill. She nodded her head pleasantly as if I had just accepted her offer of friendship. I don't see the point in making allies here if we all have to kill each other anyway. Opal looked different now. Softer. The harsh features I usually saw seemed lighter now. She wasn't wearing an expression of hatred or envy. She looked concerned. I took another sip of the sweet liquid as she responded. I've been here for a while now, Ruby. I recognize a dangerous opponent when I see one. I know we've had our moments, but I just think it would be nice to have an extra set of eyes watching your back. Don't you think? I hadn't realized my heart rate was slowing down until that moment. When I turned my head to look at the cage entrance, my vision passed with a slow delay. I looked down at my cup. It wasn't wine, but it was definitely not just water either. Opal's face blurred in front of me. How long had I been talking to her? My mind felt dizzy as if someone had filled my head with sand. Opal's mouth moved slowly, but I heard no words. Was she talking to me? Two strong hands quickly gripped my upper arms and lifted me from the bed. But they weren't Opal's. She stayed in the cage as I was pulled from my cot. What was going on? The ring of angels. Champion. Weak. I had another fight. My champion. Fight. And something did not feel right. The haunting wooden doors of the fighting arena came into view at the end of the hallway. The hair on the back of my neck tickled me for just a moment. Was I supposed to be afraid? I heard cheers beyond them. Excited, roaring cheers. One of the large men handed me a sword. It was heavy, cold. The red stones on the handle were beautiful. Mesmerizing. I rolled the handle around in my palm. It had to have been the most fantastic thing I had ever seen, like staring into a fire during a sunset. The colors were perfectly blended into each other, reflecting the tiny amount of light reaching each stone. I looked at the man who handed it to me. Soren. He was so kind to me, so supportive. Was he trying to talk to me? Soren, I said. At least, I thought I said it. But I couldn't quite hear. I only heard the pounding of my own heart. But he looked so concerned. So troubled. As the other guard began opening the large door, a moment of clarity snapped me out of my daze. Something isn't right, Soren. I don't know what's happening. Find Aiden. My words slurred together in a long stream of syllables. Did Soren understand? Was he going to help me? The large doors swung open. Light flooded my vision. It was so bright. I held my free hand to my eyes, blocking the light. I felt a rough push as I willed my feet to move forward. Something was wrong. My feet, my balance, the weight of the sword, all of it. I stared at my opponent. He was huge. Another champion that I had seen before, in practice. I think his name was Cyrus. We hadn't spoken, but he seemed nice enough. Another rush of adrenaline rippled through my body. Had I been poisoned? The sound of the crowd rushed into my ears, filling my head and drowning out the sound of my pounding blood. It was too loud. I scanned the crowd for the one person who could help me. Aiden. How much time had gone by? Had the fight started yet? When I met Aiden's eyes in the sea of strangers, his face reflected the horror I was feeling. Could he feel what I was feeling? I snapped my attention back to the ring. There was no time for an escape plan. I had to fight. I stumbled over my feet as I lifted my sword, ready for the king's announcement to begin. But I wasn't ready. I could hardly see. I could barely lift my sword. My arms felt heavy and hot. One time, when I was young, I let Jax bury me in the sand at sundown. It was his idea. The sand was so hot, it almost burned my skin. Jax told me to relax. It'll be cooler when you're out of the sun, he said. And after a while, when he had most of my body covered with it, it began to cool down. It was peaceful after that. Relaxing. The weight of the sand was like a hug from a stranger. My mother was so angry at us for missing dinner that day, but Jax wanted to be buried, too, so we took turns. It took me weeks to rinse all the sand out of my hair. A shrilling bell pulled me out of my memory. My opponent took a few steps forward, his sword raised. I did the same, using all of my energy to stay upright. To stay focused. My own name rang through the air, piercing my ears. The crowd was cheering. For me. They wanted me to win. They wanted me to kill this guy. Cyrus. I heard my name again, only this time the voice was someone I knew. Someone from home. Or was I imagining it? I turned to look for the face that belonged to the voice, but my opponent did not wait. He struck my sword with his, sending it flying across the ring. Then I was on the ground. Pain pulsed through the back of my head. The pain was familiar, almost comforting. Ruby. There it was again, the same voice. And that was when I saw him. In the crowd, dressed like the other guards that kept the crowd at bay, was Jax. Jax was here. He came for me. And now he had to watch me die. He was so perfect like Harvey was. He was kind and sweet. No, I have to fight. As Cyrus's sword came toward my body, I rolled sideways and crawled to the side of the ring. Aiden stood in my view. He was standing up and yelling something too, but I couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear anything over the thud of my own heart again. Why was it so loud? I needed my sword. I needed to focus. My feet carried me to my weapon, just a few feet away, but I wasn't fast enough. Cyrus grabbed my arm and threw me to the ground again, like a predator with prey. My body was heavy. It would be so easy to close my eyes now. My heavy eyes. Sleep would be so good, so peaceful. Just one moment was all I needed. One moment, and then I would get up again. So I let 'em close. Fierce heat exploded in front of me, warming my skin. It felt nice, inviting. I blinked my eyes open, expecting to squint at the bright flame in front of me. But I saw nothing. I saw less than nothing. My eyes tried to focus but found only a vast, endless pit of darkness. I was surrounded by it. It was suffocating. Even my feet seemed to be supporting me on nothing above the abyss. I still felt the heat on my face but saw nothing. When I held my hand out in front of me, I still saw nothing. I was nothing. Ruby, a voice said. I knew that voice. I was expecting Offine, her sweet, golden smile. But instead, the smell of roses flooded my senses. Aiden. He was here. Were we dead? I didn't realize I had asked the question out loud until Aiden spoke again. No, but we will be soon. You have to wake up. Help me. He didn't sound worried. I felt a sharp pain in my chest. The heat began to fade in front of me, melting into the surrounding vastness. Ruby, help me. Offine, I called out into the void, but she did not answer. The goddess of fire was not here. I'm not sure how much time went by. Slowly, I began to hear the crowd again. Only this time, they weren't screaming for me. They weren't chanting my name. Or Cyrus's, for that matter. I lifted my head and saw everything clear as day. Cyrus was dead. His body had burst into flames. Fear flooded my senses, clearing my vision. I looked at the crowd. Everyone was screaming, horrified, but they were not looking at me. I followed their gazes to none other than the Prince of Nevervain. Aiden. The white, hot flame still murmured in his palms, waiting for another attack. Even from the crowd, I could see the horrified look on his face. He was staring directly at me, a silent plea for help. Aiden just saved my life. He was still looking at me when the king's guards tackled him from behind. The king saw everything. His own son had been wielding magic, and everybody in the crowd knew. People were running everywhere, trampling over each other like a stampede of terrified antelope. Strong, warm hands grabbed me from behind, lifting me to my feet. I thrashed against the grasp, but the arms held me tightly. The uniform sleeves told me everything I needed to know. Aiden had been taken by the king's guards, and I was next. They knew. Gods above, stop fighting. It wasn't the voice of a random guard. It was the voice of my best friend. Jax. I wasn't crazy. He was actually here. Ruby, we have to go. We have to get out of here. I threw my arms around Jax in a tight embrace. He squeezed me back, a hug that I had waited way too long to feel. Jax, how are you here? I asked. I had to find you. I volunteered as a guard a few weeks ago. I was just waiting for the right time to sneak you guys out. Let's go. Riley, please, go find Riley, I demanded. My voice didn't sound familiar. Jax was here, but I couldn't leave yet. Aiden was going to die. The king would have to kill him. He needed my help. No way, you're coming with me, he responded with a harsh jerk of my arm. I have to help the prince. Meet me in the Shadow Forest. I was already removing myself from his grasp and running in Aiden's direction when he called. After me. He would understand eventually. He had to understand. We would all make it out alive. My feet were pulsing, running, flying. My senses came back to me one by one, fueling my weak body. I needed strength. I needed power. I jumped out of the ring and into the crowd of chaos. Desperation flowed through my entire body, mixed with the dark, paralyzing fear. The fear I could not give in to. King Xavier's voice led me. It boomed through the crowd, slicing the air with the dark power. He was yelling something I couldn't quite understand in a tone I had heard only once before. I had to get to Aiden. I had to help him. My body was numb. My throat was dry. Death would not be an option for him. Not by his own father. Not for saving my life. Aiden did not deserve this. I pushed through the crowd. While the rest of the villagers ran toward the exit, the king and his guards moved into a corridor, back toward the cages. I couldn't imagine what the king was thinking right now or what he would do to Aiden. His own son. I kept moving, creeping through the shadows in the hallway. I slowed my breath, willing my pants of oxygen to be quiet. You thought you could fool me? The king demanded. You thought you could defy me? They were standing in the courtyard. A few fighters were scattered around the field, watching the event. The guards threw Aiden to his knees without a sliver of mercy. They were loyal to only one person, King Xavier. Answer me, son. I could have sworn the stone under my feet rattled. No, father, I never meant to defy you, Aiden responded. His voice was weak. Submissive. How hard have I worked to give you everything you need. To protect the people of Nevervain. And for what? This betrayal. This demise. Aiden dropped his head in shame. I crept closer, my senses tingling. What was happening? The king circled Aiden. I could see his face clearly now. His ugly, angry face. I didn't go through this for nothing, son. It's a shame you'll have to pay this price. I watched in complete awe as the guards surrounding them moved as one cohesive unit. It was like watching play toys in a child's bedroom. Their eyes were black, empty voids. The sight of it sent a dark chill down my spine. Everything seemed to make sense now. King Xavier was controlling them, just like he had done with Bane and Harvey's opponent. All of them. They stepped closer to Aiden. He looked terrified, stuck there on his knees. His eyes widened as they moved closer. I could almost feel his own terror rippling through my body. But he didn't see what I saw. Lurking in the darkest parts of the courtyard were the shadows. The ghosts. The souls of the crown. My silent company from the past few weeks waiting patiently for their chance at revenge. Offine's voice rang through my mind. You have everything you need. I tried to summon the flame. I tried to flare my anger, start the spark. But I felt nothing. Had Offine abandoned me? My legs were pulsing with adrenaline, ready to run towards Aiden if anyone made another move. I had no choice. But my thoughts were interrupted by a small hand on my shoulder. When I looked, I could hardly believe what I was seeing. Harvey. I silently scooped her into a hug, ignoring the blood that covered both of us. Harvey really was alive. She must have been hidden in the crowd somewhere with Aiden during the fight. She sobbed into my shoulder quietly as I held her tightly. She was here. She was okay. Tears blurred my eyes as I pulled out of the embrace. Find Riley and Jax, I demanded in a hush. They're here. She nodded her head hastily as I pushed her backward, away from the courtyard. This was no place for her, and I had no idea how this would end. She would find them. She had to find them. Her bare feet padded against the stone floor as she ran away from me, obeying my orders. My heart began to pound even harder in my chest. Everyone I had ever cared about was here in the city. At risk. I had to kill the king, and I had to do it quickly. The shadows crept closer and closer. There were more here than I had ever seen. And this time, they weren't looking at me. They weren't stalking my every movement, tormenting me with guilt. They were focused on the king. And I was the only one who saw them. I silently called out to Offine again. To the only God who could help me. I held my hands in front of me, willing the flame to come. I could not fail. I could not show weakness. Aiden's broken voice flooded the courtyard. You can't do this, he yelled. I snapped my attention back to them. My feet drifted even closer to the scene, dangerously bringing me out of the safe darkness. My hands began to glow, ever so slightly, with the fiery pulse I was feeling. When King Xavier picked his head up, he was looking directly at me. Ruby Castile, I should have known. Aiden slumped as the king approached me. His eyes were black pits. An evil king, indeed. But he did not control these shadows that were feet away from us all. These ghosts, these were my kills, my demons. They came closer and closer to him, but he did not seem to notice. Even this controller of evil could not see my shadows. Perhaps they were too dark. As the guards simultaneously turned their unit of attention towards me, I focused mine on the king. This was something I had been waiting to do far too long. Fire exploded through my veins, flame spraying from my palms. This was the end. The king had to die. And I was going to kill him. But the flame fizzled in my grasp, burning out to a mere ember. I let the anger flood my body, but it was just that. Anger. Had I run out of fire? I tried to control the flame. If I had only practiced more with Aiden. But there was no time for regrets. The guards grabbed each of my arms, dragging me toward Aiden. The king's eyes pierced into mine. The real King Xavier, Aiden's father, was in there somewhere, mixed and morphed with all of the evil he was swimming in. Demons have never scared me. In fact, it was the gods who frightened me. Perhaps I was more like the demons, feeding off the shadows. Had Offine abandoned me because of the darkness that now followed me? Was the aftermath of the fights too much? Had I killed too many? Ruined my own soul? Offine. She was the only way out of this. I closed my eyes and pictured the golden light. Her beautiful, bright face. I need you, I thought silently. I felt Aiden's body heating next to mine as I was forced to kneel next to him. He had his flame, but it would not be enough. Isabel had told us that much. Not for whatever evil power that the king was wielding. I pictured the flame shooting down my arms like it did in the tent when Isabel called out to Offine. The chosen one, she called me. This was my fight. I was chosen. And I had the flame. Offine was still silent as I opened my eyes. The king stood before us both. Two wielders of magic. This is going to be very useful. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Your souls will not go to waste. I looked between him and Aiden. My eyes locked with Aiden's. A thought passed between us. King Xavier, or whoever this was going to use us for his own power. Suddenly, death did not sound like the worst option. The world around me blacked out as King Xavier knelt before Aiden. He was only inches away. I could feel the darkness, the evil radiating from him. Aiden's hands rumbled with white light in front of him, but it was no use. With a single hand, King Xavier muffled his flames. Dread filled my chest, my heart still pounding. There was no way out of this. He grabbed Aiden's face in his hands, forcing their eyes to meet. A dark shadow passed between them as Aiden struggled under the grasp. But King Xavier was strong. Stronger than any human. Even Aiden. I shut my eyes again. Within seconds, Aiden would be lost forever to the control of this evil. I needed him. I needed him alive and with me. We need you, Offine. I yelled out loud this time, not caring who heard my cries for the goddess. I wasn't sure if it was my plea or the desperation that had been building inside me, but heat erupted through my body. I didn't think. I didn't have time to. Instead, I ripped my hands free from the guards' grasps and threw everything inside of me, every last bit of heat and anger that I was feeling, toward the father and son kneeling next to me. The light that escaped from me was so bright, I flinched against it. If Offine was here, she did not show herself. She did not appear as the white flame engulfed the pair, fighting the shadow that lingered between them. In the corner of my sight, I even saw my own shadows back away a few steps. A horrified scream filled the air. For a moment, I thought it was my own. I'm not sure how much time went by. Maybe a second. Maybe a minute. I opened my eyes. The king was lying next to Aiden. White ash covered the ground around them. The guards froze. Not a single person moved, not even the fighters who had scattered into the shadows. The shadows. The ghosts I was surrounded by just moments earlier were gone. Vanished. When I looked around me, I saw whose scream I heard earlier. Harvey was standing just feet behind me, cowered down to a near slouch. She and Riley were bent over something, both yelling. Ringing filled my ears as I crawled to them. They weren't bent over an object. It was Jax. And he was covered in burnt ash, lying unconscious on the courtyard floor. He must have been too close when I released the flame. Trying to help me, no doubt. Oh, Jax. A sob erupted in my chest. Riley was shaking his shoulders, begging him to wake up. Harvey's face was dripping with horror. When she looked at me, her expression didn't change. Riley did not bother to look up from his brother. What had I done? Jax's perfect, golden face was covered with the same ash as the king and prince. His uniform was burnt, hardly hanging over his body. What did I do? I muttered to Riley as I sagged on all fours next to them. What did I do? Riley glanced up at me with a disgusted face. You witch, he yelled through gritted teeth. This couldn't be real. I was not this person. I could not live with this, responsible for Jax's death. I had to do something. Think. Focus. Isabel's conversation in the tent. She said I needed Aiden. We needed each other to release the true power of the goddess. I had to try it. I had to try something. Anything. I crawled back through the frozen guards again, over to Aiden's unconscious body. He was still breathing. Aiden, I whispered. My voice was hardly working. His skin was hot, but his body showed no signs of burns. I repeated his name, my voice getting stronger as I shook his shoulders. He wasn't not waking up. I placed my hands on his chest and dropped my head. Aiden, of all people in this world, was my one hope. The familiar shock of electricity flooded my hands where our skin met. This was something. A start. I harnessed the energy. I let it flow through my body, fueling me as my anger had done so many times before. Only this time, I was not angry. I was drowning in my own shame. I could not live with myself if Jax was not alive. There was no point. There would be no coming back from this if it didn't work. No redemption. Then, as I pulled everything I could from my connection with Aiden, Offine appeared in front of me. I could recognize that golden light from anywhere. Offine, I breathed. Tell me what to do. Tell me how to fix this, and I will. I will do anything. Aiden's chest moved under my touch. Offine's voice penetrated my ears as she spoke to me. You have done much, child. But not enough. The evil lies within the king still. You and the prince are connected now. Use it. But how? What do I need to do? Weakness swarmed through my voice. Broken. You are the fire, Ruby. Let it burn. Let it burn. I understood now. All of my dreams, all of the prophecies. Humans were not meant to harness shadow-defying power and survive. I was never meant to survive. I took a deep breath. Calmness flooded my veins. I would not be able to redeem myself in life. But in death, perhaps something good would come. From this, I placed my forehead on Aiden's chest. Roses. With one deep breath, I pulled everything I could from his body, his consciousness. Heat and fire, power. But it was not just power. It was my purpose. Riley's screams cut through the air behind me. Horror, terror, shock. My body was not my own. My consciousness was not my own. My vision faded to black as Offine guided me through the darkness. Chapter 17. Everything went still. The screams were silent. I saw myself straying from Aiden, moving toward the king. Toward the vessel of evil. But I did not see a body. I saw a black, disgusting figure. It was a dark, transformative mist that had once been the king. An endless shadow. Something vile, more sinister was intertwined with it. I watched myself from above. My body stalked toward the shadow. My face was blank, emotionless. I was not afraid. I was not confused. This was my destiny, my only chance at redemption. At revenge. The shadow shot toward me, but I was faster. I did not need to know where it would move next because Offine already knew. She controlled me, gracefully throwing the white flame across the air. There were no signs of malice. Only determination. The shadow and the flame met with an abrupt flash. It didn't last long. The king suffered under the goddess, overtaken with the heat. He cowered backward, retreating. But Offine showed no mercy. I showed no mercy. I felt the heat, hotter than anything I had felt before. I let it consume me. I did not try to control it. I did not try to stop it. As the final, enormous blast of fire hit the nasty shadow, my world went white. I was ready to die. You are done, Ruby. You can rest now, she said as I returned to my body, standing in the courtyard. I was so tired. The white light surrounding me seemed so warm. So comforting. So peaceful. When I looked to my left, though, I did not see peace. I saw the mess I had made. The damage I had done. Jax, Riley, and Harvey. What would they think of me? Would they remember me as a murderer? As an evil flame wielder? No, please. Save him, please, I begged Offine. My voice was hardly a whisper, but I know she heard me. She listened to my plea. The golden light came closer. It is not that simple, child. The balance between death and life is fragile. Your friend will face many consequences if. Please, just save him. I owe him my life. I owe him everything. And then I will rest. I have done everything you asked of me, please. I do not deserve life. I deserve nothing, less than nothing. But he is good. He is kind. He deserves to live." Quote. Without another word from the goddess of fire, I gave into the warm light. Just look at me. Breathe. A familiar voice filled my head, breaking my sound mind. My body was freezing. Every part of me burst with pain. Was I dead? I had begun to ask myself that question a few too many times. I blinked my eyes open. Aiden. Either we were both dead, or I was very much alive. I tried to lift my head up, but his warm hands held my shoulders down. His touch was so hot against my cold skin, I almost flinched away from it. "Don't try to move," he said. "I don't know what happened, but he is dead. My father is dead. You did it, Ruby. You just saved my life." His words rang through my ears. I did it. We did it. I had killed the king, but I had also just killed Aiden's father. The death on my shoulders was becoming too much to carry. I could tell he wanted to be happy, but grief swam in his eyes. I never wanted to see that look again, even if it was on Aiden's face. The smell of roses was comforting. I let him pull me to a sitting position. The shadows I had been seeing were still gone, and most of the fighters were lingering closer to the courtyard. The guards were incapacitated, dripping in confusion as they looked around the scene. Where the king's body had been just moments before was a pile of unrelenting white ash. I looked beyond him. Jax. He was breathing. Riley grabbed his face and laughed through muffled sobs as Jax coughed for air. She did it. Offine had saved Jax. Tears fell freely down my face. I leaned into Aiden beside me as I let myself feel the one thing I hadn't felt since before the attack 4 years ago. Relief. "Everyone's okay. It's okay," he said quietly as he wrapped his arms around me. And for the first time since I met him, Aiden was right. Chapter 18. He just let you live. She didn't even tell you why? Jax asked. His shoulder lightly bumped into mine as we strolled through the city streets. I could still smell the sun lingering on his skin. Nope. And honestly, I think I'm better off not knowing. I eyed Jax carefully. I didn't tell him what Offine had said to me that day, that Jax would face the consequences. He seemed fine so far. I could only pray that it lasted. It had been 3 days since I killed King Xavier. It felt amazing to tell Jax the truth about everything. After almost killing him, telling him the truth was the least I could do. He had bombarded me with questions about the flame and about Offine. Most of the questions, though, were ones I couldn't answer. I wasn't sure what I expected to feel after the king was dead. Satisfaction. This was something I had wanted since I was a child. Since my parents were killed. But there was still so much left unanswered. I still didn't know why the king's guards had killed my parents years ago. Neither did Aiden. I didn't know why Offine let me live or why Aiden and I were the only ones who could access this magic. "Look," Jax said as he turned to face me. "I can't thank you enough for everything you did to help Riley. Who knows what would have happened if you weren't there." His face was grim, but his eyes were bright against the golden sun. I placed my hand on his arm and smiled. As much as I tried to stop it, I couldn't help feeling guilty for everything that happened the past few weeks. Especially when it came to Jax. Of course, Jax. And I would do it again if I had to. Jax opened his mouth to speak again, but we were interrupted by a loud yell from across the street. "Ruby!" Soren yelled. "Wait up!" He and Aiden jogged across to us. I didn't miss the way Aiden glanced between Jax and me, a questioning expression on his face. "Hey guys," Soren continued when they reached us. "Are you ready to go?" "Hell yes," Jax responded. The trip to the Shadow Forest was Soren's idea, and Jax was quick to support it. We had so many questions left, and the villagers needed answers. The two boys turned toward the entrance of the city, leaving Aiden and me in the street. "So, you and Jax?" he asked when they were out of earshot. A short giggle escaped my mouth as I shoved Aiden's arm. "It's not like that," I said. "Is that jealousy I'm sensing?" He put a hand on his chest and opened his mouth in a dramatic gasp. "Me? Jealous? Never." Joy bubbled in my chest. I closed the distance between us and placed a quick kiss on his lips. It was short, but my body buzzed with the thrill. I would never get used to Aiden's presence. I still wasn't sure where things stood with him. After we returned from our trip to the Shadow Forest, Aiden would be named king. That, however, was a problem for later. I took a deep breath and let the calming smell of roses relax me. We would have to take this one step at a time. I guess we should get going then, I said as I glanced toward the shadow forest. Harvey and Riley were already jogging ahead, and Opal followed behind them. Yes, Opal. I used every argument I could think of to get her to stay here. I mean, she tried to kill me. Twice. But Soren had warned that we needed all the help we could get in the forest, especially with an unknown evil lurking around. Other people weren't so fast to volunteer. I rolled my eyes as she walked through the city gates, following the rest of them. Does she really have to come? I asked Aiden. He took my hand and guided us in their direction. Why, Ruby, is that jealousy I'm sensing? He teased. Aiden didn't let go of my hand as the giant, wooden doors opened to the streets of the city. The beautiful white stone glimmered in the sunlight as I looked around, taking a deep breath. Children were splashing in the pond ahead of me, screaming and laughing as the water was thrown into the air. The sight of everyone together was something I had only dreamt of seeing for the past few weeks. The future was unknown. I was starting to feel like I would never be able to dig myself out of this hole. We would have to rebuild Nevervain from scratch, patching all the vile holes that evil had created. Most of the fighters chose to stay in the city, and most of them were just as relieved as I was that we wouldn't have to fight again. I wasn't sure what would happen tomorrow or the next day. But everyone I cared about was safe. I squeezed Aiden's hand as we walked into the street ahead.